Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Saiyan Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Winged Deku Got Special Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku loved his family's quirks. Even when he was a child, he admired his father's broad wings, his mother's ability to float objects, and his older brother's wings, which were similar to their father's. He also loved flying and constantly begged his brother and father to fly him around. His brother always obliged him, enjoying the laughter and happiness from his younger brother. Their mother and Ko always worried over them whenever his brother, Keigo, took Izuku on a flight. Thankfully, their father Hisashi managed to convince Ko that they would be fine. Speaking of his father, he was the flying hero, Eagle. He was the number 8 pro hero in Japan. His quirk gave him a pair of chocolate brown wings that allow him to fly. Along with that, he could shoot his feathers out like projectiles. He couldn't really manipulate them like his son did. His first son, Izuku Midoriya, inherited his father's feathery blonde hair and his wing quirk, but it was a bit of an improvement of it. Unlike his father, he could control each individual feather's movement and nature. He also developed a sort of echolocation due to feeling the vibrations in the air. Needless to say, Hisashi was proud that his first son's quirk was an improvement of his. It could have been because of Inko's quirk, which was the attraction of small objects. It was a telekinetic quirk that could have merged with Hisashi's quirk to allow improvements in the base quirk to happen. Izuku was really looking forward to the day he got his quirk, and when he was 3, he got his first sighting of what it might have been. The morning came like it always did. He didn't want to get up, though, causing him to turn over when he found himself waking up. He was only 3 years old. After all, give the kid a break. Oh, Izuku, Inko's sing-song voice called as she walked up to his bed. Izuku groaned, burying his head underneath the blankets. Inko giggled softly as she sat on the bed beside him. Come on, Izuku, you need to wake up. I heard Keigo was wanting to take you out on a flight today, Inko said with a clever smile. Izuku quickly shot up. Fly, Izuku shouted, running out of his bed only to be caught by his mother. Not yet, Izuku. You gotta get out of your pajamas first, Inko said with an amused smile. No, Izuku tried to squirm out of his mother's grasp. Inko had no trouble holding him as she lifted her son's shirt over his head. She gasped in surprise, causing Izuku's squirms to stop. He was curious as to what surprised his mother. What? Izuku asked. Izuku, you have wings, Inko said in realization as to what she saw. On Izuku's back were 2 small golden wings that looked to be the size of Izuku's forearm. Izuku was looking back, causing the wings to tilt away from his head unintentionally as he tried to look at them. Honey, Inko called from the house. 2 sets of footsteps went to Izuku's room. Keigo slid into view first, curiosity on his face. Hisashi slid into view right after him. What is it? Hisashi voiced the pair's curiosity. Izuku has wings, Inko said. I have wings, Izuku repeated. There was silence for a solid 5 seconds before the 2 winged men exploded through the doorway and tackled both Inko and Izuku in a celebratory hug. He has wings, Hisashi shouted. Nice job, little bro, Keigo said, ruffling his little brother's hair. Izuku giggled, smiling happily at the attention he was given. He couldn't wait to show his new-formed wings to his friends. He'd have to wait until the weekend was over in order to do so. Izuku couldn't wait for school once the weekend ended. He woke up extra early in anticipation of meeting his friends and showing them his wings. And he did just that when he was brought to preschool. When he saw his friends, he ran to them. Guys, I got wings, Izuku shouted in excitement. What? A blonde-haired boy who Izuku knew as Katsuki Bakugo questioned. I think I'm starting to get my quirk, Izuku replied. Really? One of his other friends asked. Show us, another one cheered. Izuku lifted the back of his shirt and a few of the kids gasped in surprise at the 2 golden wings on his back. Some touched the small wings while others just looked at them moving around a bit. Those are nice and all, but I bet my quirk's gonna be even better than yours, Izuku, Bakugo said with a wide grin. Izuku lowered his shirt over his wings once more and gave his best friend a wide smile in response. No, mine'll be better, Kaken, Izuku replied. We'll see about that, Bakugo replied, his grin turning challenging. They were broken from their conversations when the teacher came in to start the day. As the months went by, Izuku's wings slowly grew until he wasn't able to hide them comfortably under his shirt, so his parents had to get him special clothes that allowed his wings to protrude from them, including his school uniform. At age 4, his wings were large enough to wrap around his body as well as carry his weight. It was pretty obvious that he would have a wing quirk, but to make sure that there weren't any other features that came with it, they went to a quirk doctor to see if he was able to tell what else he was able to do. Keigo was in school at the time they went, so it was just Inko and Hisashi. Keigo made his little brother promise that he would tell him anything new when he got back home. He was really eager to start flying with his little brother, too. Little did Izuku know, he would be meeting someone very special there. Izuku was sitting in the back of his father's car, his wings wrapped around him, enjoying the heat emanating from them as he was brought to the Quirk doctor. He was really enjoying the new feature of his quirk. He discovered it that morning. His wings emitted warmth that wasn't like his natural body heat. It was actually warmer than his body heat and seemed to emanate just from his wings. He really liked it and knew in winter he wouldn't have to put on multiple layers of clothes to stay warm. Inko glanced back at Izuku with a fond smile before looking at her husband, gently taking his free hand. He seems to like his quirk, Inko said sarcastically. That new warmth aspect was a surprise, but it could help in soothing people he rescues. Hisashi said, "You think so?" Izuku spoke up with an excited smile, causing his two parents to laugh at him. "I know so, Izuku. You'll be the best hero out there. You'll just have to make sure your brother doesn't beat you," Hisashi said teasingly. Sounds of protest from his son caused Hisashi to laugh the rest of the way to the Quirk doctor's office. Izuku and his parents were told to wait for the doctor in their waiting room, as he was in the middle of another appointment at the time. The waiting room was relatively empty, save for one other family in there. They had a young girl with green, vine-like hair. She looked at Izuku with curiosity, especially when she saw his wings. Izuku was interested in the girl as well. Her hair looked so interesting and cool and he wanted to know about it. While he wasn't majorly social, he was comfortable with meeting new people. So as his family waited, he decided to introduce himself. He walked towards the family and noticed their wide-eyed stare as they looked at him. He didn't know why they were staring at him like that. They must have just been surprised at his golden wings. He was used to people being surprised at them. When he walked up to the girl, he gave a friendly smile. "Hello, my name's Izuku Midoriya. What's your name?" Izuku asked. The girl looked surprised that he spoke to her. She spoke back in a nervous voice. "And my name's Ibara Shizaki." The girl replied. "It's nice to meet you, Shizaki," Izuku said with a smile. Likewise, your hair looks really cool. Is that your quirk?" Izuku asked. Shizaki blushed as she was complimented. It took her a few minutes before she was able to reply. "Why yes," Shizaki replied. "What can you do with it? Can you control them?" Izuku asked with an energetic smile. Shizaki was surprised that someone could be so energetic. Though she doesn't really have any friends except for those at church, she was especially surprised that an angel would be that energetic. Whenever she read about them, they were always calm or kind. "Why yes, I can control them," Shizaki replied, showing off her control by moving one of her vines on her hair. He watched her move the vine in awe, a smile on his face. "Whoa, that's so awesome," Izuku said. Thank you. What else can you do with them?" Izuku asked. I don't know. My parents want to know, so we're on an appointment to a quirk doctor," Shizaki replied. Izuku nodded in understanding. He then brightened up before looking at her again. "Do you want to be a hero when you get older?" Izuku asked with a smile. Shizaki was surprised at the question, but nodded nonetheless. He brightened up even more. "I do, too. How about we become heroes together?" Izuku suggested. Shizaki was once again surprised at his question, but for a different reason. He didn't even know her but still wanted to become heroes with her. This angel was strange. Sure. Great. It's a promise then," Izuku said with a bright smile, extending his hand for a handshake. The angel's smile seemed to transfer to Shizaki, a small smile forming on her lips as she took his hand. "It's a promise," Shizaki said. Izuku gave her another beaming smile as he drew his hand back. "Izuku, it's time to get going," Inko called. "Okay, Mom," Izuku called back. He turned to Shizaki and smiled. "It was really good to meet you." "Bye," Izuku said with a bright smile before turning and running to his parents. Ibara Shizaki looked on at the angel that she just talked to. She already missed the warmth she felt when he was with her. She also missed talking with him already. He was so nice, kind, and excitable. "Our quirk doctor is ready, too, Ibara. Let us get moving." Ibara's mother spoke. "Yes, mother," Ibara replied, taking her mother's hand and walking there. As she entered the office, she couldn't help but let her mind drift back to her conversation with the golden-winged angel. She really hoped she could meet him again soon. "Well, Izuku Midoriya, your quirk is a rather interesting one," the doctor began. Izuku was sitting between his parents, having finished the tests the doctor performed on him. Said doctor was holding a clipboard with the results of the tests. "It is?" Inko asked for Izuku. "Indeed. It seems that the warmth aspect of it ties to another part of the quirk that remains undiscovered. Perhaps the quirk still has yet to fully develop." The doctor continued. "Do you know what that part is?" Hisashi asked. "Unfortunately, my quirk could not tell me that much. I only know that the heat is a side effect of that part. He could be able to superheat his wings to temperatures that can melt through anything, or he could shoot heat rays. It's really up in the air at this point," the doctor explained with a shrug. Izuku started moving his wings towards him, looking at them closely in wonder at the possibilities he could have with that second part of his quirk. "Is there anything else that you can tell about it?" Inko questioned. Well, I know that, like other wing quirks, they are going to grow as Izuku grows. But unlike other wing quirks, his wings and feathers seem to be much more durable than the others I've seen in the past. I'm actually surprised. Why's that, Doctor? Hisashi asked. The durability of his wings are exponentially stronger. They could probably stop a bullet in its tracks. Not like I want to test the theory, but that's just an example of how durable they seem. The doctor explained. Whoa, Izuku let out in amazement. That's certainly nice to know. Hisashi commented. Yes, indeed. Inko nodded in agreement. That's pretty much all that I could gain from my tests. The doctor spoke. Thank you, doctor. This was very helpful, Hisashi said, standing and shaking the man's hand. Yes, thank you very much. Inko nodded as she got up with her son. It's my pleasure. You all have a nice day. The doctor spoke. You, too, Hisashi replied as he left the office with his wife and son. When they got home and Keigo returned from school, he was told about what was known about Izuku's quirk. The older brother was excited for the possibilities, causing Izuku to also be excited. Hisashi decided to try and fly the excitement out of them, and the three of them went on a flight, since there was a pro hero supervising them. Izuku and Keigo didn't get in trouble for using their quirks. They soared through the sky, flying around Musutafu. Izuku's flight pattern was the clumsiest due to him just starting to learn to fly. Despite that, flying was the most fun he felt he could ever have, causing him to smile all throughout his flight. His older brother and Hisashi watched with fond smiles as Izuku flew around, enjoying the sounds of awe and excitement coming from the boy. The rest of the day was spent flying until the sun went down. Izuku was exhausted in the end, allowing him to quickly go to sleep without any coercing from his parents. The following years yielded some changes for Izuku. The first one was the emergence of his class quirks. His best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, had one of the strongest quirks among the class. It allowed him to sweat nitroglycerin and cause the sweat to explode. Immediately, he was heralded as a perfect candidate for a hero. It was both a good thing and a bad thing. It was good because Izuku knew Bakugo would make a great hero. But it was bad because Bakugo was allowed to get away with anything due to that fact. The blonde boy remained mostly respectful when talking to Izuku. He probably respected Izuku and somewhat feared him due to the nature of his quirk. That didn't stop him from bullying other students who he deemed weaker than him, though. Thankfully, Izuku was around to quickly quell Bakugo's behavior. It was spring of Izuku's 5th year. There was a recess period between his 4th and 5th classes. In that time, Izuku usually spent it with a few of his friends. Despite spending time with his friends, he couldn't help but think about the vine-haired girl Ibara Shizaki that he met the previous year. He hoped she was doing well and that he could meet her again. He was brought out of his thoughts when he heard the familiar pop of his best friend's explosions. He looked to see that Bakugo was pulling his usual scare tactics, exploding the air between him and his target, said target trembling. Izuku sighed. Dang it, Kaken. You're not supposed to do that, Izuku said, breaking away from his group of friends and running to the boy's rescue. Another explosion was released and Izuku managed to get there just in time to stop it from going too far, his wings shielding him and Bakugo's victim. He flapped his wings, clearing the smoke and surprising Bakugo. What are you doing, Kaken? Izuku asked seriously. He thought his quirk was better than mine. I was showing him otherwise, Bakugo replied. Kaken, that's not heroic. Don't you want to be a hero? Izuku asked. Of course I do, Izuku, Bakugo barked back. Then stop attacking your classmate. Or what? Or I'll stop you. Bakugo was surprised at Izuku's serious look. Despite that, he tried to dissuade his friend. Right before he released an explosion, he noticed a brief flash of light on his friend's wing before a burning sensation streaked across his palm. He jerked his hand back and held it. What was that? Izuku looked cluelessly before looking around himself. What? Your wing. It's just flashed. Now my hand hurts. Bakugo shot back. That happened. Wait, that means I could have unlocked that other part of my quirk, Izuku said excitedly. Bakugo couldn't help but smile in excitement as well. Despite the disagreement they just had, Izuku was still Bakugo's friend. Well, do it again, Bakugo said with a smile. No, Izuku replied, his tone shifting calm. What? Bakugo asked, shocked. I won't show you unless you promise not to bully any more people, Izuku said seriously. Bakugo grit his teeth. On one hand, he had to make sure his quirk was stronger than the other extras, but on the other hand, he really wanted to see his best friend's quirk. He growled in defeat. Fine, I won't. Now do it again, dang it, Bakugo said, his grimace replaced with a grin. Izuku smiled happily before nodding. He then tried to make what happened happen again. In discovering the other part of his quirk, he learned that what he was able to do was launch beams of light the size of hairs at whatever he was looking at. It was honestly pretty cool in the eyes of his parents, brother, and best friend. After Izuku first stopped Bakugo from bullying people, Bakugo seemed to calm down slightly. While Bakugo tried reasoning that he was just honoring his promise to his best friend, that wasn't the case. He still was prickly to everyone and called them extras, but he stopped bullying people except for the occasional insult. As the years passed, elementary school turned into middle school and Izuku and Bakugo remained friends. The two of them managed to get Hisashi to let them practice their quirks at his agency. At that same time, a certain vine-haired girl was handling her own developments. Ibara Shizaki was homeschooled from preschool to middle school. Her parents reasoned that she didn't want school children to corrupt their little Christian angel. The only people her age that she knew were the ones she met at the church. Even so, she didn't really consider any of them her friends. They never visited or tried to have play dates with her. It really made her feel alone. Every time she did feel alone, though, her mind always drifted to a certain green-haired angel with the warm golden wings. The angel she met when she was only 4 and the angel that made her feel like she made her first real friend. When the last year of middle school came around, she broke. She needed more human contact than those Sundays at church and her parents. She decided to approach her parents. Ibara walked into her parents' library, spotting the both of them sitting beside one another, reading separate books. Both books were about religion. "Father, Mother," Ibara spoke, getting their attention. "Ibara, what is it?" her father asked. She took a deep breath before letting it all out. "I wish to be put into a public school," Ibara spoke. Ibara's father looked at her for a moment before answering. "No," he spoke with a neutral expression. "Why not?" Ibara questioned. "Why do you wish to go?" "I feel isolated. I feel trapped. I feel like you and Mother have imprisoned me here. The only human interaction I have is on Sundays at church. I want to be a hero, Father. I cannot be a hero without being acquainted with human contact. But as I am right now, I feel like I am some wall decoration." Ibara ended with a saddened sigh. "My love," Ibara's mother started, getting her husband to look at her. "Our daughter has a point. We haven't assisted in letting our daughter become used to socializing with others. I do not want my daughter to be corrupted by those public school." He paused to find the correct word. "Delinquents. Dear, do you not have faith that our daughter won't let anyone influence her?" Ibara watched as her parents talked, hoping they would allow her to go to a public school. They seemed to come to a decision after a while of talking. Ibara patiently standing in front of them as they came to it. She looked to her father and he looked back at her. He looked displeased but found he couldn't come up with a valid argument in the eyes of his wife. He took a deep breath before sighing. "At the end of this school year, we will begin preparations for you to enroll in a public high school." Ibara brightened up, a smile gracing her face. "Thank you, Father. I promise you will not regret this." Ibara promised. Ibara's final year of homeschooling seemed to go by slower due to her anticipation for her first year of public school. In the back of her mind, she hoped she would meet the angel once again. The last year of homeschooling ended after an excruciatingly long year, but it was finally over. She could finally experience what it would be like in a public school. She waited in excitement, and when the day finally came, she couldn't be more excited, yet anxious over what could happen. But little did she know, her first meeting would be the start of something extremely special. Ibara was pacing in the living room. She woke up extremely early due to anxiety, and was currently trying to work it off. She wore her new school's black uniform and her bag was on the couch. She was broken from her nervous pacing by the soft laughter of her mother. "Are you rethinking your decision to attend a public school, Ibara?" she asked. Ibara looked at her mother for a moment before blushing in embarrassment. "And no, I am not, Mother. I am simply nervous over the day ahead," Ibara replied. Soft laughter filled the living room once more as her mother went up and embraced her daughter. "I understand your nervousness. This will be the first time you will be interacting with others outside of church. But I know you can do it," Ibara's mother said with a smile. "Thank you for your confidence, Mother," Ibara said, giving her mother a small smile. "You are quite welcome, my daughter." After talking with her mother for a little bit longer, Ibara had to leave for her new school. She followed the directions her parents gave her and soon she was met with the front gates. She read the name of the school to herself. Aldera High School, Ibara muttered to herself. She looked inside the gates to see students walking and talking together. She wondered what it would be like to be a part of their conversations. But her thoughts were completely halted when she saw a familiar sight. Golden wings on the back of a boy with a mop of green hair. Her mind thought back to the first time she met the owner of those wings and hair. The angel. He's here. Ibara immediately marked that day down as the best day of her life. She met the angel again, and he was in her school. Much to her disappointment, the angel wasn't in her class. He was in her class sister class. She tried to talk to him during the times between classes but found he was nowhere to be seen. After 3 attempts to find him in between classes, she finally spotted him when lunch came around. Ibara was starting to get tired of the suddenly disappearing angel. Part of her thought that her desire to see him caused her to hallucinate. Thankfully, those thoughts were dispelled when she arrived at the lunchroom, where she saw the angel she wanted to meet again sitting with the blonde boy she remembered seeing from before. Before she had a chance to approach him, her stomach growled. Curse you, stomach, for getting in the way of meeting an angel, Ibara thought as she went to get food in the lunch line. It was her first time in a lunch line, but she understood the concept of it. It's better than people getting in the way of one another. It kept order. She soon took her lunch and walked to the golden-winged angel's table. She sat at it and was instantly glared at by the blonde boy. Who the fuck are you? What the fuck are you doing here? The blonde boy snapped. Easy, Kaken, the angel replied. The blonde boy growled before looking away from Ibara. She didn't know why the person was so callous and why he used such vulgar language. She wasn't given time to wonder that as the angel spoke up. Sorry about him. He's prickly but he's friendly when you get to know him, the angel said as he looked at Ibara. Ibara noticed a flash of recognition pass through his face. It's you, Izuku said. Huh, the blonde boy spoke up. The blonde boy's words were ignored as the golden-winged angel focused on Ibara, drawing a small blush on her cheeks. You remember me, right? He asked with a hopeful smile. Ibara did remember him, but she was so terrible with names she had to take a moment to remember. Suddenly she remembered his last name. Midoriya. Yes? Ibara asked. Yes, Izuku Midoriya. And you're Ibara Shizaki, Izuku said with a bright smile. Ibara blushed a bit more as he easily remembered her name. You remember me? Of course. I made a promise to you, remember? Izuku asked. Ibara remembered all too well. She found herself smiling softly, nodding. All right, who the fuck is she? And why the fuck do you know her? The blonde boy asked. Hey, calm down, Kaken, Izuku said, finally focusing on the blonde. Shizaki and I met when I went to the Quirk doctor when I was 4. The blonde eyed Ibara for a moment before grunting once more and focusing on his food. Ibara raised an eyebrow in curiosity before looking at Izuku. Once again, sorry about him. He's become somewhat my protector due to what happened last Valentine's Day, Izuku said with a sheepish smile. Last Valentine's Day? Ibara questioned. Every girl in the school chased him around as if he was a dick with legs. Kaken spoke in response. Hey, Izuku quickly covered Ibara's mouth, thinking she was going to repeat what his friend said. Ibara found her face heating up slightly. Don't repeat what Kaken says, Izuku said, removing his hand from her mouth. Oh, why not? Ibara asked. He doesn't say the nicest things. I don't want his behavior rubbing off on you, Izuku said with a smile. Ibara smiled before nodding, ignoring the yells of protest from the blonde boy. She admired the angel before her for the rest of lunch, taking idle bites of her lunch as she did. Eventually, she had to bid the angel goodbye as lunch ended and she had to get back to her class. The rest of the day, she was wearing a gentle smile on her face. Even when she went home, her smile didn't waver. She got to meet the angel again. It was amazing. She told her parents and they were equally ecstatic. Her mother because she could tell her daughter liked the angel, and her father because he knew an angel will keep her from being corrupted by the rest of the school. As the weeks went on and turned into months, she was happily accepted into Izuku's relatively small circle of close friends. She would spend time with him and sometimes the blonde boy who she was told was Katsuki Bakugo before school started and during lunch. They usually conversed together for a little bit longer after school ended before they left. As she got to know him, she was told that his father was a pro hero, much to her amazement. She also learned he had an older brother who was training to be a pro hero. She found his family to be interesting with all the different wing colors. She liked Izuku's wings the most, though. Her parents were happy that Ibara made a friend like the angel they met long ago. Her father specifically had warmed up to the idea of Ibara going to a public school now that his daughter had a friend like the angel. Ibara was glad they were a bit more accepting of her going to the public school. Izuku knew early on in knowing Ibara that she was a sheltered individual. It was very obvious in some cases, like when Izuku had dozens of love letters that fell out of his locker. Her reaction was innocent curiosity as well as why people would send him love letters. Wanting to help Ibara, he started trying to help educate her on what she missed out on. There were some that she found interesting while others she found vulgar and inappropriate in the eyes of the Lord. It was then that Izuku realized how religious she was. As Izuku got to know her more, he found out that her view on religion was a set of rules for everyday life. Izuku had to disagree with her views, as he thought that they should instead be a set of guidelines on what to do, not intended to be followed to the letter. He kept his thoughts to himself for the time being. As the months went on, Ibara was growing to enjoy Izuku's company even more than before. The two would regularly spend time outside of school together, finding enjoyment in idly talking in parks. She especially liked the parks they went to with large flower gardens. Suddenly, one day around the early half of their first year of high school, Izuku got a text that changed his life forever. Izuku, Ibara, and Bakugo were sitting outside the school building, talking amongst one another before the first bell rang. More accurately, Ibara and Izuku were talking while Bakugo listened. He wouldn't admit it, but after getting to know her more, he was all right with her hanging around, despite her religiousness, that is. Izuku paused in speaking when he got a text. A few moments later, Bakugo had a text as well. Izuku read his text and his eyes widened and heart dropped. In his panic, he didn't say anything as he ran away from the group. Ibara watched as Izuku ran away. She was about to question Bakugo about it when he gained a similar panicked look and ran in the same direction as Izuku. She watched their disappearing figures with confusion and worry. Knowing they wouldn't just leave without a good reason, she decided that sending him a text would be good, thinking he would reply to her when he had time. Maybe it wasn't so bad. She hoped it wasn't so bad. Ibara went through her classes like normal, but her mind couldn't stop thinking about the panicked look in Izuku's eyes, the worry and terror. It ebbed at her mind, drawing her thoughts towards it every time she had a minute to think about it. What continued to make her worry was that Izuku wouldn't reply to her texts. She even called him a couple times for it to go straight to voicemail. It worried her to no end. Little did she know, when she got home she would be met with something tragic. Ibara walked inside her home, removing her shoes and moving deeper into the house. "Mother, I'm home," Ibara called. "Welcome home, dear. I'm in the kitchen if you need me," Ibara's mother called. "Okay," Ibara replied. She took out her phone for the 50th time in the past hour and a half. There was still no messages from Izuku. She looked at her friend's contact information before breathing a sigh and lowering the phone back into her pocket. To take her mind off of things, she decided to see what was on the news. The interviews with pro heroes were pretty interesting to watch. She sat on the couch and turned the television on. Tragic day for hero kind. Today, the number 8 hero, the flying hero, Eagle, has lost his life in a villain incident. While the hero board is keeping the majority of the details classified, we do know that. Ibara tuned out the rest of the report as she stared on in shock. The remote slipped from her hand and landed on the ground, but she didn't even notice. She was too focused as everything seemed to connect. Oh no, Izuku couldn't have been having a worse day. It started out well enough. He bid his mother and brother goodbye. His father was already at work, and he went to school to meet up with his best friends. He and Ibara were having a nice conversation about. He couldn't even remember now. But as soon as he received a text from his mother, his world shattered and his heart sunk. "Mom, come to the hospital now. It's your father." Izuku dropped everything and ran to the hospital. He even took flight to get there faster. Quirk laws be damned. He didn't care about any laws. His father was in the hospital. He tried looking on the bright side. Maybe he was just lightly injured and his mother was just overreacting. But as soon as he thought of the bright side, he thought of the worst-case scenario. His father could be dying as he was rushing there. He shook those thoughts out of his head as he arrived at the hospital. He quickly landed and ran to the reception desk. Thankfully for him, it didn't take any time to get directions and head to the hospital room where his family was at. But when he arrived, it was too late. Izuku shoved the door open, panting heavily. As soon as the door opened, he heard many things. First was the single tone of a heart flatlining. The second was his mother's wails of sadness as she held her husband's limp hand. The third was his big brother yelling and demanding that he got a doctor in the room that could actually do something. Izuku stood in shock as he took all the sounds in. His father was dead. It couldn't be. He couldn't be dead. It was impossible. He repeated those words in his head as he stared at his father's lifeless body in the medical bed. He was broken from his mantra when he saw his big brother in front of him. He had a pained expression as he looked down at Izuku. I'm sorry, Izuku," Keigo choked out. Izuku could tell he was holding back his tears, trying to stay strong. He kept looking at Keigo for a moment before he was pulled into a soft hug by his brother. It was then that reality set in and the fact his father was dead and never coming back. The dam broke and Izuku's legs weakened as he clutched his brother. Keigo held his brother up, his heart breaking even more as Izuku muttered that it couldn't be true. He really wished it wasn't true as well. But as much as he wished it, it wasn't possible. He couldn't bring his father back. The hospital room that the Midoriyas occupied was filled with tear-stained faces as they continued to mourn over Hisashi's death. The funeral service was mainly populated by pro-heroes. Most of the top 10, minus Endeavor, were in attendance, including All Might. As if the world knew what had happened, it was raining out when the funeral started. Ryukyu was the first to approach the Midoriya brothers and offer her condolences. "I'm so sorry, you too. If I wasn't on the other side of Japan, I could have helped," Ryukyu said, hugging the Midoriya brothers before moving on to Inko. Ryukyu was a friend of the family and was Hisashi's closest friend when he got out of UA. She actually helped Inko and Hisashi get together in the first place. If it wasn't for her, Inko would have never known the love of Hisashi Midoriya. The next up to offer condolences was, surprisingly, Maruko. She wasn't one for words, but she did offer the brothers a strong hug. She didn't know Hisashi personally, but she did know of him. He was one of the only heroes she respected that was lower than her in ranking. After Maruko, All Might approached the boys. "I apologize, young Midoriyas. I was a part of the fight that got your father killed. I cannot tell you much, but I can tell you that were it not for your father, I wouldn't be here today." All Might spoke as he hugged the two of them. He pulled back from the hug and moved on to Inko. offering a supportive hand on her shoulder, giving his condolences for her loss as well as telling her how Hisashi had saved him. That caused Inko to cry harder, much to the pain of everyone present. Next up was the shield hero, Crust. Tears were streaming down his face as he pulled the two Midoriya children into a tight hug that lasted a long time. Crying on their shoulders, he pulled back and moved on to Inko, the two crying individuals working off each other to cry even more. Crust was Inko's older brother, which explained why he was so emotional. He was the first to arrive after Hisashi was declared dead, crying with Inko and offering her comfort at the same time. He had this way with tearful crying that actually made people feel better afterwards. After Crust was finished, Orochimaru came around. He offered silent but supportive hands on the Midoriya brothers' shoulders. He remained silent for a moment before speaking. I was close friends with your father. He always used to tell me about you two and your aspirations to become heroes. He was really proud of you too. Musha spoke evenly. Even though his calm demeanor was heard, Izuku and Keigo could hear a slight tremble in his voice, finding even the calm Orochimaru choked up in sadness. No matter how little it was, caused the two brothers to let out another wave of tears, nodding and thanking Musha before hugging him tightly, a hug that he gently returned before offering a comforting hug to Inko. Next up to approach them was Kamui Woods. He had tears streaming down his helmeted face as he gave his condolences to the Midoriya brothers before moving on to Inko. Out of all of the top 10 heroes, Kamui was one of the newest ones in the top 10. That explained how little he knew of the family. Despite that, he was respectful and mournful over the loss of one of the people he called a friend. After Kamui Woods walked away, Edshot approached the family. Edshot knew Hisashi almost as long as Ryukyu, and despite how he tried to be calm and strong for the Midoriya family, as soon as he laid eyes on Keigo and Izuku, he couldn't help but break his composure. He yanked Izuku and Keigo into a strong hug. I'm so sorry. I'm so extremely sorry. Edshot apologized as tears leaked from his eyes. The pro hero held onto the two for a few more moments before moving on to Inko, giving her a tight and supportive hug. The two held the hug for a while before Edshot released it and stepped away. The last hero of the top 10 was Best Jeanist. In his hero persona, he would have made many fabric-based metaphors when speaking, but he instead opted for a more serious way of speaking. He placed a hand on each boy's shoulder. Your father was one of the few heroes that had an air of charisma and confidence rivaling All Might. While I didn't have the opportunity to know him out of work, during work, he and I got along well. I will miss him greatly. Best Jeanist spoke. The two stared up at the gaze of Best Jeanist before nodding. The hero nodded as well before moving on to Inko, speaking to her as well before leaving. After the top 10 heroes present all said their condolences, Hisashi's sidekicks came in to give their condolences as well. The last ones who offered their condolences were the Bakugo family, Katsuki putting an arm around Izuku in a supportive side hug. The rest of the funeral went by in a flash for Izuku. He remembered All Might, Ryukyu, Edshot, Crust, and Orochimaru giving eulogies before Hisashi's body was buried. After Hisashi was buried, Izuku was pulled by Keigo back to the car and Inko drove them home. After Izuku got home, he seemed to shut down. He locked himself in his room and wrapped himself in his wings, trying to seek any kind of comfort in them. The only times he left was when he was hungry or had to use the bathroom. And even then, he didn't stay around much. The nights were spent crying himself to sleep before waking up and remaining in his bed. The warmth of his wings allowed him to stay above his blankets undisturbed as he mourned the loss of his father. He saw texts from Ibara, but he didn't feel like responding, just wanting to be alone for the time being. Eventually the week ended, meaning Izuku had to go back to school. Izuku got out of bed at the first ring of his alarm. He looked up around his room, the various posters of his father in heroic and smiling poses around his room. He stared around the room with dull, baggy eyes for a little bit longer before getting out of bed. He got dressed and went to the kitchen. Keigo was standing at the door when he was about to leave. He was silently staring at Izuku, who stared back. Both wore blank faces, obviously still broken up about their father dying. The two nodded at one another before they went to their separate schools, Keigo to UA and Izuku to Aldera High School. Ibara was worried. Izuku had not come to school in a week, nor had he answered any of her texts or calls. Bakugo had returned after a couple days, but whenever she asked about him, he wouldn't answer. It angered her that he wouldn't answer. Every day since Izuku ran away, she would wait at the entrance of the school in hopes to see Izuku coming back to school. Thankfully for her, he finally came back after a full week. But what she saw was not something she would expect from an angel like Izuku. He looked so dull and broken. His wings were drooped, as was his shoulders, and he didn't even meet her eyes, only looking at the ground. The bags under his eyes told her he wasn't sleeping properly, and the lack of a smile just hurt her soul. She approached him, causing him to look up at her. When their eyes met, her heart shattered even more. His eyes looked empty. All the hope she used to see vacant in those eyes. Wordlessly, she pulled Izuku into a tight hug. and as she did, she felt the dam break inside Izuku. He started trembling and she started to feel wetness on her uniform where his head was. His arms surrounded her back and held her tightly as he sobbed into her. Ibara's heart broke at how broken Izuku sounded. She slowly lowered the two of them to the ground, sitting on the ground while still embracing Izuku. She ran her hand softly through his hair as she let him let out all of his sadness. "It's okay, Izuku. I'm here for you. I promise," Ibara said softly, gently rocking side to side as she did. "Thank you," Izuku let out, sobbing more as he spoke. Ibara closed her eyes and hummed softly, slowly calming Izuku's sobs as she did. Eventually, he was completely silent and just enjoying the embrace. After a while longer, the first bell rang, signifying that they needed to get to their class. Izuku pulled back. His eyes were red from crying, but he was wearing a slight smile. Ibara knew he wasn't completely back to normal, but she promised herself that she would help him get back to his normal self. "I guess we should get going," Ibara said softly. "Yeah, I guess so," Izuku said, not really wanting to go. "I'll see you between classes, okay? Do you promise?" Izuku asked. Ibara nodded. "I promise." "Thank you," Izuku said, hugging her once more before the two of them walked to their classes. Classes passed quickly for Ibara, and in between each class, she and Izuku would meet back up. No words were said at the beginning. The two only hugged in the beginning, enjoying the closeness of one another and the comfort it brought for the green-haired boy. At the end of it, the two would separate and wish one another luck on their next class. When lunchtime came around, the two of them decided to go to a more secluded spot to eat where they would have a bit more privacy. Izuku and Ibara walked outside of the lunchroom and over to a nearby tree, sitting under it once they arrived. Ibara glanced at Izuku to see his gaze on his food, a downtrodden look on his face. Still inexperienced with social cues and not knowing if he was simply thinking or if he was still sad, she moved over to him and wrapped him in another hug, this time from behind. He looked back to see her with closed eyes and smiling softly. He was about to ask why when she spoke. "You look like you needed another. I know you might not wish to talk, but know that I'm here for you whenever you wish to," Ibara said softly. Ibara's hug was broken by Izuku as he turned around to pull Ibara into a tight hug. His wings surrounded them for a bit more emphasis on what he felt. "Thank you, Ibara. That means so much to me," Izuku said, his head resting against her shoulder. Ibara was surprised at the sudden hug, but smiled softly, wrapping her arms around him once more as she returned his hug. Like before, she moved a hand up to run it through his hair in a soft gesture. "You're very welcome, Izuku. I'm glad I can help," Ibara spoke softly. Izuku remained hugging her for a while longer. What went through his head was how much it meant to him that Ibara was there for him. He was extremely thankful for her presence, and he had a feeling, as time went on, they would only get closer. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere," Shizaki replied, a hopeful smile on her face. It was the weekend, and that morning, Shizaki asked Izuku to spend time with her. Seeing as she was one of his major sources of comfort in the past week, he accepted without much thought into where they'd be going. They met up at the school, and as soon as they met up, Shizaki took his hand and started leading him into the city. Izuku was surprised at how excited she seemed to be. Eventually, they arrived at a mall. It was then that he questioned Shizaki again. "Shio, please call me Ibara. I feel comfortable with you referring to me by my first name," Shizaki said, glancing back at him with a smile that made his chest warm. "Oh, okay," Izuku said, blushing slightly. "So, were you wanting to ask me something?" Ibara asked. Oh, yeah, what are we doing here?" Izuku asked, his blush disappearing slightly. "Oh, that's because there's this movie I thought we could see together," Ibara said with an innocent smile. Izuku blushed as his mind drifted to the implications of what they were doing. He didn't have time to think much of it when Ibara got his attention once again. "Oh yeah, since you can call me Ibara, can I call you Izuku?" Ibara questioned, her innocent smile remaining and gaining a curious glint in it. Izuku's blush increased, but he couldn't deny that the thought of Ibara calling him by his first name was nice. He nodded. "As sure," Izuku said. "Splendid. Now, let's go," Ibara said, pulling him to the mall's theater. Izuku let Ibara drag him, finding her innocent excitement to be heartwarming, easily taking his mind off of everything he worried about at the beginning of the day. The movie Ibara wanted to watch was a fantasy movie about a princess who had her prince taken away from her, causing her to have to go on an adventure to rescue him. The movie was pretty tame, which Izuku understood since Ibara was extremely innocent and sheltered. Even so, the movie did slip in innuendos that Izuku got but Ibara didn't. He didn't really focus on the movie much, as he was too busy watching Ibara's reactions. He couldn't help but think some of the reactions she made were really cute, especially when she pouted in what he could assume was annoyance when the prince was taken away at the start of a tender moment. At the end of the movie, Ibara expressed her enjoyment over the film while Izuku simply agreed with her, not having really focused on it. The two of them decided to grab some lunch after they left the theater. Izuku and Ibara, hands still locked together, walked to the food court. As they walked, Izuku decided to ask her something. So, what do you want for lunch? I'll pay, Izuku offered. You are so sweet, Izuku. I will graciously accept your offer. As for what I wish to eat, I am not sure. What food do they have? Ibara questioned. Have you not been here before? Izuku questioned curiously. I have not. I do not have many reasons to leave the house, and I do not have many friends aside from you and Bakugo, Ibara said with a slightly saddened look on her face. Izuku's heart clenched at her words. He squeezed her hand once, giving her a happy smile when she looked at him. Well then how about we make this a regular thing? Just the two of us exploring the city, Izuku suggested, blushing as he practically asked her out for another date. I would love to, Ibara said with a joyful smile, causing his chest to heat up again. Gee good, Izuku chirped, Ibara's happiness bleeding through to him. The two of them soon arrived at the food court and were greeted with the many possible options of fast food. Ibara was very indecisive, but the two of them eventually came up with a decision that both of them liked. Afterwards, they sat down at a table and began to dig into their food. The two finished a while later and initiated idle chatter while they let their food digest. Eventually, they decided to continue with their day, locking hands once more as if it was natural for them and continuing on with their exploration of the mall. Ibara made sure to steer clear of the hero stores, knowing how sensitive the subject of heroes were at the moment, specifically Izuku's father. She wanted him to remain happy and think about other things, not to think about heroes. As the sun was starting to set, Izuku decided to offer to walk her home, which she took as that meant spending more time with Izuku. She didn't know why, but she really enjoyed his company more than she did before. She also felt a bit closer to the green-haired angel since he returned to school. Ibara and Izuku were walking down the street when Izuku had an idea. He stopped, making Ibara curious as to why he stopped. He smiled at her. Do you trust me? Izuku asked. Yes, why? Ibara questioned. He wrapped his arms around her, drawing a blush from the vine-haired girl, and spread his wings. Hold on, Izuku said. What? Why? Ibara shouted the last word as Izuku took flight. Ibara held Izuku tight as he flew through the air, eyes clenched shut. As the initial fear and surprise wore off, she opened her eyes to see how high up they were. Surprisingly, she didn't feel scared. You all right? Izuku's voice drew her gaze to his face. Her cheeks heated up as she saw a soft smile on his face. The wind was causing his hair to flow backwards, and the sun was in the perfect spot to give him a very angelic look. A very attractive look. Why yes, Ibara finally managed to say. Sorry for the surprise. I just figured you'd find the view to be very nice, Izuku said softly. Ibara looked out at the suburbs below and couldn't help but agree with Izuku's statement. I do. It's nice up here, Ibara said. I think so, too. I used to fly every chance I had, even if it wasn't really legal to do so. Flying is just so fun and you feel so free. The wind against your face and the feeling that you're just freely floating in the air. It's a feeling you can't get anywhere else but in the sky, Izuku said with a fond voice. Ibara listened to him and couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. His tone of voice was so nice that she just wanted to hear more of it. She was broken from her thoughts as she felt her body descending. She looked to see the ground getting slowly closer until Izuku landed, still holding her. In the back of her mind, she couldn't help but want him to keep holding her. This is your stop, Izuku said softly. Ibara looked back at Izuku to see a disappointed look on his face. She patted his arm to get his attention, drawing his gaze to the smile on her face. We'll see each other tomorrow. I have church in the morning, but we can do something in the afternoon if you wish, Ibara said softly. Izuku smiled softly in response. I'd like that, Izuku said, finally releasing Ibara. She immediately missed the contact, but understood it. She watched as Izuku stepped back and smiled, flashing her a slight salute and mimicking it with his wing, causing her to giggle. See you tomorrow, then, Izuku said. I will see you tomorrow, Ibara replied with a nod. Izuku opened his wings once more and took flight, flying backwards so he could keep looking at her for a bit longer before he turned and flew away. Ibara watched the disappearing figure of Izuku with a smile. As he flew away, she realized something that she remembered reading about. I think I've fallen for an angel, Ibara thought, smiling softly at the thought. Ibara quickly twirled once in celebration over the realization before turning and walking into her house. Izuku flew through the air back to his house, a smile on his face as he flew. His day with Ibara was amazing, and with the excitement over seeing her again the next day, it made him barrel roll in the air before doing a backflip. He let out an excited whoop before soaring through the air a bit longer. He eventually landed and walked the rest of the way back to his house. As he arrived, he noticed two figures at the front door. The first one he recognized as his brother, but the other, a blue-skinned girl with dark blue hair in a UA uniform, was unfamiliar to him. He decided to hide and watch what happened, listening to the dialogue. You know you can talk to me, right? The girl said. I know, It's hard, Keigo replied, looking away. Hey, the girl trailed off, gently placing a blue hand on Keigo's cheek and directing his attention back to her. The two shared a gentle kiss. Pulling back, they rested their foreheads against one another. I'm not saying it's not hard, Keigo, but I know that bottling all of this stuff isn't good for you. The girl continued. Keigo's hand wrapped around the girl's, the winged boy staring into the girl's eyes. I don't deserve you, Kaoruko. Even with my stubbornness, you still stay with me, Keigo said softly. The girl, now revealed to be Kaoruko, smiled softly. It doesn't help that I'm stubborn as well. I'm not letting you go that easily. I'll be helping you even after we're old and gray, Kaoruko said. I don't think that's possible in your case, Keigo joked softly, earning a giggle from Kaoruko. They both chuckled softly for a bit before silence fell over them once more. The two of them embraced one another, with Keigo wrapping his wings around them to emphasize the hug. They pulled back after a few minutes, smiling at one another. See you on Monday, Kaoruko asked. Definitely, Keigo replied with a nod. The two shared one last kiss before Kaoruko left. Keigo remained outside, watching her leave with a smile on his face. Izuku decided to make himself known, walking out of his hiding spot and striding up like nothing was wrong. Don't think I didn't see you, Keigo said. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku replied, his good mood making him more teasing than normal. You better not tell Mom, or else you'll find out just how strong a wing noogie will be against your head, Keigo threatened, a slight flustered blush on his face as he moved his wings in a threatening manner. Izuku chuckled, putting his hands up in defeat. Your secret's safe with me, Keigo, Izuku said. After a moment of silence, Keigo lowered his wings and smirked. He reached out and ruffled his little brother's hair. Good choice. Now come on. I bet Mom's wondering what's taking us so long, Keigo said, wrapping his arm around Izuku's neck and pulling him inside. The rest of the night was one of the first positive nights since Hisashi's death. Inko was smiling and happily spending time with her children while Izuku and Keigo were up to their regular shenanigans. After dinner, the Midoriyas spent some time on the couch watching old movies for a while before retiring to their bedrooms. Izuku sent Ibara one message of goodnight, getting one back before climbing into bed and falling asleep, his mind unintentionally drifting to thoughts of Ibara, making him dream of her as he slept. Their first outing together started an almost daily routine of going out to explore the city. Granted, some days they couldn't go due to prior arrangements or their parents not wanting them to go out that day, but they always found something new to do every day they'd go exploring together. And almost always, Izuku would fly Ibara back to her house, much to both of their enjoyment. During their first year, they grew closer to one another, getting to know each other better. It was in that time that Ibara slowly came to the realization that Izuku wasn't a real angel. That didn't stop her from liking him, though. During the time they grew closer, Bakugo noticed the change and was happy for his friends. The end of their first year came and the two of them graduated the top of their class with Bakugo. The three friends moved on to the second year, and it was then that Bakugo stepped in, having seen the way both of them look at one another all year and do nothing about it. Izuku, Ibara, and Bakugo were all put in the same class in their second year, so they wouldn't need to meet up in the hallways between classes. That said, as the bell for their next class rang, Izuku was held back by Bakugo, causing Ibara to look at them questioningly. Go on, Shizaki. Gotta talk to Izuku about some things, Bakugo grunted, gesturing with his head for her to get going. Very well. I will see you two in class, then, Ibara said, flashing Izuku a kind smile. Izuku smiled in return, his chest warm as he observed the kind smile in Ibara's face. When Ibara left, he turned to Bakugo. What is it? Izuku asked. Not one to mince words, Bakugo went straight to the point. Ask her out, Bakugo said, drawing a flustered blush from Izuku. What? I know you like her, so fucking ask her out, Bakugo repeated. I don't know what you're talking about. Bakugo let out a growl sigh. You've been pussyfooting around ever since the end of our first year of high school. You better fucking ask her out before this weekend or else I'll tell her that you like her myself, Bakugo threatened. Izuku could see there was no getting around Bakugo and let out a defeated sigh. Okay, but how? Izuku asked. It ain't fucking rocket science. Just go up to her at lunch and ask her out. But what if she doesn't say yes? Fuck her, she will say yes. She has the hots for you just like you do for her, Bakugo shouted, shaking Izuku back and forth. Oh okay, Izuku said, causing Bakugo to stop shaking him. But I'll ask her after school. Bakugo growled for a few moments before huffing. Fine, but you better ask her, or it's your ass, Bakugo said, poking Izuku's forehead once before letting him go. I will. Ibara noticed something was off when Izuku returned from his talk with Bakugo. His face was red and it seemed to increase in shade whenever he looked at her or whenever their eyes locked onto each other. Since it was a half day, she decided to ask him about it when they were heading home. When the time came and they were walking out of the gate, Bakugo said he had to pick up some things for his mother, meaning he wasn't going to walk home with them. That left the two of them alone on their walk. When she was about to ask Izuku about his strange behavior, he got her attention first. "You, Ibara?" Izuku asked. What is it, Izuku?" Ibara questioned curiously. "Well, we've known one another for a while now and, well," Izuku stopped walking, making her stop as well. Ibara could notice hesitation and doubt in his eyes. But after he took a deep breath, he fixed his eyes on hers, locking their gaze at one another. "Ibara, would you like to become my girlfriend and go out on a date with me?" Izuku asked, his face exploding in red after he spoke. Ibara was stunned. She knew she liked him, but she didn't expect him to like her the same way, despite the obvious signs. Thinking back, she should have known he would ask her out. As she replayed his question in her head, her heart couldn't help but flutter. She smiled happily at Izuku. "Yes," Ibara said. Izuku was turning away when she said it, but when her words processed in his mind, he turned to her with wide eyes. What? "Yes, I accept your proposal to become boyfriend and girlfriend," Ibara said softly. Izuku continued to stare at Ibara, drawing a blush from her. She decided to change the subject to try and get him to speak again. "So, Izuku, are we going to head home by flight today?" Ibara questioned. At the question, Izuku shook from his shocked thoughts. He cleared his throat before speaking. "Why, yes," Izuku said softly. "Very well. I'm ready when you are," Ibara said, turning around so Izuku can hold her. Wait, now. "Yes, I wish to return home and finally introduce you to my parents," Ibara said with a smile, glancing back at him. "Oh," Izuku asked. "Yes, do you not wish to meet them?" Ibara questioned curiously. "And no, that's not it, I was just surprised at the sudden question," Izuku said shyly. "Oh, I see. Well, shall we get going?" Ibara questioned, an innocently eager smile on her face. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her eagerness. He wrapped his arms around Ibara and spread his wings, flapping off and launching them into the air. They soared through the air, the familiar feeling of flight welcoming them as they went. The flight was silent, and in the wake of their confession, they held one another closer as they flew. They eventually made it to the Shizaki household and came in for a landing. He made sure to set down softly when he landed. Ibara immediately missed Izuku's touch when he released her after landing. She watched his magnificent golden wings fold up behind him, admiring the shine of the sun that reflected off of his beautiful wings. Her gaze shifted to Izuku and she smiled at him. Reaching out her hand, she grabbed his, drawing a blush from the greenette. "Shall we start moving?" Ibara asked softly. Izuku nodded in reply before walking with her to the front door. Ibara was about to open the door when Izuku stopped her, reaching over and grabbing the handle to open it for her. He gestured for her to enter with a smile, the vine-haired girl smiling in reply. She entered first, followed by Izuku. "Mother, I'm home. Is father home yet?" Ibara called. "Welcome home, dear. Your father isn't home yet," the voice of Ibara's mother called. "Mother, I would like to introduce you to someone," Ibara called once Izuku and Ibara took their shoes off and went further into the house. "Oh, is it one of your friends?" Ibara's mother questioned. "As of today, he is more than just a friend," Ibara said, a smile on her face and faint blush on her cheeks. Izuku blushed as well. He was temporarily distracted when he heard the sound of quick footsteps make their way to the two of them. He then saw a woman wearing a protective look on her face and her hair flowing behind her unnaturally. It must have been her Quirk. The defensive look in her eyes melted away to one of shock as she saw Izuku. The look of shock then shifted to one of realization. "You're the boy from all those years ago," the woman said in realization. "Oh, do you remember me?" Izuku asked with an embarrassed sheepish smile, scratching the back of his head. Ibara watched in silence, smiling in amusement at the look of shock on her face. She remembered she had a similarly surprised expression when meeting him again after so long. "Yes, I do. You were the angel that my baby told me about meeting again." "You are wishing to date my baby?" Ibara's mother asked. "Well, with your permission, I would love to have her as my girlfriend," Izuku said, bowing. "Oh, no bowing. I should be the one bowing to you," Ibara's mother said quickly. Izuku slowly rose once more, feeling slightly disturbed that his new girlfriend's mother is thinking he was an angel. While he was used to being thought of as an angel, he slowly was able to convince Ibara that he wasn't an angel, and since then, the only times she called him that were during the very rare times she tried to tease him. It, of course, got its intended effect every time. He was brought out of his thoughts by Ibara's mother speaking once more. "As for my permission for dating my baby girl, I would be most honored for you to have Ibara as your girlfriend," Ibara's mother replied, bowing. "Thank you, Mrs. Shizaki," Izuku said, surprised at the sudden bow. "No, thank you. Since meeting you again, Ibara has never been happier," Ibara's mother said. "Mother, I would like to give him a tour of our house. Would that be acceptable, or do you wish to continue speaking with him?" Ibara asked, finally speaking up after noticing the slightly uncomfortable look on his face. "Oh, yes, of course. I do hope you find the house comfortable," her mother finished. "I'm sure I will. Thank you again for approving of us," Izuku said softly and respectfully. Ibara's mother bowed once more as Izuku was taken around the house by Ibara. Her house was very similar to Izuku's house, with stylistic differences like the Christian motif in the house. The backyard was similar as well, with the exception of a pool with lawn chairs along one side of it. Ibara ended her tour of her house at her room, showing him the relatively bare room save for a cross on the far wall, a bookshelf, a desk, and a nightstand next to her bed. "So, what do you think?" Ibara asked curiously. "I like it. It's pretty similar to my house, actually," Izuku replied. "Good. I'm glad," Ibara said. "So, I see you haven't told them," Izuku asked. Ibara's expression dropped slightly. "I don't know if they would approve if they knew you weren't one. They could accuse you for impersonating one to get to me if we told them," Ibara said with a sigh. "I understand. As much as I don't really like it, I can handle it, as long as we can be together," Izuku said with a smile. Ibara found herself letting out a girly giggle that she never knew she was able to do. "Earlier you weren't very confident with confessing. Has the flight changed your mind?" Ibara asked in one of the rare moments she was able to tease him. Izuku blushed slightly. "I should have never let Bakugo tell you about teasing," Izuku muttered. Ibara giggled once more. She was always happy around Izuku. She felt she could be herself instead of having to put on a very formal act like her parents expected from her. "Oh, Ibara, Izuku, could you come to the living room?" Ibara's mother called. "We will be there momentarily, mother," Ibara called. Ibara's father was in the living room, having arrived earlier than normal. Needless to say, when he saw Izuku, his eyes practically popped out of his head. And when he found out the two of them were dating, he couldn't have been happier. His baby girl was dating a real-life angel. Her children will be the holiest things to grace the earth since Jesus Christ graced the earth. Izuku still felt bad that he was lying to the family, but the alternative would have been worse as he thought he wouldn't have been able to see her again otherwise. He didn't want that at all, so he decided to grin and bear it for the time being. At the end of the day, Izuku had to leave the house. When he did, Ibara walked him to the door. "Where should we go tomorrow?" Ibara questioned curiously, talking about their usual days of exploring. "On a date, Ibara. How does sushi sound?" Izuku questioned with a soft smile. Ibara smiled happily, nodding. "That would be most acceptable." Ibara beamed. "Then it's a date," Izuku said. The two of them embraced in a heartwarming hug before Izuku left, flying home in the night sky after one last word of goodbye. As he flew through the air, he couldn't help but think back to Ibara's smiling face. He wanted to see more of it. Good thing he would be seeing it more and more as the years went on. Izuku woke the day after asking Ibara out with an energetic start. He quickly got out of his bed and went to get dressed. He had to make sure his choice of clothing was good for the date he was about to go on. He stopped when he heard his phone notifying him of a text. After opening his phone, he read the text he received as his face lit up with a bright smile. "Ibara, good morning, Izuku. When should we meet up?" Izuku thought for a moment before replying. "Izuku, how about we meet up in an hour and we can go to the restaurant together?" Ibara, "That sounds good to me. See you in an hour, Izuku." He put his phone down and ran to the kitchen to get a light snack. Keigo and Inko noticed Izuku's rush and ever-present smile on his face almost immediately. "Why is he so energetic?" Inko asked. "I'm guessing a girl's involved," Keigo commented with a smirk. Inko gasped as she felt her heart skip a beat. "A girl?" Inko asked. "And I'm guessing it's that vine-haired girl we saw at his graduation," Keigo said with an even wider smirk. "I think her name was Ibara Shizaki." Inko thought aloud before gasping. "My baby's going on a date with a beautiful girl like her." Inko's outburst traveled to Izuku's ears and tripped him up, causing him to fall over when misstepping. The fall was noticed by Keigo, who laughed at him. Izuku got to his feet, his face beat red at having both been found out about his date and Keigo's laughter. Before he had any time to explain himself, his mother rushed him and pulled him into a bone-crushing hug. "My baby boy is growing up. I quote am so proud," Inko cried, flinging him around in her arms. "Show no mercy, Mom. Tell him how happy you are," Keigo encouraged from the sidelines, watching the exchange with an amused expression. "M-O-O-M, I'm M-Go-O-on and a B-E-L-A-T-E," Izuku said, his speech slow as Inko kept shaking him around. "Oh, right. Go. Have fun. I want to hear about how it went when you get home," Inko said quickly as Izuku ran to the front door. "Don't make a home run on the first date," Keigo called back, causing Izuku to trip up in embarrassment again. "Keigo," Izuku shouted in embarrassment. The elder Midoriya brother laughed in response as he heard the door open then close as his younger brother left the house. He turned to look at Inko, who was smiling happily. He smiled as well. "How about we get some breakfast? Then we can see if we can spy on him," Keigo suggested. "Keigo, that would be rude. He deserves some privacy," Inko said. "All right, I'll just get Kaoruko to come with instead," Keigo said without thinking. "Kaoruko?" Inko asked. Keigo cringed. He looked back to see Inko tearing up. He had a strange feeling to not be standing still for some reason. He quickly realized why he had the feeling as he was suddenly crushed in a hug by his mother. My other baby boy is growing up too. I quote am so proud. Inko cried. And Mom, Keigo shouted in embarrassment. Ibara was really excited. So excited, in fact, that she felt she went overboard for preparing herself. She spent a half hour deciding what to wear, and even then, it looked simple. She wore a forest green t-shirt and deep blue jeans. Her jeans were men's jeans, as they had more space to put things in her pockets compared to women's jeans. She didn't know why that was. Adding on to the over-preparing, she brought her vine hair into a ponytail that went out the back of her head. She never thought about styling her hair before, but she wanted it to look perfect. She saw a few girls style their hair in a ponytail and thought to try it and hope it worked. Lastly, she put her necklace of the Christian cross around her neck. She felt she looked simple, but she hoped Izuku liked it. Mother, I'm going out on a date with Izuku. I won't return for a while. Ibara called. Have fun, dear. Ibara's mother called. Ibara smiled excitedly before grabbing her phone and wallet and going to the front door to put her shoes on. Finally, she left the house and went to meet up with Izuku. At least, that was the plan. As soon as she closed her door and turned around, Izuku was already there and staring at her with wide eyes and a hint of a blush on his face. Ibara blushed as he continued to stare at her. She took a calming breath before smiling, hoping to change the subject of her appearance for a moment. You couldn't wait to meet up with me? Ibara asked softly. Izuku realized he was staring when she spoke and shook his head, trying to dispel the growing blush on his face. He cleared his throat before responding. And not really. I was excited for today, Izuku said shyly. Ibara giggled before walking up to him. Me too. You look good, Izuku, Ibara said, looking at his appearance. He wore a green t-shirt a similar shade as her own with lighter blue jeans and his signature red shoes. It was simple, but also attractive to the vine-haired girl. She found herself blushing a bit more as she looked at him. Thanks, Ibara. You look really pretty, Izuku said shyly. Ibara blushed even more, her face turning bright red at the compliment. He thought she was pretty. That was great. Thank you, Izuku, Ibara said shyly. Why, you're welcome, Izuku said, looking away in shyness. Ibara had to take a few seconds to compose herself. When she did, she decided to get his attention. So, Izuku, Ibara asked. Izuku asked, his face still red. Are we going to fly to the restaurant or will we walk there? Ibara asked curiously while slipping her hand into his. Izuku was silent for a moment before he replied. I was thinking we could walk. We could spend more time together that way, Izuku said shyly. Ibara smiled happily, gently squeezing his hand once. I would love that, Ibara replied. So why are we following Izuku again? Keigo's blue-skinned girlfriend questioned. She and Keigo were hiding behind some bushes as they watched Izuku and Ibara walking along the sidewalk to a local sushi restaurant with both indoor and outdoor seating. We gotta make sure the little golden wing doesn't get hurt, Keigo replied with a smile. Translation, you want more fuel to tease your brother with later, Kaoruko clarified flatly. Exactly, Keigo replied. Kaoruko sighed, smiling fondly at her boyfriend. Sometimes I wonder why I let you pull me into these things instead of trying to make you do something else. Kaoruko muttered. They're getting outdoor seating it looks like. Come on, let's get to a better vantage point, Keigo whispered. Kaoruko sighed once more. All right, let's go, she said, letting herself get pulled along further into spying on the little brother of her boyfriend. Izuku and Ibara get brought out to a table outside underneath an umbrella. Izuku pulled a chair out for Ibara to sit in, which she thanks him for as she sits in it. He then sat across from her at the table. Can I get you two started with a drink? The waiter asked. I would like water, please, Ibara said politely. Same with me, please, Izuku added. I'll be right back then. The waiter nodded. The waiter walked away, leaving the two in silence. They shared a shy smile as they locked eyes for a moment before looking down at their menus. This is on me, Ibara, so don't worry about paying for it, Izuku said softly. Are you sure? I can pay if I need to. Ibara looked up at him with concern in her eyes. Izuku looked up at her, locking eyes with her as he smiled. I'm sure. I want to pay, Izuku said. The smile he fixed her with made Ibara blush, but she couldn't look away. Both realized how they were staring at one another and looked away in shyness. Thank you, Izuku, Ibara said shyly. Why, you're welcome, Izuku muttered. Thankfully, their shy atmosphere was interrupted by the waiter returning with 2 glasses of water. Have you two decided on what you'll be ordering today? The waiter asked. Izuku was the first to speak, clearing his throat. Why yes, I'd like to have the bento with the teriyaki chicken and California rolls. Okay, and you, miss? The waiter asked, turning to Ibara. Oh, I'd like 1 order of cucumber rolls, avocado rolls, and fried calamari, please. Ibara spoke, looking at her menu for the order names. Okay, your orders will be out shortly, the waiter said, taking the menus and leaving the two. What do you want to talk about? Izuku asked shyly. I'm not sure. What do people on dates usually talk about? Ibara asked curiously. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Never been on a date before, Izuku said with a sheepish smile. And what do you call all those other times you go out on the town with Ibara? Keigo asked in a whisper. SHH, you don't want them hearing us, Kaoruko whispered. Right, me neither, I guess. Maybe get to know each other better, Ibara suggested. I guess, but where to start? Izuku asked. Ibara was silent for a moment before suddenly giggling. Izuku raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What? Izuku asked. We have no trouble talking to each other when we usually go out to do something in the city, but a date finally prevents us from thinking of what to talk about, Ibara said before giggling more. Izuku's heart fluttered at Ibara's giggles. He smiled and began chuckling as well, just enjoying the comfortable atmosphere that formed from their humorous laughter. Awa, that's so adorable, Kaoruko muttered as she heard what was said. Keigo nodded in agreement. The two of them descended into comfortable conversation after the icebreaker that was their laughter. Their food came soon after Ibara said a silent prayer before eating, Izuku simply being silent while she prayed. The two enjoyed their food and idly talked with one another, smiles gracing their faces. The two people spying on them enjoyed watching the two's date, happy both of them were finding happiness in one another. After a while, they decided to go someplace else, Izuku paying the bill before they left the restaurant. Ibara suggested going to a park, which Izuku was more than okay with. With the pair's experience with the city, they knew just which park to go to as well. Izuku and Ibara walked through the park hand in hand, heading to the flower garden portion of it. Ibara was quietly thinking of what to say. Part of her wanted to know his thoughts on religion. She knew some of the things she did made him somewhat uncomfortable, calling him an angel early in their friendship being one of them. She just didn't want it to seem so sudden. But there was no way to bring it up any other way. She didn't want to push him away just because of her religion. Izuku, Ibara asked, breaking the hold on his hand and stepping away once. Izuku brought his attention to Ibara, having missed the touch of her hand against his. What is it, Ibara? Izuku asked. Well, is my religion making you uncomfortable? Ibara asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. What would make you think that? Izuku asked. Well, when I first called you an angel, you would always seem uncomfortable. And whenever I pray during food, you get silent and serious. Ibara trailed off, looking insecure. I get silent and serious because you're praying, and I don't think me smiling or doing whatever I was doing before would be respectful for you praying. And you already know that I hated being considered an angel because I wasn't an angel and didn't want to feel like I was impersonating one. Izuku explained in a soft voice. I'm sorry for assuming, I don't want to push you away because of my beliefs. I know some of the people at school think I'm weird for them, Ibara said in a low voice. Izuku moved to her, wrapping her in a warm hug. Ibara returned the hug, looking away in silent shame for assuming things. You won't push me away, Ibara. I honestly am fine with your beliefs, even if I don't agree with them in some cases. But that's okay. We don't have to agree on that. They're your beliefs. Don't let what other people think bring you down. All right, Izuku asked softly. I know I shouldn't have worried, but Ibara trailed off. Wanted this to work, right? Izuku asked. Ibara nodded in response. She suddenly noticed the world turn to gold as Izuku's wings enveloped the two of them. I feel the same way. I was actually worried my beliefs would push you away, Izuku said. Ibara was surprised. While she did know that early on her tolerance for people who weren't Christian was very low, she started getting more tolerant once she met Izuku and Bakugo. But to think, Izuku was constantly worried that she wouldn't like what he believed, and as much as she was worried he didn't like what she believed. My goodness, I just feel so foolish now, Ibara commented, finally looking up at Izuku and smiling slightly. Me too, actually. Let's make a promise, then. We won't care about each other's beliefs. We will love each other for who we are, not what we believe in, Izuku said softly. You said love, Ibara commented with a blush. Izuku, realizing what he just said, blushed slightly. Well, Izuku trailed off, looking away in embarrassment. Ibara reached a hand up and turned him to face her. She was looking at him with a blush on her face. Izuku, I don't know how relationships go, but I just feel this desire to do this, Ibara said. Do what? Izuku asked. Ibara wordlessly moved her face closer to his, her eyes locked with his. Izuku didn't know why, but he wasn't moving his head back. It was as if he subconsciously wanted what was about to happen. Their lips met in a soft and caring kiss, fireworks going off in both their minds as their faces heated up and their chests warmed. To them, it was the most amazing thing they could have felt. What are they doing? Can you see? Keigo asked. Keigo was currently holding his girlfriend up so she could look over the hedge that walled off the garden area from the rest of the park. She was looking over, but due to the wings obscuring her vision, she couldn't see what was happening. I can't. His wings are in the way, Kaoruko whispered in reply. My little brother is getting his first kiss. I bet that's what. What else would they be doing in there? talking. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that and just think that they're kissing. You're unbelievable, Kyoruko muttered with a fond sigh. The two pulled back from their kiss and stared at one another for a moment before looking away in shyness. I know that might have been fast, and I don't think you'd want something like. I actually did. Izuku interrupted her with a shy voice. You did? Ibara asked, looking up at him. Yeah, it felt amazing. With you, Izuku said, looking at Ibara once more. I agree, Ibara said, blushing even more. The two smiled shyly at one another, properly comforted. The two pulled back from the hug after a few minutes, Izuku retracting his wings and showing the afternoon sky. The sun was setting, telling them just how long they had been out of the house for. I suppose we're going to have to go home soon, Ibara said, looking down slightly. I guess so, but don't worry. Izuku fixed her with a smile. Why not? We'll be seeing each other again tomorrow. That is, unless you don't want to, Izuku asked. Oh, of course not. I'd love to see you again. Can we just spend a bit more time before going home? Ibara asked. Izuku's smile softened. Of course, Izuku replied with a nod. Ibara smiled once more. Thank you. The couple, still unaware of their eavesdroppers, spent a bit more time with one another in the garden, talking about more positive subjects that they both enjoyed. As the sun was about to disappear below the horizon, they decided to head home. Keeping to their tradition, Izuku wrapped his arms around her and flew her home. It wasn't like previous carries, though. This time, both were hugging each other as they flew instead of Izuku holding her from behind. Keigo and Kyoruko watched them fly away before focusing on one another, smiling softly. He's definitely in good hands, Keigo said softly. Yes, he is. Now come on, Keigo. I already got the okay from Mom that you can come over, Kyoruko said softly. Let's go then, Keigo said before kissing his girlfriend and locking hands with her. The couple started walking in the opposite direction of where Izuku and Ibara went, soft smiles on their faces. Izuku landed at Ibara's house but kept hugging her for a moment. She looked back at the house before up at Izuku. She smiled softly. I'll see you tomorrow, Ibara said softly. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow, Izuku said softly. The two remained in their hug for a few more moments before separating. As Izuku was about to take off, Ibara stopped him, walking over to him once more and placing her hands on his shoulders. She decided to be a bit more daring and kiss him on the cheek, causing both parties to blush, even when they already had their first kiss. Text me when you get home. I don't want to hear about you getting kidnapped, Ibara said with genuine worry, knowing how the nights in Japan could get. I will, Izuku nodded. With that, Ibara removed her hands from Izuku's shoulders and stepped back, letting him take flight. She waved to him as he flew away. Holding her necklace, she whispered a silent prayer that Izuku get home safe before turning and walking into her house. Izuku landed at his house and walked in, ready to take the embarrassment that his brother would give him for going on a date, but he wasn't there. Instead, his mother barreled into him and hugged him, asking him about his date. Izuku first asked where his brother was before answering, and Ko told him that Keigo was at his girlfriend's house for the night. Izuku gained a smirk upon hearing about it, knowing he was going to tease his brother later for that. He then proceeded to tell his mother about his date. His mother was very approving and happy about what they did. Izuku made sure to leave out the part where they kissed, knowing she would have flooded the house if he told her. He didn't want to deal with that at night, especially with how tired he was. After a light dinner, Izuku bid his mother goodnight and went to his bedroom. He made sure to text Ibara that he got home safely before texting her a goodnight message. With that, he got into his pajamas and went to sleep, his thoughts lingering on the kiss that had happened on the date. Because of those thoughts, his dreams were filled with many more kisses that he hoped would happen soon. When school returned the following week, Bakugo could definitely see a change between his two friends. For one, they were closer than ever before. For two, they were actually holding hands without Izuku looking like a blushing mess. He couldn't help but smirk, happy his plan to get Izuku to grow a pair and tell her his true feelings worked. Throughout the day, he spotted them showing affection to one another. A hug in the hallway, a handhold and a smile before sitting together, things like that. He wasn't expecting what came at lunch, though. Bakugo had just grabbed his food and left the lunchroom. He walked along the wall of the school building before turning the corner that gave him a straight shot to the tree. As he turned around the corner, his eyes locked onto Izuku and Ibara looking strangely close. It was then that his mind processed their positions. Izuku was hugging Ibara close while his lips were pressed against hers. Bakugo's eyes bulged out in surprise at what they were doing. They were kissing, this early and actually going out. What the fuck? Bakugo shouted, startling the two at the tree. They pulled back and looked in Bakugo's direction. The two blushed as they realized they were caught. Izuku tried to change the subject. Hey Kaken, was the lunchroom crowded? Izuku asked. Don't hey Kaken me. How the fuck did you two go from hopelessly in love dorks to hitched and kissing in 2 days? Bakugo asked, more shocked than angry. It just felt right. Izuku muttered shyly. Yes, it just came so naturally to us. Are you angry? Ibara questioned shyly. I'm more fucking shocked than anything. I told this nerd to ask you out last Friday and you come back and you're acting like you've been dating for fucking years. Bakugo replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. The two blushed even more at Bakugo's statement. Bakugo sighed. Also, good job. You finally grew a spine, Bakugo said a bit calmer. Why yeah, I guess I did, Izuku said, taking Ibara's hand. I suppose I should now tell Shizaki that if she hurts you, she'll end up in a shallow grave before she even has time to pray for forgiveness, Bakugo said with a vicious smile sent Ibara's way. The girl seemed offended at Bakugo's statement. I would never hurt him, Ibara said with conviction that Bakugo respected. Good, then you won't have to worry about my wrath. Now let's start eating before our food gets cold, Bakugo said, smirking at the two before getting to eating. Izuku was still embarrassed that he was caught kissing his girlfriend after lunch ended. But that didn't stop him from taking Ibara's hand and squeezing it affectionately before putting his empty lunch tray away. After the embarrassment Izuku suffered from Bakugo's outburst, the day calmed down for the three friends. At the end of the day, Izuku and Ibara decided to share a day in the city like they usually did. But instead of their usual exploring, they spent their time in a single place, the park. The peaceful environment became one of their favorite places to go and spend time at. Eventually, as the months went by, and Ko finally demanded to meet Ibara in person rather than only having seen her at graduation, Izuku asked her the day after graduation. Ibara accepted without having to think about it, having been wanting to meet her boyfriend's mother for a while. They scheduled it for the coming weekend and went about the rest of their week normally, kissing, hugging, and showing how much they loved each other like normal. Ibara was looking forward to meeting and getting to know the woman who made such an amazing boy such as her boyfriend. Ibara was nervous, extremely nervous. What if Izuku's mother didn't like her? Would their relationship still work out even if she wasn't liked? Should she hide the fact she's Christian? Or would it be alright to show it? Should she? Ibara, Izuku's arrived. Ibara's mother brought her from her thoughts. Oh okay. Tell him I shall be out momentarily, Ibara called. She was currently staring at her bed which had two different tops. One was a red sundress that would go down to her knees, while the other was a simple white t-shirt. She didn't want to go too extravagant, but also wanted to look nice. Her eyes quickly darted from one top to the other. She finally bit her lip and chose the sundress, putting it on quickly and straightening the wrinkles out. She then took her cross necklace and put it on before leaving her room. Ibara made it to the front door to see Izuku conversing with her mother, who was asking what they were planning on doing. I was thinking of introducing her to my mother today and spending the day with her at my house, she heard him say. Oh, that's splendid. I bet your mother is a kind lady. Indeed she is. She's been looking forward to officially meeting Ibara for a while, Izuku said. Ibara cleared her throat, letting the two of them know she was there. She saw a massive blush forming on Izuku's face as he looked at her appearance. Ibara smiled softly, knowing he thought she looked good. Ibara, honey, you look very beautiful, her mother said. Thank you, mother, Ibara said with a nod. Oh, I'll not hold you two up any longer. May the Lord bless your journey, the woman said before stepping away. Izuku and Ibara focused on one another, each smiling softly. Ready to go? Izuku asked. Yes, I am. Are we going to fly? Ibara asked. Is there any other way to travel? Izuku replied with a question of his own. Ibara smiled before moving up to him and pulling him into a gentle hug. Izuku returned her hug and emphasized it with his wings moving around her and resting against her back, making her hum softly in enjoyment. You give the greatest hugs, Izuku, Ibara said softly. I think you give them better, Izuku said softly, smiling lovingly. Shall we agree to disagree? Ibara asked. I suppose we shall, Izuku replied, playing along. She smiled softly, humming once in acknowledgement before pulling away from the hug, moving to put her shoes on. Once she did, she took his hand and gently pulled him outside so that they could get on with their day. Izuku landed in front of his house, carrying Ibara bridal style in his arms. Ibara was blushing slightly and her vine hair unintentionally wrapped around his chest when he was flying her over. He looked down to see her looking at the door for a moment before looking up at him. He smiled softly at her. You all right? Izuku asked softly. Why yes, it was just surprising. Flying like this, Ibara said shyly, making Izuku's smile slightly larger. His eyes locked with hers and they neared their heads to one another, meeting in a loving kiss. Ibara retracted her vines as she kissed him. Pulling back, they smiled once more at one another. Thank you for flying me here. It's always nice, Ibara said softly. I'm glad you enjoy flying just as much as I do, Izuku replied. What can I say? You convinced me, Ibara said with a warm smile. Izuku chuckled softly, with Ibara joining soon after. Their laughter died down after a few moments and they stared at one another once more with smiles on their faces. You gonna keep holding her like you just got married or are you gonna bring her inside? Teigo's voice interrupted the two's moment, startling them. Izuku and Ibara looked to see Keigo and Inko at the door, the elder brother wearing a knowing smirk while Inko wore a teary-eyed smile. The couple blushed brightly at their audience before Izuku led Ibara down. The vine-haired girl straightened her sundress out before standing straight up. She was about to step forward when Izuku took her hand. She looked up at him to see him give her a nervous smile, nodding. Ibara nodded in response before the two started walking to the front door. When they arrived, Ibara released Izuku's hand before bowing. "My name is Ibara Shizaki. I am Izuku's girlfriend. I hope we can get along," Ibara said before straightening back up again. Keigo raised an eyebrow before nodding in approval while Inko looked like she couldn't hold back for much longer. She finally broke after a minute, rushing Ibara and pulling her into a tight hug. "You're so beautiful, and so polite." "Oh, I'm being impolite. Come in," Inko cried, taking Ibara's hand and pulling her inside. Keigo moved aside to let the two girls inside the house. He turned to Izuku with a smirk. "Not a word, Keigo, or else I'll tell Mom that you need more condoms with how many times you visit your girlfriend," Izuku said threateningly. Keigo chuckled, raising his hands in defeat. "All right, no teasing the rest of the day." "Got it," Keigo said, his smirk still on his face. "And not tomorrow, either," Izuku said with a squint. "Oh, so I can't tease you about the sinful activities you could be up to on your dates." Izuku blushed. Keigo. As Izuku and Keigo were at the front door, Ibara was brought to the living room by Inko and sat down on the couch. "Would you like some tea?" Inko asked. Ibara, who was still recovering from the sudden yank into her boyfriend's house by his mother, only nodded in reply. Inko smiled before turning and entering the kitchen, soon returning with a pot of tea and 2 cups. She poured the tea before sitting down beside Ibara. "So, may I call you Ibara?" Inko asked. "Why, yes, you may," Ibara said. "Wonderful, and you can call me Inko. I've heard a lot about you," Inko said with a bright smile. "Why, you have?" Ibara asked with a blush. "Yeah, Izuku doesn't give me many details about your dates, but he loves talking about how nice you are. Of course, that's when Keigo isn't around. Those two tease each other so much. Izuku always keeps his mouth shut about you around him," Inko said with an amused giggle. "I would understand that. From the times I've met him, he always teased Izuku." Ibara nodded in agreement. "He's always done that, from the day he was able to talk to now. It's funny to watch sometimes," Inko explained. "But enough about that. I want to know about you," Inko said with a bright smile. Ibara looked at Inko with a blush before nodding. "Well, I have a very Christian family, and a very protective family as well. I was never really a part of public schools until the day I met your son again." "Speaking of your son, he was actually my first real friend. Back when we first met, I was never really around children my age except for at church, but even then, we never interacted outside of it. I was really lonely, but Izuku changed that. Even more so when we met once more during school. Ever since I met him, my life has been wonderful," Ibara explained. Inko smiled softly, happy her son had that effect on Ibara's life. "I'm happy he has made you happier, and I'm happy you made him happier. Needless to say, I am happy you two are together," Inko said softly. "Thank you. I'm glad you accept me," Ibara said, smiling happily. "Of course I would accept you. You're the purest girl I've ever met." Inko beamed, hugging Ibara even tighter upon seeing Ibara smiling. "So what are some things you like?" Inko asked. "Well, I really like flying. Izuku helped me enjoy it and I'm quite happy about it. I like reading and watching television as well. My parents have been very selective on what I watch and read, though, so I don't know much in terms of movies and books," Ibara replied. "And of course you like my son as well," Inko teased, causing Ibara to blush. "Why, yes, I do," Ibara said shyly. "I'm glad you do. He deserves someone as kind as you in his life. He hasn't been the same since Hisashi died." But after his first day back, he returned with a smile. "I suppose you were the cause of that, correct?" "Yes, I was. I really wanted to help," Ibara said. "You've helped him so much since that day, Ibara, and for that I thank you," Inko said softly, pulling the girl into a hug Ibara returned. The two descended into comfortable conversation after pulling back from their hug. The rest of the evening progressed very well for Ibara. After a while longer talking to Inko, Ibara watched as Inko broke up the tease fight that was happening at the front door. When the two calmed down, Izuku and Keigo were both blushing with embarrassment while side-eyeing each other. After Inko broke their fight up, Izuku offered to take Ibara on a tour, which she accepted. The tour reminded her of her house, having a similar layout as hers, with the primary difference being the decor of the house. Their tour ended at Izuku's room, which took a while to get to due to his shyness over showing it. Eventually, he had to face the music and show his room. "Well, here it is," Izuku said shyly. Ibara looked around as she entered Izuku's bedroom. It was wall-to-wall hero merchandise, including ones of his late father. When she saw the posters of his father, her heart panged with sorrow, knowing it must have hurt to wake up to them every day. She turned to face him with a smile that seemed to attract the light of the heavens with its beauty. "It's a wonderful room, Izuku," Ibara said softly. Izuku took one look at Ibara's face and blushed, hiding his face with his wings in embarrassment. "It's too nerdy, though," Izuku said shyly. "That's okay. It's exactly what I would think your room would be like," Ibara replied. "Okay," Izuku said, his wings moving away and revealing his shy face. "Izuku, could you come here?" Ibara asked. The boy nodded, walking up to her, where she turned his head to face hers and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. "I love this part of you, just like I love the rest of your qualities," Ibara said softly. The kiss relaxed Izuku slightly, his arms moving around her in a gentle embrace. She smiled, leaning into the embrace. "I love you too, Ibara," Izuku said softly. The vine-haired girl blushed but smiled as she looked up at him. "I'm glad you do. Now how about you take me on a tour of your room? These figures look rather interesting," Ibara said, glancing at one of the shelves. Izuku brightened up as he released her and started talking about the figures he had on his shelves. He got through only one shelf before the two of them were called for dinner, though. She found it amusing at how much of a hero nerd he was. But it was also cute seeing his excitement over talking about heroes. Ibara and Izuku went to dinner and spent the rest of the afternoon getting to know the Midoriyas a bit better. Keigo was rambunctious and always had a joke to say to bring the table to laughter. Inko was very motherly, just like how she acted when Ibara was talking with her, asking her children and Ibara how they were doing and if they were liking the food. At the end of the day, she had to leave and Izuku offered to fly her home. When they arrived, she and him spent some time a bit away from her house to talk. "So, what did you think?" Izuku asked curiously. "Your family is very refreshing," Ibara replied. "Refreshing? What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "That dinner was filled with fun conversation, kind words, and smiles." Inko asked about our days and Keigo always tried to bring laughter to the table. "My family never really had such a thing. My parents are too strict and serious and the silence at dinner was so uncomfortable. The only time we speak is when my father asks me about my studies," Ibara said, looking down. "I'm sorry, Ibara. I never knew," Izuku said softly. Ibara smiled sadly. "I never really told you. I didn't really want to burden you with my familial problems, especially when never mind." Ibara stopped herself from mentioning Izuku's father. "Ibara, you don't have to hold those problems in. I'm here, and I can help. I want to help," Izuku said, his arms gently gripping her biceps and squeezing them affectionately. Ibara looked up at him with a sorrowful smile. "I'm sorry. Could you forgive me for keeping this from you?" Ibara asked. "Of course I will. I understand the desire to hide things from people. Did you know Bakugo wasn't always the guy he is today?" Izuku asked, not knowing how to describe his best friend. "He wasn't. No, he wasn't. Before my quirk fully came in, he used to pass off my quirk as nothing but a pair of wings and considered me useless. He used to verbally bully me, but I kept holding out that my friend was in there, and I kept my family from knowing about the bullying. But when my quirk fully came in, he changed to how he is now. I guess all it took was for someone to challenge him and actually have the ability to back up their challenge. But anyways, my point is that I've kept something from my family before, so I understand the wish to not burden others with your problems," Izuku said softly. "He used to bully you?" Ibara asked, surprised. "Yes, but he's changed since then. I promise, and I've forgiven him since that time," Izuku said softly. Ibara looked down once more, feeling she didn't deserve to have such a forgiving boyfriend. Hiding things from one's significant other was a sin, after all. Her thoughts about how she didn't deserve his forgiveness lessened when Izuku pulled her into a comforting hug. "Why do you forgive others for such things?" Ibara asked, not meeting his eyes. "Because it's better to forgive and move on than to linger on it. After all, you've shown that you regret it, and Bakugo's changed from how he previously acted. And hopefully you can tell me next time something happens at your home that you don't like," Izuku said softly. Ibara looked up at Izuku finally, seeing his soft expression. She smiled a bit happier at him. "Let me help you, please?" Izuku asked softly. "Okay, thank you so much, Izuku. I promise to not hold things in," Ibara replied with a nod. Izuku smiled softly. "Thank you, Ibara. And hey, I will try my best to help you. If you just need to hear my voice, just call. No matter what time it is, I'll answer," Izuku said softly. "Thank you, Izuku. I don't deserve you," Ibara said. Izuku chuckled. "No, I don't deserve you," Izuku said before lowering himself to rest his forehead against hers. The two didn't share a kiss, instead staying where they were and enjoying the other's presence. After a few minutes, they finally locked their lips in a loving kiss. The two pulled back after a few moments, both smiling softly. "I'll text you when I get home." "All right," Izuku asked. "Okay, would it be possible to call you after that?" Ibara asked. "Of course," Izuku said softly, nodding. Ibara smiled a bit wider. "Thank you." Izuku and Ibara kissed one last time before releasing from their hug and separating. with Ibara going into her house and Izuku flying back to his. Ibara had bid goodnight to her parents soon after she entered her house and waited for Izuku to text her. After 20 minutes, Izuku did and she called afterwards. The two of them didn't really have a specific subject that they talked about. Ibara was just wanting to hear Izuku's voice and Izuku was wanting to just talk with her. As the night progressed, Ibara found herself being lulled to sleep by Izuku's soft voice that he spoke with to make sure his family wasn't woken up by him. As she got sleepier, Izuku tried gently to get her to go to sleep. Ibara proved rather stubborn when tired, however, determined to keep speaking to her boyfriend. In the end, Izuku kept talking to her until she fell asleep on the phone, in which he then whispered a goodnight and hung up before going to sleep himself. Both Ibara and Izuku enjoyed a wonderful sleep, not knowing that something was coming that could change their lives massively. The following years went by faster than either of them expected. The problem with Ibara's parents persisted, unfortunately, leading to many late-night calls. Izuku was always willing to help, for which he had Ibara's everlasting gratitude. Izuku and Ibara gradually got closer and advanced their relationship. Their 11th year of school marked the first time they had a sleepover. It took some work on Ibara's end, whose parents were apprehensive of her sleeping over at a boy's house, but they eventually allowed it. Inko required much less convincing, happily agreeing the first time he asked. Of course, Keigo couldn't help but tease his brother about having a girl stay the night. Thankfully for Izuku, Keigo was going to see Kaoruko, whom he brought over the previous year, for the night as well. It wasn't at all due to Izuku bringing his girlfriend over that he suddenly decided to see his girlfriend for the night. Not at all. I don't want you to pick me up this time around. Ibara's voice came through Izuku's phone. What? Why not? Izuku asked. I want to get some exercise in. You've really spoiled me, especially since we both want to be heroes. Ibara replied, a soft giggle coming through the phone. That's true. And speaking of being heroes, we really should get to training, Ibara said. We can talk more about that when you're here, Izuku replied. Right. I will see you soon. I love you, Ibara said softly. I love you, too, Izuku replied. The phone call ended and Izuku sat back on the couch, not knowing what to do with the house being relatively empty aside from Inko. Hey Izuku, could you help me with cooking this? Inko asked, as if she sensed his boredom. Izuku perked up slightly, thankful that there was actually something to do to pass the time. All right, Izuku called. Knock, knock, knock. Izuku looked out from the kitchen towards the door. He looked down at himself to see flour staining his shirt. He winced slightly before patting as much flour as he could out of his clothes before moving to the door. Opening it up, he was greeted by Ibara. She was wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, her signature cross necklace, carrying a bag he figured was filled with clothes and wearing a loving smile that was directed at him. He smiled softly in response. Fighting with the flour? Ibara asked, her smile shortening to a smirk. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Your face. It has flour on it, Ibara replied, giggling. Izuku gained a confused expression before patting his cheek. Sure enough, a puff of flour came off his cheek. Mom was lying, Izuku said, grimacing slightly. Ibara giggled. About what? She threw some flour at my face and when I wiped it off, she said I was clean, Izuku said. Ibara giggled more at that. Izuku smiled softly, her giggles sounding like a wonderful melody of notes that he could never get tired of. How about you get cleaned off and show me what you two are making? Ibara suggested. All right, come in, Izuku said, moving to the side. Ibara smiled happily before walking in, pausing beside Izuku. She leaned up and kissed his unfloured cheek before continuing to head inside. Izuku smiled, watching her walk inside his home before finally closing the door and walking to the bathroom to rinse his face off. The evening progressed calmly and enjoyably. Ibara always enjoyed spending time with Inko. The woman felt a lot more like a mother to her than her actual mother did. While she did think her parents cared for her, they never openly showed it as much as Inko did to her and Izuku. After they finished their dinner, which was absolutely scrumptious, Ibara sat down with Izuku and Inko on the couch to watch movies. That was another thing that Ibara liked. She wasn't restricted in what she watched with the Midoriyas. If she saw a movie that made her curious, she would ask about it, and if she was interested in it, she would ask to watch it. Before we watch anything, I suppose I should tell you that you're taking my bed, Izuku said to her. What? No, it's your bed, so you take it, Ibara said. No, Ibara, I want you to take my bed. Giggling from Inko interrupted them. Oh, I'm so sorry. You two are just so adorable, even when you disagree on something, Inko said, causing Ibara and Izuku to blush. Mom, Izuku whined. If Ibara is so adamant on using the couch, then she can use the couch, Inko said. But my bed's gonna be more comfortable, Izuku replied. All the more reason you get to use it, Ibara chimed in. It's 2 against 1, sweetie. I think you should give up, Inko said with a victorious smile. Izuku drooped his shoulders in defeat, his wings following suit. Ibara giggled softly before yelping as she was suddenly yanked into a cuddle. As penance, you must cuddle with me, Izuku said with a playful pout. Ibara giggled once more before melting into his arms, resting her head against his shoulder. Oh, if I must, Ibara said softly, not hiding her enjoyment. She saw Inko smiling softly at the two of them and couldn't help but smile a bit wider, happy she liked the two of them being in a relationship. Her thoughts were brought back to Izuku as his wings slowly wrapped around them, giving them a warm blanket to snuggle into. It felt absolutely heavenly. I could really get used to this, Ibara said softly, letting out a gentle hum of satisfaction. Me too, Izuku replied, placing a gentle kiss on top of her head. She felt a wave of gentle warmth flood her body from the kiss. They began watching a movie soon after, choosing one they had already watched since Ibara didn't want to move from the warmth she was feeling. Yeah, she could really get used to this. RIIINNNGGG. Alright, class, as usual, you will get your full class schedules tomorrow. I do expect your papers about what you want to do in the future on my desk tomorrow morning after the bell rings, Izuku's teacher said. It was the last year of high school. In the time between their first sleepover and then, they began training themselves, going on daily runs and going to a nearby gym that allowed them to improve their bodies. They still had the question of where to train their quirks, but Izuku said he had an idea of where they could train. Izuku mulled over the idea in his head when he was pulled from his thoughts by the popping of Bakugo's quirk. Back. Izuku jolted back when he noticed the popping explosions were close to his face. He looked up to see Bakugo with a smirk. Had to get you out of your daydreaming somehow. What is it? Izuku asked, trying to calm down from being startled. I gotta go to the arcade with some nerds, so I won't walk home with you, Bakugo said. Izuku smiled. You know, you should stop calling them nerds. Maybe try making more friends. PFFT, I got enough of them. Too many and they get in my way, Bakugo scoffed. Izuku chuckled. Fair enough. I gotta go get groceries for my mom anyways, so I wouldn't have been able to walk home anyways, Izuku replied. They better not be Katsuden ingredients. Bakugo shot back. Maybe, Izuku said, looking away with a flustered blush. A giggle caught Izuku's attention, causing his gaze to turn to Ibara. The past years had proven kind to Ibara, blessing her with a growth spurt that made her stand at even height with Izuku. You and your Katsuden. Be careful, I may get jealous, Ibara teased. Why, you know I love you more than Katsuden, Izuku said with a flustered pout. I believe you, Ibara said with a kind smile. Now how about we get going? All right, Izuku replied. Whipped, Bakugo said before leaving. Shut up. Izuku snapped at the cackling Bakugo. Izuku and Ibara were walking down the sidewalk, heading home after shopping. Izuku, Ibara asked. What is it? Izuku questioned. Do you think I can stay the night this weekend? Ibara questioned. You already know the answer, Izuku replied with a smile. I know, but I thought it would be polite to ask, Ibara said, a shy smile gracing her lips. Well, I think the ones you really need to ask are your parents. They have been a lot more open to me sleeping over at your house recently, Ibara commented. That'll make things easier, Izuku said with a smile. Indeed it will, Ibara replied, returning his smile. Izuku's wing hooked around Ibara's side, gently pulling her closer to him. She giggled softly at the gesture before suddenly stopping as the both of them heard an explosion. What was that? Izuku questioned, looking around. Another pair of explosions went off. Izuku pointed to a nearby street. Over there, Izuku said, running over with Ibara following. When they turned the corner to the street, they saw a large crowd surrounding the entrance of an alleyway, being held back by heroes Izuku was familiar with. The one he was most familiar with was Kamui Woods, who wasn't doing anything. He noticed another, Backdraft, who was putting out the fires at the entrance to the alleyway. Izuku, Ibara said worriedly. What? Izuku asked. Look, Ibara said, pointing to the figure in the alleyway. Izuku saw a large sludgy substance surrounding a blonde-haired Bakugo. Kakin, Izuku let out. Izuku, without thinking, dropped the bags in his hand and soared into the sky, Ibara shouting after him. He flew straight for the sludge, using his quirk to reflect the light and slice into the sludgy substance. From the outside perspective, it looked like the sludge was suddenly splitting apart for no reason. He landed in front of the sludge and reached inside, grasping his friend and pulling as hard as he could. The sludge, understandably, was hard to pull out of, but he sighed in relief when Bakugo's face was out and he took a large gasp of breath. Finally freeing Bakugo's hand, Izuku shouted, "Blow him away." With pleasure, Bakugo roared, using his quirk as much as he could, blasting the sludge away and freeing himself in the process. The two of them fell backwards, panting in exertion over what they just did. You bastards. You got him, bastards. Nobody, not even brat kids, can make a fool out of me. Izuku and Bakugo looked back to see the sludge reform itself into its full form, glaring down at the two of them with unbridled rage. Before anyone could move, they heard a familiar voice. I will not allow you to harm these children. They turned back to see All Might leaping in with his fist reared back. Detroit smash, All Might roared, throwing his fist forward and exploding the sludge before it even connected. Izuku watched All Might land, staring in awe at the #1 pro hero. He wore his usual smile, but he wasn't wearing his costume. Instead, he was only wearing a white t-shirt and green cargo pants. Suddenly, it started raining, even though it was completely clear out. He changed the weather. Holy crap, All Might's so strong. Izuku heard the voices of the onlookers, but decided to focus on Bakugo's well-being. He turned to him, placing a hand on his shoulder and getting his attention. Are you alright? Izuku asked. My mouth tastes like I fucking threw up sewer water, Bakugo grumbled. But I'm fine. Thank goodness, Izuku muttered. Before he could continue, he was pulled aside by the heroes. Do you know what you just did? That was. He fucking knows what he did. Woody two shoes. Bakugo snapped from his spot where he was being checked over by the paramedics. It was against the rules too. I know it's against the rules, but my... Izuku hesitated before biting back the sorrow he felt thinking about him. My father told me to never hesitate when someone's in need. Quirk laws be damned. Kamui seemed to recognize Izuku once he said that. You're Eagle's kid, Kamui said. Yeah, I am. Izuku replied, holding back the sadness his father's hero name brought. Eagle, who's that? A woman Izuku recognized as the newly debuted Mount Lady question. He was the #8 pro hero in Japan before his death. Izuku. Ibara's voice drew his attention. As he turned to see her, she yanked him into a tight hug, her body trembling slightly with what Izuku assumed was worry. Don't scare me like that. Ibara whimpered slightly. Sorry, Izuku replied, returning the hug she gave. I thought, when that villain was about to attack that. SHH. It's okay, Izuku said softly. I'm here. I'm alright. He ignored the two heroes that were supposed to scold him, simply focusing fully on Ibara. Ibara, Izuku asked. She looked up, her face slightly teary. I promise I'm alright. Now how about we go home? You look like you could use some rest, Izuku said, smiling slightly. Ibara let out a breathy chuckle. Always thinking of everyone but yourself. Could you just please think of yourself for once? Ibara asked. I'll try, Izuku said with a gentle smile. The two looked to see Mount Lady and Kamui watching them with awkward postures. Well, we're supposed to scold you so. Don't do it again until you have a license. You can go, Mount Lady said awkwardly. Yeah, Kamui nodded. Izuku looked at Bakugo who was also watching them. He fixed Izuku with a feral grin and then a thumbs up, seemingly giving Izuku permission to leave. Izuku nodded before focusing on Ibara once more. Let's go home, Izuku said. Okay. With that, Izuku took the bags of groceries he dropped before he and Ibara left for the Midoriya household. Ibara refused to let go of Izuku as they left, but he didn't mind. As they neared home, neither of them knew of the storm that would meet them when they arrived. Oh my goodness, Izuku. I was so worried. How could you do something like that? Inko sobbed uncontrollably. Keigo was catching the torrents of water in buckets and throwing them out of the house as fast as he could as she continued to sob and scold her youngest son. Ibara was stunned. She had never seen Inko in such a state. She was snapped out of her daze by Keigo handing her a bucket. Hey, I can't get all this water by myself. Hurry, before the house is flooded, Keigo said quickly. Oh, right. Thankfully for everyone, the house wasn't flooded due to the combined effort of Keigo and Ibara. After Inko finally calmed down, the more rational side of her took root. Izuku, please promise me, don't do something as reckless as that again. At least until you're a hero. I can't stand the thought of losing you too. Not after Hisashi, Inko said, holding Izuku in a tight hug. I won't, Mom. I promise, Izuku said softly, hugging his mother. Thank you, Inko said, not releasing the embrace. Ibara watched the two embrace and couldn't help but smile softly at the sight before her. She felt a nudge by Keigo who was beside her. She looked over to see him smiling softly at her. You gonna go join the hug or not? Keigo asked with a smirk. What? Oh, Ibara blushed before walking up to the two. Keigo followed her and got on the other side of the hug, wrapping both of them in their hug. Ibara followed suit, hugging both the Midoriya matriarch and her boyfriend. The group hug remained for a few moments before they all broke apart. Well, I suppose I should clean up the mess I made, Inko joked with a slight smile. No Mom, I'll do it. It's the least I can do for worrying you, Izuku said. And we'll also cook for you, Keigo chimed in. What? Izuku asked, surprised. The least you can do is clean up the mess, but you're also going to help me cook Mom dinner, Keigo said. Right, Izuku replied with a nod. I can help, Ibara replied. Sorry, not after last time, Keigo said flatly. Okay, now put a cup of sugar in there, Izuku said before looking away to look at another piece of the recipe. Ibara looked around before finding a coffee mug. She took the cup and poured sugar from the bag that was on the counter. She made sure not to put too much in it. Afterwards, she poured the cup full of sugar into the bowl full of dough. Okay, Ibara said with a proud smile, happy to have been helping. Izuku turned around from the part he was working on. He smiled at her first before looking at the bowl. She saw his eyes bulge before looking at her. How much sugar did you put in? Izuku asked. Ibara showed him the cup in her hands. You said a cup, Ibara said innocently. I meant a cup using the measuring cup, not an actual cup. Never have I ever thought that there would be such a thing as too much sugar, Keigo mumbled. Ibara looked down in shame, while Izuku placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I'll help you get better, Ibara. I promise, Izuku said softly. She looked back at Izuku, a small smile gracing her lips as she nodded. Thank you, Izuku, Ibara said softly. The two embraced in a loving hug before splitting apart, with Ibara going with Inko to the couch and Izuku going with Keigo to the kitchen. You know how I was looking for a place to train our quirk set, right? Yes, what about it? Ibara's voice came through Izuku's phone in response to his question. Well, I found a spot. It's a beach full of junk. We could work on our bodies and our quirks there. Of course, we'd mainly use it for quirk training rather than muscle training. We have gym memberships for that. Oh really? Could you text me the location? Why text you when I can just fly you over? Izuku replied with a smile. He heard a sigh on the other end of the phone. You spoil me so much with that, Ibara said. You love it, don't try to deny it, Izuku said. I do love it. I also love how close I am to you as we fly. So I suppose I can agree to you flying me to and from there every day, Ibara said, her voice telling him that she was smiling as she said it. Great. So how about we check it out tomorrow after school? Izuku suggested. I won't be opposed to that, Ibara replied. Good. Yawn. Oh sorry, I'm getting a bit tired. Izuku said. Don't worry about it. Go to sleep. You sure? Izuku asked. Yeah, go ahead. I'm feeling a bit tired as well, Ibara replied. As long as you're sure. I want to keep talking if you need it, Izuku said softly. Like I said, it's fine. My parents weren't really around tonight. Dad had to work overnight and Mom wasn't feeling well and went to sleep after you brought me home, Ibara explained. All right, I'll see you tomorrow then. All right, maybe I can fly you to school, Izuku suggested. I'd like that. I love you, Ibara said softly through the phone. I love you, too. Good night, Izuku said softly. Good night. Izuku hung up and placed his phone on his nightstand before slipping under the blankets and letting himself fall to sleep. Whoa, Ibara let out upon seeing the trash-filled beach. She felt her body start descending and held onto Izuku a bit tighter. She saw the ground get closer before she saw it stop and felt a light jolt, signifying Izuku had landed. We're here, Izuku said, setting her down from her bridal carry. I never knew this place existed, Ibara commented, looking at the mountains of trash before her. Yeah, I wouldn't have either if I wasn't looking. This place is perfect. And hey, when we finish training our quirks, we can clean the beach. That is, assuming we can improve our quirks before we get into UA, Izuku explained. Izuku, how about we implement our quirks on cleaning the beach? Like I could use my vines to carry them to the dumpster and you can use yours to cut large things into smaller pieces, Ibara suggested. That's a good idea. Why didn't I think of that? Izuku said, face-palming. Ibara giggled. That's why I'm here. To give you ideas you can't think of, Ibara said, moving and kissing his cheek. You're here for more than that, Izuku replied, hugging Ibara close. She sighed softly, enjoying the warmth of her boyfriend. After a few moments, though, she reluctantly pulled back. So, do you want to get started? Ibara questioned. If you want to, then yeah, Izuku replied. Okay, let's go, Ibara said with a bright smile. Izuku walked with Ibara to a trash pile that was the furthest from the entrance of the beach. On the walkover, they decided to work from the back to the front, meaning their feet would get somewhat wet for their first few days there. You think you could have picked a better pile? Izuku asked. They were in front of a pile filled with broken down cars. Not only those, but there were large appliances as well. If I did, you wouldn't be able to train your quirk, Ibara said with a clever smile. Sometimes I regret exposing you to Kaken's ways, Izuku said with a sigh. You love it when I tease, Ibara giggled. I never said that, Izuku shot back, blushing. Let's just get started. Ibara simply giggled in response before sending her vines into the earth, more of them sprouting out and reaching for the highest piece, which was a truck's front end. Bring it down and hold it in front of me and I'll get to cutting, Izuku said. Okay, Ibara said with a nod. Izuku watched as the truck's front end slowly descended to his level. Once it reached him, he concentrated on using his quirk to start cutting into the metal. He immediately noticed he'd have to pour a bit more strength and go a bit slower than he usually would. Tell me when I can move it, Ibara said. I will, Izuku replied, knowing she wouldn't be able to see the beams of light shooting from his golden wings like he could. Eventually, he managed to cut it into manageable pieces. He glanced to the side and noticed Ibara looking slightly tired. He understood, due to her having to constantly use her vines to keep the object above the ground. It was as much quirk training for her as it was for him, maybe even more as she was the one doing the heavy lifting. I can try and take some of the pieces if you need a break, Izuku offered. No, it's fine. This will just improve my control and strength, Ibara replied. Don't hesitate to ask for help if you need it, Izuku said. I will, Ibara replied. The two ended their day admiring the modest fruit of their labors, a pile of trash that was only half as big as it was in the morning. It was a start, at least. They knew they would make more progress as their quirks improved. The two of them decided to head back home, wanting to spend some time together relaxing before the sun went all the way down. As they neared the edge of the beach, they saw a blonde-haired man with light blue eyes. He was wearing a white t-shirt and gray cargo pants that looked slightly loose, and he was sitting on a bench facing the beach. He was looking at them, causing Izuku and Ibara to look at each other curiously. Did they know him? They approached the man curiously. Excuse me, why are you watching us? Ibara asked. Oh, forgive me. I noticed you cleaning the beach and wished to watch, the man said with a kind smile. We're sorry for assuming anything. It just was strange to see someone watching us, Izuku said. I completely understand. Although, would you mind if I watch every now and again when I'm in the neighborhood? The man asked. Yes, of course you can, Mr. Toshinori. Toshinori Yagi, the man said, standing and extending his hand. Izuku Midoriya. Ibara Shizaki. Izuku took the man's hand first, shaking it. Ibara then politely shook his hand. We didn't know that anyone else knew of this beach, Ibara said. Well, since the trash rolled in, everyone stopped going to it. It's such a shame. The view was majestic, Toshinori said. I can imagine it was. Ibara nodded. Oh, my apologies. You were going to leave, weren't you? Toshinori asked. Oh, yeah, we were, Izuku nodded. Sorry for holding you up. But it was nice meeting you, Toshinori said. It was a pleasure meeting you, too, Ibara said with a polite smile. Yeah, Izuku nodded. Have a good evening, Toshinori said. You, too, Izuku and Ibara said at the same time. Toshinori watched as Izuku and Ibara left, a small smile on his face as he saw them talking happily with one another. He looked up into the sky. Eagle, your son has grown up to be a good man, Toshinori said before looking down at the disappearing forms of the two high school children. And he possibly could be the one, given time. Toshinori looked up upon hearing the screech nearby. It sounded like it was a few blocks away from him. Within seconds, he dove into a nearby alleyway and puffed up into his All Might form, leaping away without any hesitation. He arrived at the source of the screech, an empty street surrounded by police greeting his vision as he landed. Scanning the alleyway, he found the source of the disturbance, a buff villain with 4 arms holding 2 hostages in his hands. Stay back, heroes, or these civilians get it. Toshinori didn't think. Leaping forward, he reared a fist back and released a low-powered punch. Smash! Toshinori roared. Wajuh! Toshinori's fist landed squarely on the villain's cheek. He made sure to hold back just enough to stun the man so he could get the civilians to safety. He quickly grabbed the 2 captives and leaped away, easily pulling them out of the villain's grasp. He landed at the line of heroes and gently let the civilians down. All Might, a hero muttered. Get these 2 to safety. I shall handle this villain. Right. All Might turned around to face the 4-armed villain. You think you can beat me, All Might? You aren't strong enough to beat someone like me. All Might's mind tuned out the monologuing a moment later, his mind flashing. A man with dusty, chocolate-brown wings laid on the ground, his wings at uncomfortable angles and a hole in his stomach. He fixed Toshinori with a pained expression. Hey, All Might, the man gurgled out, pulling himself out of the memory. He hardened his gaze and leaped to action, interrupting the villain's monologue. Detroit Smash, All Might roared. 1 punch was all that was needed. When his fist landed, the man shot back into the building he was standing in front of, kicking up a large cloud of dust. All Might rushed in to make sure the villain was knocked out. Once he made sure he was out cold, he sighed. He looked down at his closed fist. Never again. RIIINNNGGG. Izuku was brought away from his thoughts by the sound of the bell. Looking up from the notebook he had in front of him, he saw the students all getting up and packing to leave. Izuku, Ibara's heavenly voice drew his attention to her. She had an amused smile on her face. Were you lost in your thoughts again? Izuku blushed, smiling sheepishly as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, sorry. Did you say something else? Ibara put a hand in front of her mouth and giggled quietly. No, I didn't. I simply noticed you weren't paying much attention. He always zones out at this time of day. Sometimes I wonder if he schedules this shit, Bakugo commented from his other side. I don't mean to do it. Izuku shot back, blushing in embarrassment. Sure. Anyways, you 2 want to come along to the arcade? Izuku shook his head. Sorry, Kaken. Ibara and I are going to keep cleaning the beach today. TCH, fine. I still don't understand why you bother with cleaning it. It's a heroic thing to do, Kaken. Being a hero doesn't mean just being the strongest. Let's just agree to disagree then. Talk to you later, Izuku. Yeah, see you later. Bakugo smirked and bumped fists with his friend before leaving. Once he was gone, Izuku sighed. When is he gonna learn? Let's go, Izuku. I think we can get one of the piles done today, Ibara said, getting his attention. Right, let's go. Clang. Done. Izuku sighed. The sun was on the horizon, the sky was colored orange, and the trash pile-covered beach was nowhere close to being fully cleaned. The beach is one trash pile cleaner, Ibara said with a bright smile. Izuku sighed, looking at the trash piles. We didn't even make a dent in this, though. Looking back at his girlfriend, he couldn't help but smile. But Ibara's just too cute for me to be disappointed. Yeah, Izuku said, returning her smile. Ibara glanced around after a moment. Izuku, what? Toshinori hasn't come. For the past month, Toshinori had been visiting the two of them during their trash cleaning time, and Izuku and Ibara had gotten along with him just fine. They even grew to enjoy the conversations they had with the man. He could have just been unable to come, Izuku suggested. That could be. He's a nice man. I wouldn't want something bad to happen to him. Me neither. Silence passed over for a few moments before Izuku broke it. We should get going. We'll probably see him tomorrow, Izuku said, trying to be optimistic. Yeah, we probably will. Ibara nodded in agreement. The two of them set off for Izuku's house, Izuku holding Ibara before flying off. The following day, Toshinori arrived and Ibara was quick to ask about his absence. My apologies for worrying you. I remembered a friend I lost a while ago. I had to go pay my respects, Toshinori said. Ibara grew silent. Darn it, Ibara thought. Izuku placed a hand on Ibara's shoulder, drawing her attention to him. He glanced at Ibara before frowning at Toshinori, dipping his head slightly. Sorry for bringing it up. No, it's fine. I understand you were concerned and curious, Toshinori replied, shaking his head. We understand if you don't want to tell us more. No, it's fine. I can tell you at least the bare bones of it, Toshinori said. I can't reveal myself to him, nor can I reveal his father. He and I were workplace friends. We never really met with each other out of work. Even so, he was a nice man and was fun to hang around. Whenever we patrolled, we were police officers, worked at the same precinct. Anyways, one day when we were called in, I got distracted and he took a hit he shouldn't have to save me. He succumbed to his wounds that same day. Izuku listened to the story and looked down, feeling a pain in his chest. I'm sorry, Izuku said. Indeed, I apologize as well, Ibara said. You have nothing to apologize for. It was what we signed up for, putting our lives on the line every day, just to make sure the people of the city rest easier each night. I bet he was happy to have made that sacrifice. I mean, you were his friend. If he sacrificed himself to save you, you must have been that important in his life. Toshinori fixed Izuku with a slightly surprised expression. He then smiled slightly. Why yes, I must have been. But it doesn't keep me from regretting getting distracted. Well, if you regret it that much, use that to fuel yourself to get better. To prove his sacrifice wasn't in vain, Ibara encouraged with a smile. Toshinori smiled fondly. You too. Thank you for your kind and encouraging words. It warms this old man's heart to hear it. You're not that old. I say you're 45, 50. Izuku joked. Hey, I'm not that old. Toshinori shot back with an amused smile. That's right, Izuku. Thank you. He's clearly 43. Shizaki. All three of them burst out into laughter. Toshinori calmed down first out of the three of them. All right, you two. I think you've talked to me long enough. I think you should get to work or else you won't be able to clean this beach before UA. Toshinori smiled as he saw the two gain faces of realization. Right. Toshinori watched as the two of them began working. He kept smiling at them as they got to work, talking with each other with smiles on their faces. They're gonna be great heroes. I know it. That was impressive work you did today. You too, Toshinori said. Thanks, Mr. Yagi, Ibara said with a bright smile. Yeah, thanks. Izuku nodded, a bright smile on his face. I can tell your quirks are improving dramatically with how quickly you worked today. Shizaki, your vines are stronger than before, and Midoriya, you're able to cut things a lot quicker. I would suggest, for a more balanced workout, to train your bodies as well as your quirks, Toshinori suggested. Oh, we have gym memberships to actually work our bodies out. We usually go there on weekends if we aren't going on dates. Izuku shook his head. Ah, I see. But that's rather infrequent, is it not? Toshinori tilted his head slightly. He does have a point, Izuku. Yeah, that's true. Izuku nodded. Then how about you do some bodybuilding here, then do the bulk of your workout on weekends? It would certainly make your training days on weekends a bit less of a sudden strain and you wouldn't be as tired as you would be otherwise, Toshinori suggested. That sounds like a good idea, Izuku said, nodding his head. Indeed it does. Thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Yagi. Ibara beamed. It's my pleasure. Toshinori checked his watch. I must be off. I agreed to meet with a friend of mine. It was nice talking with you too. Be safe when heading home. Have a good day, Mr. Yagi. Izuku smiled. Be safe as well. Ibara waved. Toshinori smiled and nodded at him before standing from his position on the bench and walking away. Midoriya could be the one. I need more time before deciding, though. As Toshinori walked away, Izuku and Ibara shared a look, smiling at one another. You ready to head home? Izuku asked. Not yet. There's one thing I really have to do before anything else, Ibara said, walking up to him and placing her hands on his shoulders and looking up at him. Oh really? What's that? Izuku asked, smiling knowingly. Something you haven't given me since this morning, Ibara whispered, her face getting closer and closer. Izuku's face moved to meet hers in the middle, resulting in an electrifying kiss. His arms surrounded her lower back while his wings surrounded the both of them. The two shared a couple more loving kisses before pulling back slightly, simply staring into each other's eyes. I really should have given you more today, Izuku said in a hum. You really should have. But you have time to give me more. After all, I'll be staying over tonight, Ibara hummed. I'll be sure to atone for all the kisses I didn't give you today, Izuku replied with a loving smile. Then how about we get going home and you can start? Izuku opened his wings and held Ibara closer, causing her to hum in enjoyment. She rested her head against his chest as she wrapped her arms around him. He flapped his wings and lifted off, flying home. Ibara, enjoying the flight, smiled as a thought ran through her mind. I love Izuku, my handsome angel. Izuku and Ibara landed in front of the Midoriya house, the evening breeze causing them to shiver ever so slightly. The sky was getting dimmer and the moon was seen to be rising in the distance. The two of them looked at one another and smiled softly, leaning forward and kissing one another before pulling back and approaching the door, their arms remaining locked around one another as they walked. Are you sure you don't want to take my bed? I'm all right with staying on the couch. Ibara nodded. I'm sure. I don't want you to have a less comfortable sleep than I. As long as you're all right with it, I'll just steal the couch early so she has no choice but to take the bed, Izuku thought. Izuku reached forward and opened the door, letting Ibara enter first. Izuku closed the door and walked up to her side before the two of them continued through the house. As soon as they turned the corner to the living room, they froze. Inside, Keigo and his girlfriend Kaoruko were sitting on the couch with Inko on another couch. Her and Kaoruko were holding teacups and smiling softly as they talked. Keigo had a slight blush on his face as he looked away. His right hand was on his girlfriend's thigh, holding her free hand. I'm so happy you make sure he acts smart under pressure situations, Inko said softly. Kaoruko giggled. Well, it's hard to keep the knucklehead in check, but I manage. Hey, Keigo called in protest. Izuku and Ibara looked at one another. Did you know about this? Ibara asked. Not at all. Oh, hello, you two. Inko drew their attention. Keigo was smirking knowingly while Kaoruko was smiling politely. Inko was smiling her warm, friendly smile that always welcomed Ibara whenever she met her. Her heart warmed at the motherly Midoriya. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. Hey, Mom, what's going on? Keigo brought Kaoruko home to stay the night. Dang it, 5 people in the house. Now what's the plan for sleeping arrangements? Ibara was the first to react, bowing slightly in greeting. It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Ibara Shizaki. Kaoruko's eyes widened for a moment before softening as she stood up while still holding Keigo's hand. She bowed slightly in response. I'm Kaoruko Iwata. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Izuku fixed Keigo with a suspicious glare. He continued to smirk in response. Come have a seat, you two. I was just getting to know her, Inko said with a smile. Izuku glanced at his mother and nodded, returning his gaze to his brother for a moment longer before walking over and sitting at the couch across from Keigo's. Ibara sat next to him, leaning against him slightly. He wrapped an arm around Ibara's lower back, drawing a content sigh from his girlfriend. So, Kaoruko, do you wish to see Keigo's baby picture? No, she doesn't, Keigo interrupted. Kaoruko smirked evilly. I'd love to, Mrs. Midoriya. Oh please, call me Inko, sweetie. Please no, Mom, Keigo cried. Izuku grinned at seeing his brother's embarrassment. Ibara looked away to see his grin and giggled softly. Always competing with your brother, aren't you? Yeah, I am. Gotta see who's the better one. After all, Izuku replied, his grin lessening to a smirk. Ibara smiled. You two are unbelievable. Ibara sighed fondly, resting her head against his chest. Inko drew their attention once more with a coo, followed by Kaoruko cooing as well. This was their 4th year play. Izuku instantly grew worried while Keigo grew even more so. Keigo played Superman while Izuku played Hawkman. Ibara instantly got up. No, curse you, Mom. In a moment, she was by Inko's side, cooing at the picture with the other two. You were so adorable. Both Ibara and Kaoruko cooed. Izuku and Keigo grumbled, blushes dusting their cheeks. We should have never let Mom get out the damn photo album. Agreed. After the embarrassing situation that was Inko showing Izuku and Keigo's girlfriends their childhood pictures, they had dinner. Thankfully for them, it wasn't long after the picture of their play costumes and poses that she decided to do so. So, how was each of your days? Inko asked as they idly ate their food. Keigo crashed into one of our classmates during hero training today. The guy had a quirk related to glue, so they got stuck until we found a way to pull them apart, Kaoruko started off. Hey, we agreed not to speak of it, Keigo snapped embarrassedly, Izuku and Ibara chuckling in the background. I don't remember agreeing. Just you telling me to not say a word to anyone, Kaoruko replied with a smirk. Well, Kaoruko knocked herself with her own bubbles. Kaoruko's blush happened instantly, her cheeks turning purple as she sputtered in the midst of eating. Hey, shut up. Your fault for bringing up my glue incident. It's not my fault you weren't watching where you were flying. Izuku and Ibara watched them bicker like a married couple, smiling and glancing at each other before refocusing on them once more. Inko drew their attention away after a few moments of watching them. So what about you two? How was your day? Ibara spoke first, smiling happily as she spoke to Inko. My day was splendid. School was as informative as it has been, and we managed to clear another trash pile from the beach today. And any day I get to spend with Izuku is always a good day. Izuku blushed slightly but couldn't hold back his smile at Ibara's confession. He reached over under the table and took her hand, squeezing it once. That's wonderful. What about you, Izuku? It's pretty much the same thing as Ibara. School was alright. I don't really remember the last class that much. That's because he was zoning out, Ibara commented with a smirk. Ibara and Inko giggled while Izuku pouted, blushing. I'm sorry, Izuku. Continue, Inko said, trying to suppress her giggles. Izuku grumbled. Anyways, along with finishing another pile of trash, we got started with another and got it down pretty far. It's one of the taller ones out there, too. That's great, sweetie. Yeah, we're getting closer. One pile at a time. Izuku sighed. Ibara squeezed his hand. Yeah, and when we finish, we'll be ready for UA. Ibara chirped. Inko smiled fondly at the two of them. Those two are perfect for each other. Following dinner, they went back to the couch to talk a bit longer. They found out Kaoruko and Keigo met in their first year of UA, and the sports festival that year was when they officially became an item. Inko had grilled her eldest son for not telling her for months afterwards. They learned that she was working at the Night Eye agency for her internships and was promised a full-time position once she graduated. The NIGHTEYE agency. Ibara sighed fondly. Here we go. Keigo smirked. Sir Night Eye was once All Might's partner. The only one ever. He has the ability to see the future with his quirk, but fights entirely quirkless with specially designed seals that he could throw in. Izuku's muttering became unintelligible to the rest as he continued muttering things about Sir Night Eye. Kaoruko smiled sheepishly. Does this happen often? She asked. Whenever he's talking about heroes, of course, Keigo replied, smirking. It's funny to listen to, Ibara commented with a soft smile. Everyone let Izuku continue to mutter for a couple more minutes before interrupting him. Sorry. I did it again, didn't I? Yes, you did, Ibara said softly, leaning against him with a smile. You seem to know a lot about heroes, Kaoruko commented with a smile. Why yeah, I really like heroes, Izuku said with an embarrassed blush. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I don't suppose you would be opposed to me acquiring an autograph from Night Eye next time I'm in. Izuku's eyes widened and stars formed in them as he stared at Kaoruko. Could you? Keigo smirked. Yeah, you just won Izuku's vote, he commented, drawing a single chuckle from Kaoruko. Of course I could. Yes. After talking amongst each other for a while longer, everyone decided to retire, with Inko leaving first. Keigo, with Kaoruko's help, claimed the living room for them to sleep. I'd rather not stay around for anything you could be doing overnight. Ibara was busy changing in his bedroom, which left him with one other place he could sleep, his brother's room. He strolled through the halls to the door, reaching forward and taking the doorknob and twisting. He frowned slightly, twisting again and pushing. Locked, he muttered. Glancing over to the living room, he heard soft giggling and chuckling that was barely audible. He sighed, trying the door a couple times before groaning. Damn you, Keigo. He released the doorknob and looked between the living room and his bedroom. After a couple more glances, he sighed, turning and walking to his bedroom. As he approached it, his face slightly heated up. After taking a deep breath, he reached forward and knocked on the door. It opened up a few moments later, revealing Ibara wearing white pajamas with red roses on them. Her vine hair, which usually had a few strands wrapped around her head to suspend the rest of her hair, was down and loose. Her head was tilted slightly, her eyes wearing a curious gaze as she looked at him. His chest and face heated up upon seeing her. Izuku, I thought you were taking Keigo's room. Izuku felt butterflies in his stomach at the sound of Ibara's soft voice. Why yeah, I was. But he locked the door so I couldn't get in. And I don't really want to know what's causing the giggling in the living room, so can I sleep in here? I can sleep on the floor. Izuku trailed off, his blush intensifying. I'd rather you not sleep on the floor, though. Ibara shook her head, gently taking his hand and pulling him inside. Izuku allowed her to pull him inside, closing the door behind him. After the door closed, Keigo and his girlfriend came out from their hiding place, satisfied smiles on their faces. Nice job with locking the door, Kaoruko whispered. Thanks. Good job playing along in the living room. Thank you. Now, how about we continue what we started in the living room? In your bedroom, Keigo smiled, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her close. With pleasure, he growled with lust. Where would I sleep then? Izuku asked. In bed with me, silly, Ibara replied with a quiet giggle. With you. Ibara nodded. Yes, I believe our relationship has progressed to the point where it's natural to sleep in bed together. Has it not? Ibara asked with the tilt of her head. And no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, you're all right with that. Why wouldn't I be? You have been the sweetest boyfriend I could have ever asked for. You have talked with me until I've fallen asleep when I've had bad days. And you've helped me become a better person than I was when my view of religion was strict and exclusive to those who feel differently. Ibara looked down for a moment, a sorrowful expression passing through her features for the briefest of moments. She shook her head, looking back up with a soft smile returning to her face. I would love to sleep in the same bed as you. I honestly feel we have already. With how many times I've fallen asleep when we talked on the phone. Izuku's chest warmed and his cheeks' blush lessened slightly. You think so? Izuku asked. Ibara nodded. He looked down, taking a few deep breaths. Ibara, I would be more than happy to sleep in the same bed as you. Izuku fought through his shyness at his confession as he looked back at Ibara. Her eyes were wide in surprise at his sudden confession. But she smiled softly after a moment. She brought her hands up to her chest. It warms my heart to hear that, Izuku. She extended her hand towards him. Come to bed with me. I'm really doing this. Izuku thought. He took another calming breath, shakily reaching forward and taking her hand. As soon as he held her hand, he felt himself calm down. He was soon gently pulled by his girlfriend to his bed, which he followed along without any problem. Ibara climbed into bed first, with Izuku awkwardly climbing in next. Once he was fully in bed, he felt Ibara's arms wrap around him and her body pressing softly against him. He looked down at his girlfriend, whose head was resting just below his head. She was looking up at him with a soft smile on her face. This isn't so bad, is it? Ibara asked with a soft smile. Izuku returned the smile with one of his own, leaning down and kissing her. No, it isn't. I actually really love this, Izuku replied after pulling back. Good. Ibara hummed softly. Her head rested against the crook of his neck, drawing a content sigh from Izuku. He squeezed her once tightly before relaxing and closing his eyes. He maneuvered one of his wings to wrap around her as a secondary blanket, drawing a gentle hum from her as she snuggled into him a bit more. Good night, Ibara. Good night, my wonderful angel. Izuku was surprised at the nickname, but his chest warmed at it. Her tone wasn't at all like when she first called him an angel. It was more fond and loving compared to back then, and he loved it. He fell asleep with a content smile on his face, Ibara quickly joining him in the land of dreams. This is the best night ever. Izuku, my wonderful angel, it's time to wake up. Ibara's sing-song voice was music to his ears as he was pulled from his sleep. The gentle raking of Ibara's fingers through his hair made it difficult to fully wake up. But he somehow managed it, his eyes slowly opening. He was laying on the cleared sand of Dagaba Beach with his head resting on Ibara's lap, his girlfriend looking down at him with a breathtaking smile. She let out a soft giggle that made his heart warm and a small smile form. Did you have a pleasant rest? Izuku nodded, one hand reaching up and taking one of hers and squeezing lightly. She squeezed in response. I wish we were in an actual bed instead of just the sandy beach, though. I agree. Ibara giggled. But you passed out before we could. That's what I get for trying to pull an all-nighter. Izuku smiled sheepishly, then insisting we try and speed up our routine. That wasn't smart, she said, shaking her head twice. Yeah, I won't be doing that anymore. Good. Ibara nodded. Izuku looked towards his surroundings. We cleared a good amount, though. I think with how quick we worked, we shaved a good 3 weeks off, Izuku commented. Yeah, I agree. It looks way more open now. We can have picnics here instead of outside the beach. We'll have to let Yagi know when we see him next. We will. Ibara nodded. Well, how about we get up and get ready to go? Ibara nodded, allowing Izuku to sit up, standing after stretching his arms and wings. Ibara giggled upon seeing his sandy, golden wings. What? Izuku asked, glancing back at Ibara. Your wings. They're full of sand. She giggled. Izuku glanced at his wing that he brought around. He tilted it down, allowing him to see the back of the wing. He sighed, shaking his head as he stepped away from his girlfriend and shook his wings, creating a small cloud of dust around him. Ibara's giggling turned into soft laughter as Izuku flapped the cloud away, a pout on his face. Shush. Wow, I'm surprised at your progress. Good job, you two. Toshinori grinned. Thank you, Toshinori divided by Mr. Yagi. Both of them said at the same time. Geez, just call me Toshi, you too. We've known each other long enough that we don't really need formalities. We're friends, aren't we? Toshinori's grin widened. All right, sorry. Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. My apologies. Ibara bowed. Toshinori chuckled. Geez, you too. All right, I suggest a mandatory rest day after all you did today. I doubt you really went at your usual pace. Izuku chuckled sheepishly. You could tell. Toshinori's grin softened to a smile as he nodded. Yeah, I could, considering you usually get either one or half a pile done depending on the contents. Seeing 3 of them suddenly gone in one sitting is very telling. While that's good work, you really shouldn't do that. It'll hurt more than it helps. Ibara nodded. Not to worry, Toshi. I will make sure Izuku paces himself. Ibara smiled, side-eyeing Izuku. Izuku blushed, looking away with a pout. Toshinori laughed, placing a hand on both Izuku's and Ibara's shoulders. Good. Now how about we all get something to eat and you can tell me about today? Yeah, let's go. After grabbing some food with Toshinori, the pair returned to the Midoriya household. Ibara managed to convince her parents to allow her to spend the night over at his house again. This time around, though, they needed no prompting to spend their night together in the same bed. The next morning, sun peeked through the blinds of Izuku's window, reflecting off his wing and onto his eyes. He groaned quietly, moving his hand to cover his eyes. His wing moved and Ibara's head peeked out, her tired eyes looking up at Izuku. Nothing. Just didn't want to wake up, Izuku mumbled, turning and bringing his arm back under the blankets to wrap around Ibara. She hummed tiredly, melting into her boyfriend's embrace. A small smile formed on her face as she enjoyed the warmth he gave. She tiredly shifted her head and kissed his jaw. I don't want to either, but we have to. Why? You asked me out on. She yawned. A date. Oh yeah. Izuku and Ibara stayed silent for a moment before Izuku sighed. 1 more hour. Ibara smiled tiredly. Okay. An hour later, Izuku and Ibara were walking through the house hand in hand. So, what are you planning for our date? Izuku smiled, gently pulling her over to the kitchen. I was thinking I'd introduce you to the arcade. Ibara tilted her head. The arcade is where Katsuki goes, right? Exactly. It's pretty fun. I've never been there before, which is why I'm wanting to show you. I think you'll have fun. Ibara smiled. I really look forward to it, then. And even if I don't enjoy the arcade, I'll always enjoy spending a day with you. Izuku smiled, wrapping a wing around her and pulling her closer. She giggled as she released his hand and rested her hands against his chest. He looked down at her with a soft smile. You just wanted to get me closer, didn't you? Yep, no other reason. Other than this. Izuku lowered his head, pressing a soft kiss onto Ibara's lips. Pulling back, he felt a vine wrap around the back of his head, stretching from Ibara's hair and stopping his head from moving back completely. A loving smile was on her face as he looked back down at her. Get back here. Izuku chuckled. With pleasure. Izuku went back down and met her lips with his once more, both wings now wrapping around her as they shared another loving kiss. Wow, this is big. They were standing in front of a multi-story building, the front covered entirely in windows. Arcade machines littered the first floor, people of many ages playing at a large majority of them. Yeah, it's the biggest arcade in Japan to my knowledge, though I've never really looked around. Arcades are fun, but I'm not really passionate about them. Kaken and I went here a few times, that's why I know it. Ibara looked to her side, squeezing Izuku's hand as she looked up at him. A smile crossed her face as she leaned up and kissed his cheek. Let's go inside. I can't decide if I like it from just out here. Oh yeah, right. Izuku chuckled sheepishly, releasing her hand and walking forward, pushing the door open and gesturing inside. After you, Ibara smiled, running her hand over his as she passed by him. Izuku followed her in afterwards, easily catching up to her when she stopped to take in her surroundings. A cacophony of sounds flooded her ears as hundreds of machines and people spoke, talked, and made sounds. Whoa. Ibara finally spoke, stepping back once. Izuku reached over and took her hand. If it's too much, we can go another time. Ibara shook her head as she looked at her boyfriend. And no, that's not it. It was just surprising. I'm fine, really. She smiled. Izuku kept watching her for a moment longer before finally nodding, a smile returning to his features. Okay, let's get started. Izuku looked up from her and looked around the arcade machines. After a few minutes, Izuku pointed to one on the left wall, drawing Ibara's attention. Let's go try that one first. Ibara smiled at Izuku, nodding. Okay. You lean from side to turn, then twist the right handle to accelerate. Ibara leaned left on what looked like a racing bike without any wheels attached to a platform where the bike can tilt. Hers was colored red while Izuku's was colored blue. She gripped the bike's handlebars tighter as she felt gravity pull her down with the bike, letting out a quiet squeak. Izuku chuckled. Don't worry, you won't fall off unless you let yourself fall off. You promise? Ibara glanced back at him with an uneasy look on her face. I do. Now, are you ready? Izuku asked, leaning forward and gripping the handlebars. She did a few more test leans before taking a deep breath. Okay, I'm ready. All right, let's start. Dang it, I crashed again. Ibara giggled, leaning over slightly to take a turn. How are you so good already? Izuku glanced over at her before looking ahead. I don't know. It just seems easy to me. Ibara's giggling turned to soft laughter, yelping as she made a mistake and crashed. Izuku laughed. Finally, I can catch you, AGH. Izuku had his arms crossed and pouting while Ibara was giggling. I still can't believe I've played it more than you and you still beat me. How many times have you played it? Twice. Izuku pouted, looking away with a blush. Ibara wrapped her arms around Izuku, leaning her head on his shoulder. It's okay. You'll get better. HMPH. He looked around the arcade machines as he returned her hug. Ooh, let's do that one next. He was pointing at an arcade machine with 2 joysticks, 8 buttons, and styled with All Might's colors and symbol. All Might's All-Star Battle. Ibara read the title on the machine. Yeah, it's a one-on-one game. Come on, I'll show you. Izuku broke their hug and took her hand, gently pulling her along. I can definitely win at this. Izuku smirked. Arriving at the machine, the two of them watched as gameplay played on the screen. All Might's character jumped into view and yelled a voice line as he threw a punch, sending a hero, which Izuku recognized as Kamui Woods, sprawling backwards before the character jumped back to his feet. Ibara frowned. Why are they fighting each other? They're both heroes, aren't they? Izuku chuckled, squeezing Ibara's hand. They are both heroes, but it isn't like they're really fighting. If All Might really fought Kamui, he wouldn't stand a chance. This is more like sparring. That's it. It's like they're both sparring. Ibara's eyes widened. Oh, so a friendly competition. Exactly. Oh, so how do we play? Well, you take one joystick and I'll take the other. The 4 buttons next to it are labeled with what they do and you use the joystick to move around. Okay. Izuku took a couple coins from his pocket and placed them into the machine. Choose your character. All Might's voice announced as Izuku pressed the start button. Ibara looked at the assortment of heroes. After a moment, she heard a banging sound from the machine. Glancing over, Izuku had locked in his character. His father, Eagle, was smiling and giving a thumbs up into the camera. Glancing at Izuku, she saw a soft smile on his lips as he looked at his father on the screen. She reached over and placed her hand on his, squeezing it once. He looked over, still smiling as he locked eyes with her. She smiled and nodded, which he returned before sharing a kiss. Hurry up. The two were brought away from their moment by All Might's voice, prompting Ibara to look back at the screen. Kamui Woods, Ibara said, quickly pressing the button afterwards. The screen changed to a city street, Kamui landing into frame first. Your days are over, evildoer. Surrender now and you will not be harmed. Eagle swooped in next, hovering in place on the other side of the screen after some aerial acrobatics. He crossed his arms over his chest and smirked. Evildoer, looks like you're trying to paint yourself as the good guy in this. I'll be sure to remind you who's who. 3, 2, 1, fight. The pair of them ended up only playing that game for the remainder of their date. Ibara had gotten the hang of it easily and became a match for Izuku, but that only increased the fun the two of them had. As the sky was turning orange, the pair left the arcade hand in hand. You got lucky that last time with Crust. He's so easy to defend with. Ibara giggled. I know. That's why I picked him again. Izuku squinted and smiled. You're dangerous. We'll have to come back here and have a rematch. I'd love to, my wonderful angel, Ibara purred, leaning against him. Izuku wrapped his wing around her as she leaned against him. Right before he could speak, though, an explosion echoed in the distance. Both of them pulled back, lowering themselves slightly. Another explosion followed the first, giving the two of them a general idea of its location. He looked over at her. Let's check it out. But Izuku, we're not heroes. I know. I just want to see what's happening. Then we can leave. Ibara frowned for a moment before sighing. Don't jump into it like you did before. Okay. Izuku paused, flinching at Ibara's frown. Got it. I promise. Ibara got close to Izuku again, taking his hand with hers. She smiled before speaking. Then let's go. The whole area was burning, even behind Crust's shield. Crust could smell the smoke as he breathed in and out heavily, gritting his teeth as he fought off the growing fatigue. The hexagonal shield was the size of his whole body and just as broad. Behind him were 2 injured heroes, one unconscious and the other attempting to tend to his wounds. Are you two all right? The hero looked up from his comrade, nodding. Why yeah, thanks for the save. I'm glad you two are safe. Stay here while I handle the villain. Why yes sir. Crust lifted the shield and grunted in exertion as he slammed it into the ground, creating a more permanent piece of cover. Afterwards, he ran around it, creating a smaller shield in his right hand as he went to confront the villain. It's this way. I wonder who's fighting. It's either All Might fighting a villain or a strong villain fighting a hero or group of heroes. Ibara smirked. How would you know those possibilities? For all you know, it could be a group of villains fighting a group of heroes. I just know. Izuku stuck his tongue out. Ibara giggled. Of course you do. Shush. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest and his wings folded straight back. A rumbling interrupted their banter, returning their focus to the task at hand. The two of them continued on their way to the battle taking place. Upon arrival, they saw a large crowd of people being held back by police barriers. Looking past them, they saw a man 2 times the size of All Might holding a car in each hand. He chucked one at an unseen target before a familiar hexagonal shield sliced the car in half as it flew through the air. Izuku's eyes widened as he tracked where the shield was tossed from. Uncle Crust. Huh? Ibara asked. Look, Crust stood above a pile of debris, a smile on his face. That will be your last car thrown, villain. Shoot shield. He formed a shield on his arm before he jumped in the air and began spinning. As soon as he made a full 360-degree turn, he released the shield from his arm and let it fly freely towards the villain. As soon as it got near, Crust shot his arm forward. Shield capture. The shield somehow stopped its spin and a notch opened in the side pointed at the villain. The villain's arm was caught in the notch and was sent to the nearby wall of a building. He crashed into the building, pinned there by Crust's shield. Damn hero, the villain shouted as he reached his arm over to try and free the other hand. Another shield came in, pinning the villain's other arm to the wall. Crust placed a hand on his hip while pointing his other hand at the villain, his index aimed right at the man's face. Your days of evil are over, villain. Surrender now and no further injuries will be incurred. Damn you, Crust. I'm not done yet. The villain struggled against his restraints in vain. The shields were in too deep and with the assistance of one of the heroes Crust saved, the wall and the shields had both turned metal and meshed together, locking the villain in place without any hope of escape. Well, if I cannot discourage you from resisting, I have no choice. Creating another shield, he detached it from his arm and sprinted forward, leaping up and bringing the shield over his head. Letting out a yell of exertion, he brought the shield down upside the villain's head. Cranium crash. A split second after he shouted his move, the man's head shot downward as a burst of air pressure shot from the impact point of the shield. As he landed on the ground, he took a couple steps backwards, looking up at the villain's face. He saw his eyes closed and his head limp. He breathed a sigh before changing his focus to the 2 heroes he saved before. The unconscious hero was awake once more and being held up by his comrade. Both of them were smiling gratefully at Crust. Thank you for the help, sir. That guy was a monster. Crust gave the 2 heroes a grinning thumbs up. I'm happy to help. Now, the authorities will handle this villain. You 2 see the paramedics and get patched up. Yes, sir. Finally, he turned to face the crowd of people cheering for him. He kept his grin as he waved to the crowd and approached. Immediately, dozens of reporters started to question him left, right, and center. Please, I have time for all of you. Don't fight over the right to ask first. Izuku watched his uncle answer questions with a starry-eyed smile. Ibara was watching him from his right, an amused smile on her face. Her hand was holding his tightly and her muscles were flexing ever so slightly as she held her boyfriend back from rushing the hero. Hold on, Izuku. Hold on. But Ibara, I know you want to say hi to him, but you have to wait, even though I really want to meet him as well. Izuku sighed. Finie. Izuku didn't have to wait long. A few minutes passed before he heard a shout of his name. Izuku. Before he could properly process anything, Crust had yanked his nephew into a tight hug, shaking him all about and crying tears of happiness. I'm so glad to see you again. I'm so sorry I haven't been around lately. Work's increased and I haven't had any time to leave the agency for the past few months. Ibara watched the interaction with wide eyes for a moment before quickly starting to laugh quietly. I suppose he's on Inko's side of the family. Izuku finally returned his uncle's hug, smiling happily. It's all right. I was busy with training. Oh yes, training your quirk with your beloved. You have yet to introduce me. Izuku and Ibara blushed at Crust's proud declaration. Ibara had to snap out of it first as Crust broke his hug with his nephew and approached her, extending a hand towards her. Ibara looked between the hand and Crust's smiling face a couple times before nervously taking it. Ibara Shizaki. Sir, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. So polite. My Izuku has certainly picked a proper woman to be his beloved. Be beloved, of course, and I am so happy he has found happiness in you. Uncle Crust, you're embarrassing me in front of hundreds of people. He laughed heartily, clapping his nephew on the back. Sorry, Izuku, I can't help it. Izuku hid his face in his hands, his wings instinctively wrapping around himself as he tried blocking out the millions of questions being thrown at the trio. I'm home, Izuku muttered. Welcome home, sweetie. Ibara walked in after him with a happy smile with her hands clasped behind her back. Inko, would it be okay if I were to stay the night again? Of course, dear. It's always so lovely to have you over. Izuku trudged to the couch, collapsing on it with a groan. Ibara walked with him, smiling in amusement at Izuku's demeanor. Are you okay, my wonderful angel? She giggled as he groaned and covered himself with his wings. She brushed her hand over his golden feathers with a smile. Are you okay? No, Ibara couldn't help but smile wider. Why not? Uncle Crust embarrassing me. Oh, it wasn't that bad, Ibara replied in a giggly tone, petting his feathers. What wasn't that bad? Inko questioned. Ibara glanced over at the approaching Midoriya as she walked into the... We met Crust today after our date. Why are you so fine that hundreds of people on live television saw that? Izuku whined as he moved his wings away from his face. Ibara smiled, a small blush surfacing on her cheeks. Well, I wasn't really thinking of that at the time. Then why are you still calm? Click. Izuku and Ibara switched their attention to Inko, who was holding the remote and looking at the television. Glancing at the television, both of their eyes widened. A rather interesting development occurred today when Top 10 hero Crust tearfully greeted a golden-winged boy and vine-haired girl following a villain encounter. Here is the recording now. Mom, no. You could have waited for the crowd to dissipate and take them back to your agency. I know you're smarter than this. Izuku was face down on the couch, his left wing hanging limply off the side while the other was loosely folded on his back. Ibara's whole head was an eruption of red and she was trying to hide herself with the pillows on the second couch. Sorry, Inko, I just couldn't help it. Seiichi. Inko sighed. Sorry. Inko couldn't help but chuckle. You're so lucky they're funny when they're embarrassed. Otherwise I'd have to come over there to scold you, older brother or not. Anything but that. Be sure to remember that next time you want to embarrass my kids. Yes, ma'am. Izuku sighed as he fell onto his bed. His wings splayed out with his arms. He let out a deep sigh as he glanced at the bathroom door. A couple moments later, it opened, revealing Ibara dressed in baggy pajamas a couple sizes too large. His exhaustion from the day's embarrassing events momentarily left him as his breath was taken away by the shy smile on Ibara's face. As he kept staring, she looked away, subconsciously hooking a finger around one of her vines and twirling it slowly. Thank you for letting me use these. Izuku's eyes widened before he snapped them shut and shook his head. Opening them again, a smile formed on his face. Why, you're welcome. I am glad I could help. Damn it, Izuku, he thought to himself. Ibara looked back at him, her soft smile widening slightly. She finally approached the bed, crawling onto it while Izuku adjusted himself on the bed. Without waiting, Ibara slowly wrapped her arms around his chest and pulled him close. Ibara, I need to get changed, too. She remained quiet, simply hugging him with her eyes closed and her head against his chest. He sighed softly before hugging his girlfriend, surrounding her with one of his wings. She sighed softly. Sorry, I just really wanted this. Izuku let out two quiet chuckles. You just had to ask, Ibara. Okay, can we stay this way for a bit longer? For as long as you need to. Just not too long. I'd rather go to sleep in comfy clothes. Izuku smiled. Ibara giggled, lifting her head to his. Almost instantly their lips met in a tender, loving kiss that warmed both their hearts and brought loving smiles to their faces. Pulling back, she rested her ear against his shoulder, keeping her eyes on Izuku's face as she caressed his cheek. Thank you. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. E-click. Izuku retracted his hand with a sigh, turning back into the cuddle he shared with his girlfriend. As soon as his arms surrounded her and his wing went over her once more, she snuggled deeper into his chest, letting out a gentle hum of enjoyment as she did. Good morning, my angel. Ibara purred. Don't say that yet. We're still in bed, and we aren't intending to get up anytime soon. Izuku said as he pulled her closer. HM. Well, in that case. She turned so her back was against Izuku's chest. Allow me to get more comfy. Izuku smiled softly, pulling her into his chest once more and kissing the back of her neck. She smiled softly as she held his arms with her hands and squeezed once. I love you, Izuku mumbled out. Ibara's eyes opened wide as she heard him, before her heart fluttered and a large wave of warmth spread through her body. Her eyes slowly closed again and a small smile formed on her lips as she squeezed his arms again. I love you too, Izuku. Very much. His arms held her tighter in response, drawing a content sigh from her lips as she leaned her head back, opening her eyes again. Turning her head towards his, she pressed a kiss onto his jaw. A small smile came to his lips in response. After a moment of watching his smile slowly melt away into a neutral expression again, she returned to how she was laying before, smiling softly as she enjoyed Izuku's warmth. Willingly letting her consciousness drift off once more, she fell asleep with that same smile on her face. Izuku and Ibara entered the kitchen 2 hours later, holding each other's hands loosely as they sat at the island. Izuku's hair was as shaggy as it always was, but Ibara's was all over the place, her vine-like hair tangled, twisted, and sticking up in multiple places. Good morning, you two, Inko greeted with a smile, sliding a plate of eggs to each of them. Good morning, they responded at once. Did you two have a good sleep? Izuku let out as he rubbed his eye. I did as well, Ibara mumbled. idly trying to fix her hair with her free hand as she took a bite of her eggs. That's very good, an unseen boy replied. Oh no, Izuku grumbled. What's wrong, little brother? Keigo asked teasingly. Go away, Keigo. I'm too tired for this now. Izuku groaned. Too tired for what? Too tired for this? Instantly, the living room was filled with the news report from the previous day. Specifically, the part where Crust charged Izuku and hugged him while confidently bellowing everything he said the previous day. Izuku and Ibara both blushed, but attempted to act normal, continuing what they were doing before. I love Uncle Crust for giving me such amazing ammunition. I hate Uncle Crust. Izuku groaned in defeat. Now I have to deal with you. Oh, only me. Izuku and Ibara turned to finally face the grinning Keigo, his hands on his hips. What do you mean? Well, if I was able to see it. What do you think your school is going to say? Izuku and Ibara's eyes opened wide, sharing a glance before looking back at Keigo's smirking face. Yeah, you're dead. NOOO. Izuku and Ibara stood in a crowd with Inko, waiting in line to get inside a large stadium. I'm so glad I don't have to suffer anymore. Izuku sighed in relief, leaning against his girlfriend. Inko giggled. Oh, it wasn't so bad. Yes, it was. At least twice a day. We'd get asked by different students every time about what Uncle Crust said. I agree with Izuku, Ibara said with a nod. I was very flustered throughout the entirety of the final quarter. Not to mention my parents had to talk to me about it when I finally came home. Inko laughed softly. You still haven't told me what they wanted to talk about, Izuku commented. Ibara blushed. Oh, I'm so happy you two have grown so close, Ibara's mother declared with a smile. I am as well. However, we must discuss your future with that boy, Ibara's father pointed out. That is very true. What about my future with him, father? It is clear that you love him. Yes, of course I do. However, because you love him, there will be certain curiosities you and him might have. Sinful curiosities. Ibara blushed at what her father was implying. What about them? You will have to remember that it is sinful to indulge them out of wedlock. You must wait until you two are married before you can indulge in them. Why yes, father. And nothing too important, Ibara said louder than she intended. Inko smirked knowingly at Ibara for a moment before it softened to a smile. Well, like you said, it's over. Izuku nodded, sighing softly. Thank goodness. Shaking her head to dispel her blush, she brightened up. I am really looking forward to the entrance exams next week, Ibara commented with excitement. Yeah, me too. Izuku nodded with a wide smile. We're moving ahead, you too. Right. Holy crap, this stadium isn't even halfway full. Izuku shouted in surprise. Wow, it looks very different when it isn't filled, Ibara let out with an amazed gasp. Let's head to our seats, you two. Let's not keep everyone else from getting to their seats, Inko pointed out. Oh yeah, sorry. The two 18-year-olds walked ahead of Inko to their seats in the front row. As they sat down, Izuku looked down at the graduating class. 40 students of varying appearances were seated in an elevated cement section in the center of the stadium, with camera crews in front of them and recording everything. The stadium had screens all around it, each one broadcasting from a different camera. Izuku could easily spot his brother in the sea of blue and white caps and gowns, instantly locking onto the red wings of his. He was in the middle of a conversation with a man with ram horns on his head. To his other side was Kaoruko, whose hand was in his as she watched him converse with his friend. Izuku smiled as he watched him. He's already going to be a hero. I better train hard at UA. There's no way I'm letting him be at the top for long. Oh, they're starting, he heard someone say. Izuku was broken from his thoughts as Ibara took his hand, drawing his attention to her. She was smiling softly, her smile getting happier as he looked at her. Squeezing her hand once, he leaned over and kissed her cheek. Thank you for inviting me, Ibara whispered. You should have expected me to invite you anyways, Izuku replied. Ibara giggled quietly. You are correct, I was very foolish. The two shared a loving kiss before pulling back, Ibara leaning her head against his shoulder as they watched the beginning of the ceremony. Keigo Midoriya, hero name, Hawks. Inko stood up as the crowd started cheering and clapping, whooping and hollering loudly at her son. Izuku and Ibara were on their feet as well, clapping and cheering for the elder Midoriya brother. Keigo looked up at them with a smirk, waving at them all as he made his way over to Principal Nezu, a small furry creature in a small suit, who was standing on the podium that held the microphone he spoke through. He arrived at the podium, accepting a card and a folder with his name on it. After bowing, he turned and smiled for a quick photo before Nezu adjusted the microphone. Keigo Midoriya has been one of the brightest students in this class, earning the highest score in the Provisional License Exam and the Hero License Exam, making the top 3 in the sports festival for 4 years in a row, and being an overall exceptional student in class. I am proud to say that UA will not be the same without you gracing these halls each day forward. I wish you luck as you move forward into the world of heroism. The stadium erupted in cheers and the sound of clapping hands once more. The Midoriyas and Ibara joined in with them, standing up once again. The cheering lasted for a moment before Nezu cleared his throat. Mr. Midoriya, would you like to say anything? Keigo smiled as he leaned into the mic. It's been awesome going to UA for the past 4 years. The whole time I've studied here has been a blast. I've made friends. I've met someone who became more than just a friend, Keigo said, winking at his girlfriend, who blushed. I wouldn't trade my time here for anything. Keigo's expression darkened slightly. I only wish that my father were alive to see this. Keigo trailed off before shaking his head. But you all know him. You know he wouldn't want me to cry. He wouldn't want anyone to be sad. He would want all of us to continue with smiles on our faces, to continue our days going beyond. He lifted his fist into the air, wiping a tear with his free hand as everyone in the stadium shouted with him. Plus ultra. Izuku hugged Keigo tightly, the two of them standing with their loved ones outside the stadium. Good job, Keigo, Izuku muttered. He smiled, returning the hug and patting his little brother on the back. Thanks, little bro. I better see you at the sports festival this year. The Midoriya name has to be at the top like every other year, Keigo said with a smirk. Izuku chuckled, pulling back with a nod. You bet. I'll shoot to the top of the sports festival like you did every year. Keigo, Ibara, and Inko all laughed at Izuku's eagerness. Well, you first have to pass the entrance exam with me, Izuku, Ibara pointed out with a fond smile. We won't have any trouble with that. We'll beat that with our hands tied behind our backs. Izuku shouted confidently, a small blush on his face. Everyone else laughed at his confidence, increasing his blush. Don't be too overconfident. The exam was somewhat difficult for me, Keigo commented. But I'm better than you, Keigo. Izuku smirked. Oh, who has the hero license? That's beside the point. Another round of laughter embarrassed Izuku further. Stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. Come on. We gotta get there early. Ibara giggled as she let herself get tugged by her boyfriend down the sidewalk. What's the rush, my angel? If we get there late, we won't be able to sit next to each other, Izuku replied with an eager smile. Ibara smiled, finally pulling back against him, stopping him in his tracks. He raised an eyebrow. What is it, Ibara? She brought him into a hug, whispering into his ear. Wouldn't it be quicker to fly there? Izuku's eyes widened as he pulled back, grabbing a hold of his girlfriend's shoulders. His hands slid up to the back of her neck and head as he pulled her in for a passionate lip lock. Ibara moaned through her nose as she melted into the kiss. They pulled back, Izuku smiling at his girlfriend again. Ibara, you are a genius. Her cheeks reddened as she smiled shyly. Well, maybe you could give me another kiss as a reward. Izuku wrapped his arms around the small of her back and his wings around the two of them. Of course I can, Izuku said, giving her a gentler and loving kiss that she hummed into. She reached her hands up to his cheeks, caressing them as they held the kiss. Finally they pulled back, both of them letting out content sighs. Are you ready? Izuku asked. She smiled up at him as she turned around, gently leaning her back against his chest while holding his arms. I am now. Izuku smiled softly as he pulled her closer to him. Spreading his wings, he took flight, holding his girlfriend tight as he flew through the air. Ibara smiled softly as she enjoyed the wind blowing through her hair. Katsuki Bakugo was standing at the front gate of UA, glancing around with an annoyed expression and his arms crossed over his chest. Where the fuck are those two? He growled. They better not be distracted making out or some shit. This is more important than that. A glint caught his eye, drawing his gaze to the sky to see a pair of golden wings attached to a boy holding a vine-haired girl. Bakugo let out a growly sigh. Of fucking course. He shook his head. The couple descended slowly, landing in front of Bakugo with smiles on their faces. Greetings, Bakugo. Hey, Kaken. You two are late, Bakugo said with a smirk. Ibara blushed while Izuku smiled sheepishly. Sorry, we took a scenic route. I couldn't help it. Bakugo grunted, rolling his eyes and shaking his head before turning around. Let's get inside, before the extras take our seats. Ibara and Izuku shared a glance, both of them wearing slight smirks as they shook their heads at each other twice. Locking their hands together, they gave each other warm smiles. Let's make sure he doesn't try to kill anybody, Izuku joked. Ibara giggled. Right. Oh no, Ibara mumbled, looking down at her lap as she showed a piece of paper to Izuku. Yeah, same here, Bakugo grunted, showing his piece of paper. Including Izuku's piece of paper, they all showed a different name. Ibara's read field F, Bakugo's read field A, and Izuku's read field C. Izuku's shoulders and wings drooped slightly. Dang it, Izuku sighed. Ibara took his hand in hers, squeezing it once. He looked up at his girlfriend, who was smiling softly. If we can't be together, we'll just have to finish our exams quickly to see each other again. Right. Izuku's expression brightened, a small smile forming on his face as he squeezed her hand once. Yeah, that's right. Bakugo clapped his friend on the back, Izuku lurching forward slightly. see you when you get back, he said. Yeah, see you, Izuku replied, watching him leave with the first wave of students that left the auditorium. He turned back to his girlfriend with a smile. Let's go. Ibara nodded, leaning in and kissing his cheek before standing up with him. Right. The couple walked hand in hand out of the auditorium. Outside, there were several buses parked, with the names of the fields written on the sides of them. Applicants were flooding the buses, including Bakugo, who was yelling at a fellow applicant for getting in his way as he climbed onto the bus. Well, here we go, Izuku said with a long sigh. Ibara turned to her boyfriend, gently tugging his hand. As he looked down at her, she blushed. Can I have another? For good luck. Izuku smiled softly, pulling his girlfriend into a loving embrace and pressing a kiss against her lips. His warm wings encircled the two of them as they held the kiss longer and longer. Finally, they pulled back, staring into each other's eyes. I love you. I love you too, Ibara. The two shared an Eskimo kiss before finally pulling back, holding each other's hands for a moment and squeezing. Remember to keep your finishing technique for necessities only. I know how tired it makes you, Izuku said softly. And you remember to only use your sun reflection similarly. I don't want you to be exhausted too soon and get hurt, Ibara replied. I will, I promise. Ibara smiled softly, nodding once. See you soon. You, too. With that, the two of them finally fully separated, walking to their respective buses. A few moments later, all of the buses drove away from the main campus. As Izuku watched the campus leave his field of vision, he took a deep breath. Time to ace this test. Izuku stood in the crowd of people standing at the front gate to his field. He was hopping on the balls of his feet and swinging his arms, taking deep breaths as he did. Stopping his bouncing, he shook his wings and frilled his golden feathers. I got this, Izuku said to himself, folding his wings back. He glanced around at his fellow applicants, seeing the nervousness in the expressions of those close to him. He took a deep breath. At least I'm not the only one nervous. Izuku looked back at the huge gate that was separating him and his fellow applicants from the field inside. All right, so as soon as that door opens, I'll fly into the air and shoot inside before any of the others. That would give me first pickings of the enemies inside. Izuku nodded twice. Yeah, I got this. Excuse me. Your muttering is distracting. Before the person who spoke to Izuku could finish, the front gate opened quickly. Start. Present Mike's voice called from the front of the group. Sorry, gotta go, Izuku said as he spread his wings and took flight. He soared over the group of applicants and into the cityscape on the other side of the gate. He was grinning as he spotted his first targets. He adjusted his trajectory and entered a dive. Here we go. Toshinori, you've finally arrived. Toshi stood just inside the doorway of a room filled with dozens of video screens. Some were mounted on walls, others were mounted on desks, with heroes watching them closely. Some of them had looked away from their screens to take a look at who had arrived. Toshinori was dressed in a yellow pinstripe suit with matching pants, a blue tie tied around his neck, and brown dress shoes. In front of Toshinori stood a white-haired rat bear dog thing wearing a dress shirt, black vest, and black pants. His beady black eyes stared up at the blonde-haired man and a smile pulled at his lips. Yes, I apologize for being late, Principal Nezu, Toshinori said with a bow. So long as you arrive at all. The tests are beginning now, the rodent replied with a smile. And I think you will find one of the applicants to be quite interesting. Toshinori followed Nezu's furry paw to one of the larger screens at the back of the room. His eyes widened slightly as the view changed to Izuku soaring over a cityscape, a frown on his face as he looked down at the ground below. He looks just like him. I'm sure he would be proud, Toshinori thought to himself. It seems you know him, Nezu commented. Have you met him before? HHM. Oh, Toshinori said before shaking his head. I've seen him around the city before. And of course, I remember the news of his father's death. Nezu remained quiet as he stared at him and smiled. Please believe me. Please believe me. I see. Well, I'm sure you'll get to know him better if he passes the exam. Class 1 and 1B will be scheduled to participate in All Might's Foundational Hero Studies class. Toshinori nodded with a sigh. You're right. I'll be interested to see what kind of a person he is, he said. Should he pass, that is. Indeed. Well, he's making a mighty fine spectacle so far, a dominatrix heroine purred, redirecting the two's attention to the screen. On it, Izuku rolled in the air to avoid a spray of rubber bullets from one of the villain robots below. A moment later, small flashes of light glinted off his wings, and a moment later, the villain robot that shot at him, as well as the three others that were in the area, all fell apart. It seems he's quite a skilled fighter with his quirk, Nezu commented before looking down at his left wrist, where a watch was sitting. Let's see how he can handle the next portion of this little test. Release the 0 pointers. Cackling came from the lips of a shirtless, orange-haired man, whose head was obscured by a large yellow helmet similar to a rectangular excavator claw. The orange, L-shaped fingertip pressed a red button that lit up once it was activated. Are you sure? Isn't this a little soon? Toshinori questioned. Why not? It'll certainly make things entertaining. Nezu replied, laughing maniacally. Toshinori's sweat dropped as he stared deadpan at the principal, looking back at the screen showing Izuku, still soaring in the air and avoiding attacks. Good luck, my boy. You're gonna need it. Silence filled the room. Every man and woman stared at a single screen with gaping mouths and wide eyes. Did he? What did he? It was completely obliterated. Nezu cackled. This kid, Toshinori muttered. Dibs on that one. A man in all black with a long scarf around his neck said in a flat tone. You can't call. Done. Oh, come on. A gray-haired hero in a dark red skin-tight suit shouted. Aizawa was faster, can. Nezu replied, laughing. Toshinori smiled, looking up at the screen again. Izuku was sitting on the ground, his legs splayed out in front of him while his hands were holding his upper body up. He was panting heavily as he stared up at the sky. The parts of his clothes closest to his wings were slightly burnt and sweat was dripping from his face. Beside him was a hoof-footed girl with shoulder-blade-length blonde hair and blue eyes. A wide smile was on her face as she animatedly spoke to Izuku. A smile was on the boy's face as he nodded and responded to her when he could. Good job, Izuku. You did amazingly. An explosion of shine made my heart pump with coolness. Izuku chuckled, looking up at the girl who was excitedly talking in front of him. I'm glad you liked the super move. It takes a lot out of me, though. You think you can help me up, pony? The girl gasped, placing a hand on her mouth for a moment before she moved closer, grabbing the hand he offered and pulling him up. He gave her a tired smile. Thanks, very welcome, she said with a bright smile. We really need to work on your Japanese. Pony gasped again. You know English. Izuku chuckled. I learned it in high school. Pony clapped her hands while hopping up and down, giving Izuku a closed-eyed smile. Yeah, I can truly learn Japanese now. Pony jumped forward and hugged Izuku tightly. Izuku froze for a moment before patting the girl's back a couple times. Let's get going, Izuku suggested. We don't want the buses to leave without us. Oh, right. Let's go. Ibara stood at the front gate with Bakugo, smiling in amusement over his impatient scowl. There he is, Bakugo growled out. Ibara brightened up, turning to see Izuku talking with a girl. Instantly, a slight frown came across her features. Remaining quiet, she listened in on the conversation. Is the word for gliding. So when I say I am gliding to the ground, that's how it's used. Ooh, I thought it was flying. No, that's flying. Izuku, Ibara called, pulling his attention to her. The happy smile that Izuku gave her warmed her heart and brought a small smile to her frowning face. Hey, Ibara. Hey, Kaken. This is Pony Tsunotori. I met her in the exam. Pony waved at the two of them with a smile. Greetings, fellow humans. I take pleasure in seeing you. Izuku chuckled. She's not that experienced with speaking Japanese. No fucking shit. Sounds like you when we were starting English. Hey. Izuku blushed. Hello, Tsunotori. I am Ibara Shizaki, Ibara said with a soft smile, placing a hand over her chest. It's a pleasure to meet you. You speak English, too? Pony asked in surprise. We all took English in our school. We would gladly help you improve your Japanese if you want, Izuku offered. Just don't count on Kaken. He hates helping. I don't hate helping. Pony jumped slightly at Bakugo's outburst while Izuku and Ibara chuckled. Don't mind him. That's how he always acts, Ibara said with a smile. I see, Pony said with a quiet chuckle. All right, you nerds, let's go. We don't want Enko to be worried, Bakugo stated. Yeah, that's right, Izuku said before turning to Pony. You think you can give me your phone number? We can set up a day to meet up and practice Japanese. Oh, right. Here. Toshinori stood in front of a door, his All Might costume clearly oversized for his normal body. He looked down at his costume, the bright red and silver colors bringing a slight pain to his chest as he stared at it. I should really change this. Every time I look at it, I just remember him. He took a deep breath after a moment, closing his eyes as he exhaled. He activated his quirk, feeling himself bulk up as he opened his eyes. Putting on the smile he usually wore, he gripped the doorknob and pushed it open. I am here, Toshinori declared as he stepped inside. In the room, multiple heroes were sorting through papers at a large meeting table while Nezu stood at the far end of the table. The rodent looked up from the paper in his hands and smiled. Greetings, All Might. We were just about to begin recording the acceptance letters. Do you wish to record any in particular? Yes, I do. I was told by Toshinori that one Izuku Midoriya was an interesting boy to watch. I would like to be the one too. Not so fast, All Might. The symbol of peace jumped slightly as he turned around, spotting the Dragoon hero, Ryukyu, pointing right at him. Miss Rykyu. I was unaware you worked at UA. I don't. But I came here to specially record Izuku's acceptance speech. Not on my watch, you don't, Crust declared, rushing into view and pushing Ryukyu aside. He's my nephew. I will be recording for him. Oh, no you don't. He's my nephew as well. And I got here first, so I got first dibs. Actually, not a word, All Might. Both Ryukyu and Crust snapped, pointing at the hero. All Might jumped, taking a step back while raising his hands up. Nezu chuckled. The great and powerful All Might, shut down by merely 2 heroes. What has this world come to? He teased before clearing his throat and getting the attention of the 2 heroes bickering. I have a solution to your problem. Ryukyu and Crust glanced at each other before looking back at Nezu. A solution? Crust questioned. And what's that? Ryukyu asked. Nezu merely smiled in response. All Might watched the rodent wearily. I don't like that look in his eye. Oh, I see. That's what I thought it would mean. Pony, Izuku, and Ibara were all sitting around the kitchen table inside the Midoriya household. Pony was wearing a white and brown striped V-neck and jeans, and the smile on her face warmed both Izuku and Ibara's heart as they watched it. Izuku was in a pair of sweatpants and a green t-shirt while Ibara was sitting next to him, also in a green tee. Really? Izuku asked, tilting his head. Pony blushed, looking down as she squirmed slightly in her seat. I really like anime, so I watch a lot. And I mean a lot, a lot. Izuku chuckled. That makes sense. Is she talking about those animated shows that you showed me? Ibara asked. Izuku nodded. Yeah, those, Izuku replied with a nod before turning back to Pony, who was still blushing. Well, that's good. That got you exposed to some words and phrases, even if you didn't understand it without the subtitles. Yeah, that's true, Pony chirped with a bright smile. So, what's next? I think that's enough for now. We shouldn't focus on improving Japanese the entire time we're here. Then what do you want to do now? Ibara smiled softly. Well, Izuku, Yue sent you something. Izuku and Ibara locked eyes and smiled at each other before looking at Pony. The results came, Izuku said with a smile. Pony blinked before jumping, standing straight up. That's right, the results are coming today. Pony quickly galloped to the door. Sorry for leaving, but I gotta go. Bye. Izuku and Ibara shared a bout of laughter at the girl's sudden exit, smiling softly. She's such an airhead, Izuku said softly. But in a good way, Ibara added with a nod. Do you want me to fly you home? Ibara shook her head. Not yet. I want to stay a bit longer with you here before going home to see my results, she said, leaning into him for a moment. Izuku laced his fingers with hers as he held her hand. The pair of them stood from their chairs, meeting Inko as she was walking further inside the house. She had a small frown on her face when they approached her. Why did Pony leave? Inko questioned. Izuku and Ibara smiled. She just forgot the results are today and ran back home. That's fine, though. She forgot something a couple days ago and ran home as well. If everything goes well, she'll apologize profusely over text and when we meet her again, Izuku explained with a chuckle. Yes, you have nothing to worry about, Inko, Ibara added with a nod. If you say so, Inko nodded. So you said the results are here? Izuku asked with an eager smile. Oh, yes, here you go, Inko replied, handing the envelope to Izuku. Once the envelope was in Izuku's hands, he and Ibara shared a smile before rushing to his bedroom. Once out of earshot, Inko smirked. If I didn't already know better, I would say they were going to be doing naughty things. Which is unfortunate. The picture of vine-haired, winged children is so adorable in my head. Izuku smiled fondly as he looked up at his girlfriend, a vine moving back to Ibara's head out of the corner of his eye. You didn't have to do that, Ibara. I know, she said with a bright and innocent smile. But I wanted to. Izuku chuckled, leaning up and placing a soft kiss against her cheek. The smile turned into a content one as she leaned against her boyfriend and rested her head on his. The pair turned back to the disc after a few moments of just quietly enjoying each other's presence. Izuku pressed the easily distinguishable button on the top, leading to a hologram being emitted a moment later. Had it not been for Ibara leaning against him, he would have fallen backwards in his chair in sheer surprise, for on the hologram were 3 figures, All Might, his Aunt Ryuko, and his Uncle Seiichi. Hey there, Izuku. Ryuko waved. Hello, my wonderful nephew. It is good to talk to you through this hologram. And I am also here as a hologram. Izuku and Ibara shared a wide-eyed glance at each other before looking back at the hologram in front of them. We're all going to be giving you your results, starting with the Villian points, Crust declared with a grin and thumbs up, interrupting the now annoyed Ryukyu. You really impressed me when I watched the replay of your exam. As Crust spoke, different holograms popped up beside him, showing video recordings of Izuku during the exam. One showed Izuku twisting mid-air out of the way of a burst of rubber bullets, while another showed Izuku extending his wings outward and small flashes appearing on them, the camera panning to reveal several robots in shambles. You have been awarded 85 villain points. Good job. I am very proud of you, Crust declared, wiping a tear that was leaking through his mask. But being a hero isn't always about beating the villains, Ryukyu chimed in as Crust was starting to tear up even further. A hero also has to save those in danger, and you did wonderfully in that regard. Ryukyu gestured to her right, a recording appearing beside her in a rectangular black box. On it was Izuku landing in front of a downed pony and another unknown student. His wings extended wide before the camera feed went pitch black. Izuku frowned slightly. The zero-pointer damaged some of our cameras in the area, so we were only able to salvage this recording. But the screens off further back, while unable to capture the full detail of your rescue efforts, still showed the length you went to rescuing those in need. The screen shifted to a much further back screen, showing a large pillar of golden light shooting upwards towards the sky. Izuku looked up at his girlfriend, who was giving him a fond, yet slightly disappointed smirk. He, in response, smiled innocently. I had to do what I had to do. I can see that, she replied with a raised eyebrow. For such an effective rescue, you have been given 27 hero points. Good job, Izuku. Your father would be very proud of that score, Ryukyu said with a smile, drawing the pair's attention once more. All Might stepped up next with his signature wide grin. Both your efforts to defeat the mock villains and your valiant rescue have earned you a combined total of 112 points, placing you at first place in the results. All Might declared. Congratulations, Izuku Midoriya. You are officially accepted into UA Hero University. Good job, Izuku. Crust cried, tears streaming from his eyes. Congratulations, Izuku. I'll be sure to visit you this weekend to help you pack your things, Ryukyu said with a soft smile. Which does lead into what's next. You will be put into a dorm system. Miss Ryukyu, I believe I was supposed to tell him. All Might stepped back at the glare Ryukyu gave him, drawing a chuckle from Izuku and Ibara. Auntie Ryuko, scaring heroes and villains alike with that glare since she started hero work, Izuku commented with a chuckle. Principal Nezu, could you convince her? Oh, no, this is way too entertaining to stop, someone not in the frame said in a chipper voice. Anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, the dorm systems. You will be given a room to stay in for the entirety of your college career. The move-in date is this Saturday and I must stress that you only bring what you need, plus a few things you want to bring with you as well. Like I said before, I'll help you. And I will, too. And I'm sure Ibara will as well, Ryukyu added with a smirk, Crust laughing a moment later. Izuku and Ibara blushed slightly. They really know us. They do. Well, that's it for the results. Good job getting into UA. And a crash echoed on the recording, with the three heroes still standing in it looking at something off the screen. A few moments later, a familiar pair of wings came into view before Kago literally flew into view. Good job, little bro. Hey, you're not authorized to be here, someone said off the screen. Ryukyu and Crust were both too busy laughing to do anything and All Might looked downright confused. Kago simply waved. Well, gotta go. Hopefully Auntie Ryuko and Uncle Crust can get me out of trouble. Right as Kago ran out of frame again, the hologram dissipated, allowing Izuku to let out the laughter he was holding in the entire time Kago was on the screen. No wonder he said he wouldn't make it that day, Izuku said in between laughter. He was stuck getting chewed out by the UA staff. Ibara smiled as she watched Izuku laugh, giggling after another moment. Even after graduating, he can't stay out of trouble, Ibara commented. Nope. Well, do you want me to take you home to see your results now? Izuku asked. Yeah, we could do that. Or we could spend a bit more time together here. Just the two of us, Ibara suggested, walking around and sitting on Izuku's lap. Izuku smiled as he surrounded her midsection with his arms and looked up at her. He leaned up and planted a gentle, loving kiss on her lips before pulling back slightly. I'd love to. No, you can't take that, Ryuko said with an amused smile. Awa, come on. Izuku, Ibara and Ryuko were all standing in Izuku's bedroom, a few things noticeably gone, including Izuku's desk, computer, bed, and dresser. Several boxes were placed near the door with another beside Izuku, who was holding a statue of Crust. I said only take what you need plus a few things you want to bring. We're still packing the stuff you need. Miss Tatsuma has a point, Izuku, Ibara pointed out. Your notebooks are still out and you haven't decided if you wanted to bring all your clothes or just some of them. Why yeah. Ryuko took the statue from Izuku's hands gently, moving over to one of the shelves and placing it on there. I am here, a black-haired man declared as he walked into the room with a wide grin. Izuku Midoriya, also known as the pro hero Crust, wore a green t-shirt, brown cargo shorts, and a pair of sunglasses. Izuku smiled brightly at his uncle. Ibara had a slightly smaller smile, and Ryuko facepalmed. Hey Uncle Crust, Izuku said with a grin, his wings rising slightly. It is good to see you again, Ibara added with a bow of her head. What took you so long? Ryuko asked with a smirk. Unfortunately, the traffic is rather thick this morning. But worry not, I will get these boxes into the truck and help with any more packing, Seiichi said with a heroic thumbs up. The off-duty hero proceeded to grab the top two boxes on the stack and carry them out of the room. Well, while he's doing that, Ryuko started, turning back to her nephew and his girlfriend. Let's get back to packing. And don't worry, Izuku, you'll get to take some stuff with you. We just gotta make sure everything's sorted out first so it isn't a jumbled mess. Izuku sighed, his shoulders and wings drooping. Fine, ka-chunk. All right, all done, Ryuko said, patting her hands before turning to Izuku and Ibara. Do you want us to stop by your house to help you pack? The vine-haired girl shook her head. No thank you. I already packed everything I needed and my parents wished for me to go to UA while they gave my things to the moving people. And you're here instead? Izuku asked with a smile. Ibara blushed. I intend to go to UA. I just took a detour to visit you and help you pack first, she said shyly. I see no problem in what you decided to do, Seiichi said with a nod and smile. Now go say farewell to Inko. I believe my dear sister is on the verge of tears already. Izuku and Ibara turned to face the tearing up Inko. Their attention was the last straw as the woman pulled both of them into a hug. I'm so proud of you too, she sobbed. But I'm gonna miss you so much. I'll miss you too, Mom, Izuku replied with a smile, closing his eyes and leaning his head on his mother's shoulder. I'm going to miss you as well, Ibara said, resting her head on Inko's shoulder as well. It was very nice spending time with you on the days I stayed over with Izuku. Just know you can call me anytime, Inko said shakily. Please call me at least every week. We will, Mom. I promise. Thank you. Ryuko and Seiichi walked up beside them. I'd hate to break this up, but if we leave now, we can get to UA before the afternoon rush, Ryuko said, placing her hand on Inko's back. The trio drew back from their hug, Inko sniffling slightly. And no, it's fine, she said with a shake of her head and a wobbly smile. Ryuko can take them to school. I shall stay to comfort you, Seiichi volunteered, wrapping his sister in a tight hug, instantly bringing a chuckle out of Inko's mouth. You dummy, you need to carry the heavy stuff, remember? Inko reminded. Oh, that's right. That and we're using your truck to move all of Izuku's things, Ryuko added. That too. He grunted out, his shoulders drooping even further than they already were. Inko giggled at her brother. Yeah, you just focus on bringing them their things. Afterwards, you and Ryuko are welcome to visit. I'll definitely accept your offer, Ryuko replied with a nod. And of course I would accept such an offer from my dear sister, Seiichi added, dramatically placing his right hand on the center of his chest and his left hand behind him, bowing once. All right, drama queen, let's go. I am not a drama queen, Seiichi shouted. Izuku and Ibara smirked at each other before rolling their eyes, linking their hands together as they followed Izuku's honorary aunt and his biological uncle to the truck. You are, though. I'm not. Whoa, Izuku let out in awe, looking up at the large building in front of him. Izuku was standing with Ibara, Ryuko, and Seiichi in front of a large, 5-story building separated into 2 wings after the first floor. And between the separate wings was a sign reading One Alliance in gold letters. The first floor's exterior walls were colored white while the floors above on both wings were brown. They really upgraded this place since we were here, Ryuko commented. Yeah, they definitely did, Seiichi replied with a nod. What were they like before? Izuku asked. They didn't have the separate wings and looked like a large house with very small rooms. That sounds uncomfortable, Ibara pointed out. It was. Thankfully, we had a bit better time by our 4th year. Anyways, let's go and find your room. Right, you go on ahead. I'm going to find my room and start unpacking my things. They should have set my boxes outside my room, Ibara said softly. Okay, I'll help out if I finish unpacking my things first, Izuku replied. His vine-haired girlfriend giggled softly. You have way more things than I do. I didn't plan to take a bed with me to UA, she said with a warm smile. Well then we'll just have to see who finishes first, he replied with a smile. Ibara smirked as she nodded once. Indeed we will. Slam. Finally, Izuku said with a sigh. We really should have disassembled the bed frame. It wouldn't have been as challenging if we did, though, Seiichi declared with a grin. It wouldn't be as fun. Fun, Izuku let out with an exasperated smile. Moving is never fun, Ryuko added with a sigh, setting down a box on the bed and opening the top of it. I never understood how you can do it with a smile. Because it's a challenge, and I always take on a challenge head on, Seiichi replied, closing his fist and pumping it up once with a grin. Ryuko and Izuku rolled their eyes before glancing at each other. Well, how about we let this challenge-loving man single-handedly bring the dresser up the stairs then? She asked. Izuku chuckled and nodded. That's a good idea. Seiichi laughed, placing his closed fist hands on his hips. I accept your challenge. Well. Izuku's uncle ran out of the room still yelling as he rushed down the stairs. No running in the halls. Izuku heard a student yell in the distance. Both Ryuko and him laughed after a moment of complete silence, both of them sitting on the bed as they carried on. They eventually calmed down, leaning against one another as they let out a sigh. Ryuko wrapped her arm around her nephew, the boy leaning into her embrace as a wing loosely moved behind Ryuko's back. You did a really good job, she said softly, leaning her head against his. Getting this far. Your dad would be so proud. Izuku smiled softly, closing his eyes as Ryuko ruffled his head gently. Thanks, Aunt Ryuko. You're welcome. And make sure you remember something. What? Now that you're in a new school with new classmates, aside from a few, there might be some people that tick you off or try to make you think they're better than you, Ryuko started. If that happens, just let me or Seiichi know and we'll put the smack down on them. Izuku chuckled. You might have to get in line behind Kaken. Izuku replied with a small smile. And probably the teachers. Ryuko let out a single laugh. And your girlfriend as well, I'd assume. Knock, knock. Izuku and Ryuko glanced over at the doorway, seeing Ibara standing in it with a soft smile. Ah, speak of the devil. Or in this case Angel, am I right? Ryuko said with a smirk. Hopping out from behind the door frame, Pony appeared beside Ibara with a bright smile on her face. Hey Izuku. Oh, who's this? Ryuko asked, glancing at her nephew with a smirk. Her name's Pony. I met her at the entrance exam, Izuku replied, gesturing for Ibara and Pony to come in. Izuku and Ryuko stood from the bed, facing the approaching pair. Ibara and Izuku met in a gentle embrace that lasted a couple seconds before they parted and faced Ryuko and Pony. My name's Ryuko Tatsuma. I'm Izuku's aunt, she said with a friendly smile. My name's Pony Tsunotori. The horse Quirk girl chirped with a bright smile. It's nice to meet you. Energetic girl, isn't she? Pony paused, tilting her head. And her what? Ryuko tilted her head slightly while Izuku's eyes widened. We forgot to tell her that, didn't we? Ibara commented quietly. She's saying energetic. Pony, Izuku said. Ew, energetic. Pony replied, nodding with a smile. Not a native speaker? Ryuko asked. Izuku shook his head. No, she isn't. When we met her she knew some of the basics. Ibara and I have been helping her improve her understanding of it. MHM. Pony nodded. They really helped. That's good, Ryuko replied with a nod and smile. Silence descended upon the room for a couple moments before a thumping pair of footsteps brought their direction to the door. I have returned, Seiichi declared as he entered the room with the whole dresser in his arms. So, I guess I was right, Ibara asked, smirking as she glanced at her boyfriend. Izuku let out a breathy chuckle, leaning against his girlfriend slightly. Yeah, you were right. Ibara giggled as Izuku brought his wing around her and held her closer to his side. So what do you want for being right? He asked. I'll have to think about it, Ibara replied with a smile. For now, Pony and I came to help you. So why don't we get back to work? Izuku smiled softly. Thanks. Izuku, where do you want the dresser? Izuku jumped slightly as he was broken from his focus on his girlfriend. Oh, put it. All right, we're all done, Izuku said with a nod while looking down at the empty box on his bed. Thanks, you guys. Happy to help. Pony exclaimed, smiling brightly. It was my pleasure, Ibara replied with a warm smile while holding her hands to her chest. You're welcome, I'm happy to help, Ryuko said with a smile. It was an amazing challenge. I was happy to have taken part in it. Seiichi grinned and flashed a passionate thumbs up. Izuku and Ryuko chuckled at the man's passion. So do you two need any help with anything? Izuku asked, looking to his girlfriend and Pony. I know you're done with yours, Ibara. But do you need any help, Pony? Well, Pony started, blushing as she brought her hands behind her back and shifted side to side. I forgot to get some things at the store. Could you come with me and help me shop? Ryuko smirked at her nephew and his girlfriend. Well, I suppose this makes this next part easier, she said, her smirk turning into a small smile. What? Izuku asked with a tilt of his head. I must leave to comfort my sister, Seiichi said, holding a fist to his chest. So I must bid you farewell. Yeah, we're both going to head over, Ryuko added with a nod. We'd love to stay longer, but we want to make sure Inko's really alright. Izuku shook his head with a smile. No, it's fine. Tell Mom I love her when you see her. We certainly will, Izuku, Seiichi nodded with a proud smile. Now come, give me a hug. Izuku's smile widened as he went up and wrapped his uncle in a tight hug, the man laughing warmly and gripping his nephew with similar strength, patting his back after a couple moments. The two of them separated before Izuku got pulled into Ryuko's embrace. Don't think you won't escape a goodbye hug from me. I never thought I would, he replied, wrapping his arms around her back and adding his wings into the hug. I always love your warm hugs, Ryuko said with a smile. I'll miss being able to have those on demand anytime I visit Inko. Well, you can have more of them if you visit us. Izuku smiled. With such sound logic, I might just do that. Ryuko giggled, leaning forward and kissing Izuku's forehead. The pair of them separated after another moment. Ibara walked up beside him and wrapped an arm around his back, smiling at the off-duty heroine. You take care of him, all right. He can be pretty reckless, she said teasingly. The Aunt Ryuko. Ibara giggled, leaning into her boyfriend's warmth. I'll make sure he stays out of too much trouble, she replied with a smile. Good. Now, I hope you three all have a wonderful day. We're going to go comfort your mother. Farewell. With one final wave, the two adults left Izuku, Ibara, and Pony in the room. Izuku glanced over at his girlfriend before looking over at Pony with a sheepish smile. You think you can keep what you saw to yourself? Pony tilted her head slightly. Why? I don't really want the whole class to know I'm related to two pro heroes, he replied with a slight chuckle. Pony gasped. Those were pro heroes. I didn't even know. As the both Ibara and Izuku put their index fingers up to their lips while they shushed their friend. Oh, right. Sorry, Pony replied in a hushed tone. So I shouldn't tell anyone. Yeah, If it gets out, it gets out. But right now, I'd rather not tell them. Pony nodded, a smile coming to her face. Your secret is safe with me. Thanks, Pony. Shall we get ready to go shopping? Ibara suggested. Pony nodded again, a brighter, more excited smile forming on her face. Yeah, give me a few and I'll meet you at the front door. Pony galloped out of Izuku's room, her excited smile never fading. Izuku and Ibara watched her leave with small smiles on their faces. I'm quite happy she's in our class. I would have been worried if she was in 1B with how little she's used to our language, Ibara said with a soft smile. Izuku nodded. She is better than she was, though. I'm sure she could handle herself. Even so, I worry. She's our friend, after all. I want nothing but happiness for her. Ibara leaned her head on his shoulder, her right hand rubbing his back as she hugged him from the side. I do, too, Izuku agreed, his wing wrapping around his girlfriend's back. The two grew quiet as they stood in his room, glancing at each other with warm smiles on their faces. They shared a couple soft kisses before separating. I'll go and grab my purse, Ibara said, kissing her boyfriend's cheek. All right, Izuku said with a nod. I'll see you soon. You, too. So, what do you need to get? Izuku asked, walking with his girlfriend and Pony into the Kiyashi Ward shopping mall. I need to get notebooks, some pens and pencils, and, Pony leaned into Ibara's ear, whispering something Izuku couldn't hear. Ibara nodded. I think we can go buy some, she said with a warm smile while Pony blushed shyly. Izuku tilted his head. Feminine products, Ibara explained, Pony shyly nodding. Oh, I see. Do you want to go get those while I get other things you need? He offered with a kind smile. Could you please? Of course. Izuku nodded with a wider smile. Do you just need notebooks, pens, and pencils? Well, I also need a bag. Pony trailed off. Did you not bring one? Ibara asked with a tilt of her head. I always kept my things in my classroom. I had a place to put my books and all I had to do was bring a pencil, she explained with a blush. Sorry, Izuku chuckled. Don't apologize, it's fine. I just want to make sure I get everything you need. So pencils, pens, notebooks, and a bag. Is that it? She whimpered, her face beet red and her head lowering in embarrassment. They're there, Pony, Ibara said softly, patting her friend's shoulder. We understand. I'll get started getting what you need, Izuku said, releasing his girlfriend from his side hug with a kiss on the cheek. How about we meet up at the food court to get something to eat when we're done? Don't go overboard on the notebooks, Ibara teased with a lighthearted smile. She only needs a few. I'll remember, Izuku chuckled. Come on, Pony, let's go get what you need. Okay, Pony replied, some of her embarrassment having calmed down. Izuku smiled as Pony walked with his girlfriend away from him. He turned away when the two disappeared in the crowds of the daytime mall shoppers. Looking to the second level of the mall, he read the names over the stores. Ah, the librarian bookstore. That'll be a good place to look for notebooks. Izuku made his way to the food court of the mall with a rectangular blue bag hanging off his right shoulder by the straps connected to the front and back of it. Looking over the tables, he spotted Ibara and Pony sitting near the outside of the large group of tables with a bag beside Pony's hooves, increasing his pace. He speed-walked over to the pair of them. Hey, Pony, I got all that you asked me to get, he said with a smile. Oh, thank you, Pony said with a smile, standing and trotting over to Izuku, Ibara standing up a moment later. Izuku handed the horse Quirk girl the bag over his shoulder, the girl unzipping the top zipper and looking inside. The notebooks are in the main pocket and I put the pencils and pens in the side pocket, he explained. Pony moved forward and hugged Izuku tightly, a smile on her face. Thank you very much. Izuku glanced over at Ibara for a moment and shared a smile before he looked back down at Pony and returned her hug. You're welcome, Pony. Glad I could help. The girl pulled back, giving the Izuku one more bright smile before trotting back to her seat, placing the school bag beside her other bag. So, did you guys order food yet? Izuku asked as he walked up beside Ibara and grasped her hand gently. His girlfriend squeezed his hand once while shaking her head. We haven't yet. We wanted to wait for you to decide what we wanted to order. Well, do you want to check out the options now? Yeah, let's go. Izuku, Ibara, and Pony returned to their dorm building in UA right as the sky was starting to turn orange. Izuku carried both of Pony's bags in his hands while his arm was hooked around Ibara's arm. Pony was on his other side with a smile on her face, moving forward and opening the door for them. Thanks, Pony. Thank you, Pony replied with a smile. I'm now ready for classes thanks to you. It was our pleasure, Ibara said with a kind smile. Yeah, it was really nice. Izuku, Ibara, and Pony walked into the building, the horse-quirked girl closing the door and rejoining her friends a moment later. Well, what do we have here? A green-haired girl with sharp teeth approached the trio, smirking when getting their attention. I never thought we'd have a golden-winged angel in our class. Ibara instinctively held Izuku's arm tighter, a suspicious pout forming on her face. Izuku blushed slightly, his wings stiffening. Talkage. You can't just flirt with every boy who comes through the door. A girl with brown hair obscuring her eyes scolded as she jogged up to them. Why not? It's fun, the girl, Talkage, replied with a grin. I get to see them squirm if they're particularly shy. Well, you cannot flirt with this one, Ibara spoke up. He is not single. Why yeah, Izuku nodded, his wing curling around Ibara's back. Not skipping a beat, Talkage gasped and cooed at the two of them. You two are adorable, she exclaimed with a grin. Izuku's blush deepened while Ibara grew a small blush. Pony, ever oblivious, smiled and nodded. I know, right, Pony agreed with a smile. Pony, Talkage. Izuku and Ibara glanced over at the brown-haired girl. Despite her eyes being concealed by her curtain of hair, the exasperation in her friend was clearly there, and Izuku and Ibara mimicked the same look towards Pony. I'm Pony Tsunotori. Nice to meet you. I'm Setsuna Talkage. And this adorable bundle of shyness is Kanoko Komori, the green-haired girl said, moving back and pushing the brown-haired girl forward with a sharp-toothed grin. Wa, Talkage ugh. Komori sighed, looking down for a moment before looking up at the trio. Hi, I'm Kanoko Komori. Ibara and Izuku's blushes dissipated slightly, with the vine-haired girl clearing her throat first. I am Ibara Shizaki, and I'm Izuku Midoriya, and you're both in my way. A man grumbled behind them. The 5 classmates turned around at the sound of the man's voice, facing a man in all black clothes with a grayish scarf around his neck. He had stubble on his face and long black hair. His bored eyes had dark bags under them. Sorry, Izuku said, stepping to the side. A look of recognition passed over the man's face for a split second, barely noticeable by the people looking at him. Don't worry about it this time. Since you're the first people I've seen, you get a head start. Go to the lockers and change into your provided gym uniforms and go to the practice field. The man walked by the 5 of them, only pausing when Izuku let out a new He turned back towards Izuku and the rest of the group. Why are we going to the practice field? Doesn't class start on Monday? He asked, tilting his head. The schedule you were provided left one thing out. This is your second entrance exam. Second, Ibara questioned. The man gave them a creepy smile. This decides whether or not you'll actually be allowed in my class. Anyone who fails gets expelled. The 5 of them gasped. Expelled? So, what should we do while we wait? Kanoko asked. She was standing in the center of the practice field's track oval with Setsuna, Izuku, Ibara, and Pony. All 5 of them were wearing their gym uniforms, identical blue shirts and pants with a large stylized U on the shirt and an on the pants. Both letters were in white, contrasting easily with the main color. We could get to know each other, Setsuna suggested with a toothy grin. What do you say? Yeah, Pony exclaimed with an eager smile. Izuku and Ibara glanced at each other with small, fond smiles. Well, if Pony wants to, Izuku started, turning to the others. We'd be happy to, Ibara finished with a kind smile. Awesome, Setsuna thrusted her fist in the air. So, who wants to go first? Me, Pony started. Kanoko, thank you for volunteering, Setsuna said, her hands detaching from her arms and pushing the short, brown-haired girl forward. Talkage, Tsunotori just volunteered to go, Kanoko protested. Nope, you get to go first. You gotta get used to this, Setsuna said before looking at the trio in front of them with her usual sharp grin. I've been trying to get her more used to talking with people other than me since our 11th year. She's still having a hard time. Hey, I'm not having a hard time, Kanoko protested again. See, the brown-haired girl groaned before turning to the 3 others. I've had to deal with her for 3 years now. 3, Izuku tilted his head. I met her when I was still a 10th year. I had the unfortunate task of showing her around the school. Oh, Setsuna wrapped an arm around her neck and hung there with a sharp-toothed grin. You loved it. Don't deny it. Kanoko couldn't hide the shy smile forming on her face. Anyway, she continued, a hand reaching up and pulling her right bang behind her ear, and revealing one of her brown cat-like eyes that looked down at the ground. My quirk's called mushroom. I can send spores through the air, and when it touches a solid surface, a mushroom grows. Kanoko pressed her fingers together while 2 mushrooms grew on both of her forearms. Whoa, Pony let out in amazement. It's not much, but I'm hoping I can learn to get better to become a good hero. Kanoko finished, blushing at the attention. Your quirk has a whole lot of potential, Komori. Not only would mushrooms growing on villains' bodies scare them and give you an opening to disable them, you could also easily disable them just with the growing of mushrooms on their body. How strong are they? Izuku asked, a glint in his eyes. Ibara smiled fondly as she saw his wings raise slightly. What do you mean? Can you easily pluck them without much effort, or do you have to work to damage them? It depends on what I want them for. Kanoko trailed off, touching her index fingers together again. So you could essentially make an indestructible wall of mushrooms if you wanted to. Why yeah, but they'd go away after 2 to 3 hours, she said with a nod. I'm so proud of you, Kanoko, Setsuna teased with her usual sharp-toothed grin, rubbing her cheek against her friend's. Shut up. she squeaked, shoving Setsuna weakly. You seem like really good friends, Ibara said warmly. Yep, the best of friends. Debatable, Kinoko muttered. You don't mean that. Setsuna rubbed her cheek against her friend harder. Quit it. Hey, can I go next? Pony asked excitedly while Ibara and Izuku chuckled quietly. A pair of footsteps coming their way silenced them and drew everyone's attention away from each other. They watched as the man that told them to go to the practice field in the first place approached them. You'll be smart to warm up, he stated. Once everyone's here, we won't be spending too long standing around. What are we doing, sir? Izuku asked. The man stared at him in silence for a couple moments before looking away and laying down in a yellow sleeping bag that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. You'll find out when everyone's here. Now be quiet. I'm going to sleep, he stated boredly before turning away. After a few moments of silence, Izuku looked back to Ibara and the rest of his friends. They all shared a shrug before they each moved to start stretching. This doesn't look like our full class, Setsuna commented as she glanced over the small group that had approached them. Yeah, I count 11 including us, Izuku agreed. Not even Bakugo is here, Ibara commented. Well, that's a simple explanation. We don't technically have to be moved in until tomorrow. He's probably packing his bags right now so he can come here tomorrow, Izuku explained with a smile. I wonder what he'll think about us getting started earlier than him. He would probably not be too happy, Ibara added in a giggly voice. Who are you talking about? Setsuna asked. Our friend Bakugo, Pony explained. He's a funny guy. What's he like? Kinoko questioned. No language filter, bluntly honest, loud. Izuku trailed off as he counted out what he said on his finger. Obsessed with being number one. Sounds like an ass. He's not too bad. Izuku shook his head. Yeah, Izuku keeps him tempered, Ibara added. Though he'd constantly claim that it's just how he is and not because of me, Izuku added with a grin. Hopefully you're right, Setsuna said with a shrug. Everyone quiet down, the man in the sleeping bag said, his voice silencing the murmurs of the other students. He zipped himself out of his sleeping bag and stood up, staring boredly at the students in front of him. Today, you're going to be going through a quirk apprehension test. This will test your control over your quirk as well as your limits. This will be important because this determines what you will learn during your heroics classes. Heroics not only includes saving people and fighting villains. You also need safe control of your quirks. A black-haired girl in the group of students raised her hand. Mr. Aizawa, the man answered. Yes, what will we be doing for the test? And shouldn't we do this when we have everyone here? The others will be tested tomorrow or they'll be pulled away on Monday. You have 4 years to become pro-hero material and every day, every minute, every second counts. Here, you can make mistakes and learn from them. You can't do the same out there. Make a mistake out there. He glanced over at the golden wings of Izuku. And you'll surely die. Ibara glanced over at Izuku, spotting the distant look on her boyfriend's face. She reached over and held his hand, rubbing his hand with her thumb. Izuku looked down and smiled weakly at her. She returned his smile with a kind one, shifting closer and touching her shoulder with his. As for what you'll be doing for this test, Aizawa continued, bringing their attention back to their teacher. You'll be fighting in one-on-one matches. Against me. Shocked gasps and murmurs rolled through the crowd. The only goal is to show me your control over the quirk. To win, you need to impress me with your quirk usage. You lose if I knock you out of the ring or restrain you until you are unable to continue. Makes sense. Murmurs of affirmation rolled through the crowd. Good. In addition to the goals I set out for this, there will be restrictions. Midoriya, you aren't allowed to fly higher than twice my height. Same goes for you with your detached body parts. Takagi. Shizaki, you are allowed to lift yourself with your quirk, but you are not allowed to leave the ring. I have a question. Ibara raised her hand. Yes, why do I not have a height limit? Because contrary to Takagi and Midoriya, I can climb after you with your vines. I see. Thank you. Ibara retracted her hand. Lucky, Izuku whispered, bringing a smile to his girlfriend's face. Now, continuing off of that, Komori can do the same, but she has a limit to how many large mushrooms she can make, as we don't have 2 to 3 hours to wait for them to go away. Yaoyorozu, your creations are unable to allow you to fly, Aizawa finished. Any questions? The Ravenet who asked a question before raised her hand again. Aizawa nodded at the girl. What is the ring you refer to? You're standing in it, Aizawa said. The ring is the grass of the track oval. Take one step on the track itself and you lose the match. How will we decide who goes first? Simple, I'll decide who I want to fight first. Oh, I see. The Ravenet replied, clearly caught off guard by the simple answer. I have no further questions. Aizawa nodded once before glancing over the rest of the students. Well, if there's no further questions, let's get this started. His eyes scanned his students, but they kept getting drawn back to Izuku's golden wings. He frowned and looked down at the ground for a second before looking back up. Izuku Midoriya, you'll be going against me first. Everyone else, get clear of the ring and observe. You might learn something that would help you in your match. Izuku glanced down at Ibara for a split second before Pony drew his attention. Good luck, Izuku, she chirped. You got this, Satsuna added. Thanks, Izuku replied with a weak smile before looking down at Ibara. Try your best, she said, leaning forward and kissing his cheek. I will. I love you. I love you, too. Stroking his wing once, Ibara left. Izuku turned to face Aizawa and lowered his stance, his wings remaining folded yet moving to his sides. His arms remained concealed behind his wings and a golden, feathered cape over his shoulders. Interesting starting position. Reminiscent of an older hero, Aizawa commented. Yeah, it's... Izuku trailed off. It's one of my favorites. We'll see how it fares. Are you ready? Izuku nodded. I am. Aizawa nodded. Then, let's begin. Izuku remained standing where he was, his eyes scanning the teacher in front of him. His wings remained folded over his shoulders, concealing his arms from the pro hero opposing him. Staring at me isn't going to help your chances of winning this, Aizawa spoke up. On the contrary, Izuku replied before sprinting forward. It'll definitely help. Aizawa quickly grabbed part of his scarf and lunged to his left, throwing the scarf towards the golden-winged student charging him. Before it reached its target, a glint of light flashed on Izuku's wing and the extended section of the scarf fell to the ground limply after smacking against his wing, cut clean off of its source. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly before hardening, stopping his evasive movement and jumping forward towards Izuku. With how he always extended his wings when using that ability, I assumed he would have needed to be left open with the undersides of them exposed to pull one off. A foolish assumption on my part which won't be repeated, he thought to himself, jumping over Izuku once he reached him. Izuku's gaze followed the hero as he jumped over him, spinning around to meet the hero on the other side in a face-off. Raising his wings forward gave him a free moment as Aizawa raised his hands to block the faint strike, the winged boy dropping low and thrusting his right fist forward in an attempt to strike his gut. Aizawa quickly twisted his body when he saw movement under the wing as it withdrew from the faint attack. By reflex, Izuku flicked his wing forward without any wind up to deal a weak, yet successful hit to the pro hero. Izuku let out a grunt as he felt a boot hit square on his chest and forced him away from Aizawa. The two of them staggered away from each other with Aizawa regaining his balance sooner than Izuku did. Good hit, Aizawa commented, rubbing his eyes and blinking away the tears that came up from Izuku's hard feathers brushing against his eyelids. Your style definitely has potential, but I can tell it still needs work. Without waiting for a reply, Aizawa dashed forward again and sent another kick Izuku's away, forcing him to block it with his wing. Flicking his scarf once more, it wrapped tightly around the student's wing. The moment he felt it get tight, he jumped backwards, tugging Izuku forward at the same time. Izuku thrusted his free wing backward as he stumbled forward, attempting to balance out his equilibrium. Your balance needs work as well, Aizawa added, tugging Izuku's wing again. Izuku growled in exertion, flexing his quirk to cut the connected part of his scarf and staggering back. With how well you fared in the first half, I expected a bit more to be honest. Aizawa lunged forward, keeping up his assault on his student. Considering I have wings, I'm more confident in the air, Izuku fired back, blocking a strike and immediately flapping his wings outward after tanking the strike. An obstacle you'll have to overcome if you're wanting to become a hero as good as your father, Aizawa replied, sweeping Izuku's legs out from under him. Gah! Izuku shouted out as his back slammed into the ground, his breath leaving his body. He tried getting up, but Aizawa's knee planted itself on his chest. This match is over, Midoriya, he said, looking down at him. Izuku stared at the hero over him as he regained his breath before he let his head fall back against the grass. But while you failed, you did impress me, Aizawa added, Izuku's head popping back up to look at him with wide eyes. Though I have to ask you this question. Why didn't you try to fly up? Izuku frowned slightly before tilting his head a bit. You didn't let me. After my initial attack, I was planning on lifting off, but you didn't let me. Aizawa nodded. That's correct. That is something you have to learn. Villains won't let heroes get into their comfort zone. I already assumed you'd be more at home in the air, especially with what I saw from your entrance exam. So I made sure to keep you from having any chance of taking off, he said, standing up and taking a step back from Izuku as he stood up as well. He glanced back at the students as they approached them before looking at Izuku once more. You need to learn how to deal with attackers on the ground, because not only will you eventually have villains that attack you before you get into the air, but there will also be villains that are strong against aerial opponents. Your father didn't get to where he was just based on aerial tactics. You know that, since you tried copying his style of ground fighting. Izuku looked down, a frown barely concealed on his face. His wings were tightly folded against his back as he stood and listened. Midoriya, look at me. Izuku looked up at his teacher again. You did well with your first strike, so you aren't completely inept. You just need to improve it. Don't completely copy his style, though. Learn from it and improve it with other things you learn. You can't be a copy of your father. You never could anyway. Aim to be a better version of him. Izuku nodded slowly. Okay, Thank you, Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa merely nodded in response before looking at the rest of his class. Denki Kaminari, you're next, he declared, startling the student. Oh crap, okay. Izuku joined up with his girlfriend, immediately taking both her hands and leaning close to her. You did great, Ibara said softly, squeezing his hands gently. Izuku smiled weakly in response, letting his head fall against his girlfriend's. Thanks, he replied quietly. I just wish I did better. His gaze shifted away from his girlfriend as Pony trotted up with a beaming smile on her face. You were so cool, Izuku, she exclaimed. Yeah, you were, Setsuna agreed as she and Kanoko approached them. I suppose it's because you have a hero father. Care to tell us about him? Izuku's smile faded as he glanced away, his wings wilting slightly. I'll tell you later, he said quietly. Setsuna and Kanoko stared at Izuku with confused frowns. All right, everyone, get back out of the ring again. The next round will start, Aizawa said before Setsuna and Kanoko could question Izuku. Let's go, Izuku, Ibara said softly, gently pulling his arms. Izuku nodded, letting his girlfriend guide him away from the grassy inside of the track oval. Pony followed beside Izuku, a worried frown over her face as she looked up at him. Hey Izuku, Pony started once they were out of the grassy section. The gold-winged boy turned to face her with a curious expression. What is it? Pony hugged Izuku tightly, her head resting on his chest as she embraced him. Pony, Ibara raised an eyebrow. Mom always told me, you can always make someone feel better with a hug, she said, pulling her head back with a smile. You were sad and I wanted you to feel better. Izuku looked down at the girl for a moment before finally showing her a smile. Thanks, Pony. Sorry for worrying you. Ibara moved closer to the two of them, a warm smile on her face. Well, I was worried I'd have to help him after class ended, Ibara said before adding under her breath, though I am a bit disappointed considering the method I would have used. I'm just happy to help. Pony beamed. Indiscriminate shock. 1.5 million vol. Izuku glanced away from the two of them, Ibara and Pony following his gaze. Aizawa had Kaminari's face and arms wrapped in his scarf, his body locked on the ground by the man's hands and knee against his back. You need more than a single move to win against a villain, Aizawa commented. This match is over, you didn't impress me. MMMFFFF. Kaminari whimpered, his voice muffled inside the scarf. Aizawa looked up from the student, scanning the students in the crowd. Komori, you're up next. The mushroom Quirk girl jumped slightly, her eyes widening under her curtain of hair. Oh okay. She looked down nervously. You can do it, Kanoko. Setsuna cheered. Yeah, you can do it, Pony exclaimed from Izuku's side, thrusting her fist into the air. Izuku and Ibara smiled at each other after watching Komori hesitantly enter the grassy ring. Are you sure you're okay? Ibara asked quietly, leaning closer to her boyfriend. Izuku was silent for a moment, prompting Ibara to look over at his face. He was looking down with a saddened expression. I'm all right, at least. It's just that every time I remember Dad I just wish. He sighed as he looked up. I wish he was still here. I'll get over it in a few. Okay, just know that I'm here, okay? She reminded him, wrapping her arm around his back. Izuku's wing instinctively wrapped around her shoulder in response to her affectionate gesture, a small smile on his face. Thank you, Ibara. I love you. I love you too. Wah. Izuku and Ibara looked ahead again to see Kanoko barely avoid a slow strike Aizawa sent her way. Izuku sighed. He's holding back. Well, the point of these matches is to test us. Maybe he's seeing what she would do under stress and being cautious about it, Ibara replied. Then why didn't he go like that with me? You didn't exactly start out slow, his girlfriend replied with an amused smile. Izuku flinched slightly. Why, yeah, you're right, he said with a pout as he scratched his cheek. Ibara giggled quietly before leaning up and kissing his cheek. Silly. Ugh, Kanoko groaned, covering her face as she walked with all her friends. That was terrible. Oh, Setsuna cooed as she gave her friend a side hug. You did great. No, everyone else did better than me. I was just constantly diving away from attacks, narrowly missing. Sometimes being able to avoid attacks is the best choice of action, Ibara offered. Says the girl who actually won outright and not just lost while impressing Aizawa. Kanoko pouted as she stared at the vine-haired girl. Ibara gave her a small, shy smile in response, thinking back to the exchange. Your starting pose doesn't really prepare you for much, Shizaki, Aizawa commented as he watched her stand straight with her hands linked and held against her chest. Looks can be deceiving, just like words if spoken by someone threatened by something. You're trying to make me unsure of myself to give yourself an advantage, Ibara replied with a straight face, staring right back at Aizawa. Aizawa smirked slightly. Smart words, although I was critiquing your stance rather than trying to make you unsure. Let's begin. You may strike when ready, Ibara replied. Aizawa raised an eyebrow before lowering his stance and moving forward. Ibara didn't move as he lowered himself, but the moment he stepped forward, Ibara's hair grew and stabbed into the ground, not only creating a shield around her body but concealing her vines as well. Aizawa barely made it 2 steps before a vine shot out of the ground, forcing him to roll away to avoid it. He didn't have much time to get up and run again as more vines sprouted from the ground and lashed out towards him. He successfully avoided several attacks before his foot landed on the ground right where a vine sprouted a split second later, tripping him up and leaving him open for all Ibara's vines to capture him. After they all were done wrapping around him, it looked like he was in a vine version of his yellow sleeping bag. Ibara walked out of her vine shield after releasing a part of her quirk, smiling as she walked a bit closer. Good job, Shizaki. You actually defeated me. I'll admit I did expect that considering the environment, but make sure you don't rely on your quirk in every situation. You might not be around vegetation in every situation. Ibara nodded in response. Thank you, sir. I'll remember that. Good. Now can you get me out of this? Oh, of course. I was honestly surprised Aizawa didn't try cutting his way through my vines. He probably didn't have a cutting tool with him. Eraserhead never uses knives. It's usually just his capture weapon and his hand-to-hand fighting, Izuku explained. Eraserhead? Pony asked. He's an underground hero. I realized it when I watched him deactivate our classmates' quirks when they fought him. So that's why I couldn't use my quirk. Kanoko commented. Why didn't you tell us that before? Setsuna asked. Well, I thought it was obvious when he started using his quirk. Izuku replied, scratching his cheek. Sorry. Ibara laughed softly. Not everyone knows every hero like you, my love, she said fondly. Yeah, right. Izuku blushed as he glanced away. So this group has a shy, nervous shroom girl, Setsuna started. Hey. Kanoko protested with a bright red blush. An excitable horse girl. That's me, Pony chirped. A gold-winged hunk that's actually a hero nerd and an overpowered vine-haired girl who's the hunk's girlfriend. Hunk. Overpowered. Setsuna grinned. Yeah, I think I'm gonna like being in this class. Ibara chuckled, nodding in agreement after a moment. I suppose I will enjoy it as well. Hugh and Komori seem like wonderful people to spend time with. Yeah, I love it already. Pony cheered. I agree. Izuku chuckled at Pony's outburst. If you'll have me, I'd like it as well. Kanoko added shyly. Awa, she's making friends. Setsuna teased. Shut up, she squeaked in response. Ew, can we, Pony trailed off, frowning as she looked down and squinted at nothing. Go to a restaurant to celebrate our friendship. Izuku nodded before turning to Setsuna and Kanoko. She wants to. Oh, we understood her, Setsuna said with her usual toothy grin. And the answer is hell yes. Hell yes, Pony repeated, drawing chuckles out of Izuku and Ibara. Hopefully it won't be too public of a place. Kanoko commented. Oh, don't be such a nervous Nancy. Ibara and I are going to change first, Izuku said. Yes, I'd rather not go out in my PE clothes, Ibara added with a nod. Let's meet up at the front gate in 20 minutes sound good? Izuku asked. Sounds good to me, Setsuna nodded. Me too, Pony chirped. I guess it sounds like a good time. Kanoko mumbled shyly. Then we'll see you all in 20 minutes, Ibara smiled warmly. Right, so, where should we go? Setsuna asked as she walked down the sidewalk with Izuku, Ibara, Pony, and Kanoko. There's this great American burger place I know. Ooh, burgers, Pony exclaimed with a smile. Burgers are hardly a celebratory food, Ibara commented with a slight frown. Yeah, Kanoko agreed. Well, we can't go to fine dining places, we're not even dressed for that, Setsuna replied, placing her hands on her hips. You have a point, she commented, looking down at her own white t-shirt and shorts and scratching her cheek. Do you know of any other places that are good and nearby? Izuku asked, unconsciously wrapping his arm around his girlfriend's waist. Ibara leaned against her boyfriend without thinking, her arm finding itself around his back as well. Setsuna tapped her chin as she stood in front of the group. Ooh, she let out after a moment, snapping her fingers. There's this great bar and grill restaurant I went to with Kanoko a few times. We could go there. Ooh, yeah, let's go there, Pony exclaimed. Yeah, it was a good place, Kanoko agreed. What do you think, Ibara? Izuku glanced down at his girlfriend. It sounds interesting, Ibara nodded. Let's go there. Second time's the charm. Setsuna pumped her fist into the air once. Come on, I know the way. It's right there up ahead. Setsuna gestured ahead of her. She was pointing to a large gray building with 2 levels to it. The main level had a wide glass window looking into the restaurant proper. From the group's perspective, all they could see inside were a few people sitting at the window side booth seats and eating food on the thick tables between each booth chair. Why is it next to a large tent? Pony asked in confusion. Next to the gray building was a large purple-blue tent about the size of a single-story building. In the middle of the side facing the street was a single split in the cloth, allowing entry. In front of the tent was a sign. Oh, that's the theater building. It isn't normally covered by a tent, but I guess this week's attraction requires it to be. Setsuna raised her fingers to air quote the next part. Thematic. I wonder what it is this week, Kanoko commented. As the 5 UA students got closer and closer, they stopped at the sign in front of the tent. Lilith the Majestic Fairy live performance, Izuku read with a raised eyebrow. Whoa, a real fairy? Pony asked with an amazed gasp. Probably just someone with a fairy quirk, Kanoko replied. Yeah, that's the only explanation, Setsuna agreed with a nod. It sucks, since I kinda wish fairies were real. The rest of the group nodded. Oh well, let's just. Izuku unintentionally tuned it out as a weird feeling passed through him, prompting him to look at the entrance to the tent. He frowned slightly as the feeling continued. Izuku. Izuku blinked and turned his head back to Setsuna. Huh. You're Ibara's boat anchor, Mr. Big, Green, and Gold-Winged. Get your rear into gear so we can get some food. Oh, right. Ibara giggled as he unwrapped his arm from around her, quickly reaching to take his hand. The group proceeded to finally walk to the door, Izuku pulling ahead with Ibara to open the door for them. Quite the gentleman, Setsuna said with a teasing smirk as she passed by. Thank you, Kanoko thanked next. Thanks, Izuku. Pony beamed. Izuku glanced over at his smiling girlfriend, technically still outside yet leaning against the door. After a moment, she smiled wider and walked up, kissing his cheek before stepping inside. Izuku walked after her with a warm smile on his face. He and Ibara caught up with their friends just as the white shirt, black pants-clad waiter behind the pedestal they were in front of grabbed 5 menus and gestured for them to follow. As they were guided to their seats, Izuku couldn't help but frown again, recalling the odd feeling he experienced in front of the theater building. Why did I feel so weird? He thought to himself. He didn't have much time to think about it as he was brought back to the present with a gentle stroke of his wing by his girlfriend. Are you okay, Izuku? Yeah, I am. Just thinking. Sorry, he replied with a sheepish smile. About what? Just a feeling I got. Nothing to worry about. If you say so, Ibara nodded. I'll trust you. Thanks, Ibara. Izuku smiled softly. And here's your table. I'll give you a few minutes to see what you want to order, the waiter said, with a slight bow of his head. Thank you, Setsuna nodded with her sharp-toothed smile. The group slid into the booth table, Setsuna and Kanoko sitting on one side while Pony, Ibara, and Izuku went to the other side. Pony was the first to slide in before Ibara slid in the middle and Izuku was on the outside. Izuku glanced around the building, noting the warm color of the lights shining down from the brown ceiling through hanging lights with brownish-orange cowlings. The dark oak walls were filled with framed pictures of things ranging from newspaper pages to portraits of people and heroes. At the back of the large room, several people were sitting at the bar, taking shots, talking, and laughing. So what do you think so far? Setsuna asked. It's certainly. Ibara glanced over and frowned slightly at the bar-goers. Interesting. It's usually like this after work ends on weekdays. We put up with it for the good food, Kanoko said with a shrug. That's fair, Izuku replied with a nod. You usually go to a restaurant or some place to eat good food anyway. You can easily ignore that. Izuku's sentence was interrupted with an eruption of laughter from the party at the bar. He glanced over to see 3 of the men slapping each other on the back while looking at something on the bar. You were saying? Setsuna asked with an amused smirk. Stand corrected, Izuku replied with a chuckle. I like it. It reminds me of this place I used to go to back home, Pony replied with a smile. In America? Ibara asked. Pony nodded with a smile. Mommy, Daddy. And I always went to this restaurant at the end of the school week. It was really loud and all that, but they were always smiling and happy as they drank and sang the songs that were playing. Some of them became friends with my mommy and daddy, and I even started joining in on the singing. It was fun. That does sound fun. How old were you? Setsuna asked. I was in, what do you call elementary school? Primary school, Ibara replied. Yeah, primary school and middle school. That's middle school, Izuku clarified. Thank you, Pony replied with a smile. But yeah, I went there in high school as well, but I had to stop when I got ready to go to UA. I miss them. Pony looked down slightly. Her expression slightly saddened. Maybe on the break between years, you can visit them, Izuku offered. I don't remember seeing any rules against off-campus vacations like that. Why yeah, you could totally do that, Kanoko added. Pony brightened up, a smile returning to her face. Yeah, maybe I can try taking some of you with me and introducing you to my parents. Ibara smiled fondly. That would be nice, she said with a nod. Izuku smiled softly for a moment before the same odd feeling from before passed through his chest. He frowned for a second before glancing around. His sudden change was noticed by the rest of his friends. Izuku, you all right? Yeah, do you know where the restroom is? He asked, changing the subject. Oh, that makes a bit more sense, Setsuna said teasingly. It's past the bar along the right wall hallway. I'll be back, then, Izuku replied, pushing himself up with the table. Do you want me to order anything if the waiter comes soon? Ibara asked. Look on the menu and see if there's anything you think I would like, he replied, reaching forward and squeezing his girlfriend's shoulder softly. I love you. Ibara smiled softly at the affectionate words and gesture. I love you too, she replied, reaching up to squeeze his wrist with the same affectionate softness. Izuku stood up fully and walked to where Setsuna pointed him towards, heading into a hallway. Okay, so hopefully there's a window I can sneak out of or something. I don't want them to worry, but I still want to check out why I'm getting that feeling. Izuku paused as he continued down the dimly lit hallway, spotting a worker pushing a door on the right wall and walking outside. Or I could use this exit. Izuku stepped through the clothy tent exterior, walking towards the actual door before slowly opening it. There's that feeling again, he thought, though it's stronger now. He kept his wings folded tightly behind him as he stepped inside, quickly spinning around and quietly closed the door again. He took a couple steps back from the door before turning to look inside again. The dark room barely had any lighting except for 2 candelabras on 2 cloth-covered tables. The flickering light reflected off his golden wings, making the room slightly brighter as he crept through it. Spotting a sign reading backstage thanks to the increased light, he couldn't help but smile to himself. Thanks Golden Wings. Twisting the doorknob and pushing it open, he was met with another dimly lit hallway with some barely filled clothing racks. Leftovers from other plays, maybe, he thought as he progressed further. You need to put more effort into this, he heard echoing down the hallway. Izuku lowered himself down instinctively, his wings stiffening and ruffling up a bit. He continued further down until he spotted a doorway with light blue light coming out of it. He peeked inside to see a man with a purple turban and robe with a black mustache stand in front of what looked like a fish tank. Inside the fish tank was a small girl barely 8 centimeters in height. From her facing away position, he could see she had rosy pink hair and semi-translucent wings. Her clothing consisted of a bluish-white undersuit with rolled-up sleeves with a darker admiral blue piece of clothing resembling a one-piece swimsuit worn over it. Her shins had small maroon leg warmers that went from just underneath her knees to her feet, which wore black dancing flats. Izuku could see a piece of clothing in front of her and a pair of small makeshift knitting needles showing themselves from behind her every so often. People are coming from miles around to see you, and all you can do is fly around a few times. The man in the purple clothes continued yelling. With no response from the quiet, knitting girl, he groaned and rested his hand in his palm. Granted, people still think this is a quirk and not your actual being. But you still need to put on a better performance, he continued in a more growly voice. There was still no response, prompting the man to rub his eyebrows with his thumb and index finger. Keep it together. Soon that guy's go-between will come here to purchase you and I can finally be done with this shit. I'm glad someone finally saw the value in. Izuku's ears tuned out the rest of the man's speech as a translucent version of the short girl stood up from the girl in the tank and flew up, banking around in the air and revealing to him her green-eyed face as she flew towards him. He closed his eyes and flinched slightly as she seemed to fly into him. However, when he opened his eyes when he didn't feel a hit, he found himself in a bluish-black empty space. He looked around with a slight frown. What happened? Where am I? Ibara shuffled slightly in her seat, frowning worriedly as she looked in the direction Izuku went. It's been a little while, she commented, glancing at the others at the table with her. The table in front of her held 5 plates of food, with 3 of them being dug into by Pony, Kanoko, and Setsuna. When she voiced her concern, the 3 of them looked up from their food. Well, he didn't look too hot before he left, Setsuna commented. Maybe he had a sore tummy, Pony suggested. If he did, he might be in there for a while, the sharp-toothed girl agreed. I see, Ibara nodded slowly. I hope he feels better soon. Sore tummies never feel good. Izuku floated in the dark, empty space, his feet strangely on solid ground, yet his equilibrium felt like he was drifting ever so slightly. He glanced around the empty space, seeing nothing at all for a few moments before his surroundings illuminated slightly. Fading into his vision was the fairy who was responsible for him being there in the first place. However, she didn't acknowledge him, nor did she look the same as before. She wore tattered clothes streaked with dirt and grime rather than her cleaner undersuit and darker blue one-piece worn over it, and she was curled up as if she was resting against something. A couple moments after she appeared, her surroundings started fading into being. She was curled up in an alleyway sitting next to a large dumpster made giant by her small stature. The noises of rain and thunder echoed in the background all the way up and down the alleyway. She flinched slightly as a quiet groan escaped her belly. She rubbed her stomach with a pout before a noise echoing further down the hall alerted her. 2 people obscured in shadows came into view, stopping where the fairy was. All Izuku could hear from them were incoherent murmurs, but he could tell they were scaring Lilith. The girl quickly took flight, which prompted the 2 silhouettes to give chase. The vision faded before reconstructing itself in an alley with a similar appearance, but with a few doors on the right wall. Lilith was flying down the alleyway with a look of fear on her face. Some muted, yet agitated and unintelligible voices echoed further down the alley with quick footsteps accompanying them. Lilith kept flying in the same direction she had been until a door quickly swung open. The man who Izuku saw admonishing Lilith stepping out and glancing around with an annoyed expression. His annoyance turned to slight curiosity when he saw Lilith. It was almost as if Izuku could see the gears turning in the man's head as he just kept quiet. The fairy didn't make a move as she stared at the man in fear. The man looked up as muffled noises echoed down the alleyway. "Come with me." The man backed into the doorway again. Lilith hesitating for a moment. Her hesitation was momentary as her stomach rumbled, and more noises from further away in the alley urged her to enter. The vision faded again, the surroundings shifting into the inside of the stage he had just entered. The man spoke, yet no words came out. No sounds at all echoed around where Izuku was floating, earning a confused frown. "Why can't I hear anything?" he mumbled to himself. After a couple moments of silent pondering, he refocused on what was in front of him. The man showed Lilith a dress as she was eating, her eyes immediately becoming hesitant. The man extended an index finger towards the door as he said something unable to be heard. Lilith's eyes widened in fear for a moment before she lowered her head, her expression turning sorrowful. She nodded weakly before the room faded again. The next thing he saw was the theater filled with viewers, their eyes wide and looking up into the air as Lilith, wearing a fake smile, flew around above their heads. She flew around everyone a few times before flying back to the stage where the glass fish tank was. It looked as if she flew through the glass and landed in the same position he spotted her in when he first arrived at the backstage room. The whole vision faded away, and Izuku was left in darkness for a couple moments. His vision returned to the real world once more, prompting Izuku to blink and rub his eyes a couple times. The man didn't notice him yet, simply muttering to himself as he paced. "All right, so how do I want to do this?" he thought to himself. "I could try to bluff my way into getting her out of there. I could also try just breaking in and running, though that wouldn't be too good." He kept quiet, contemplating his options as he watched the pair. After a few more minutes, he sighed. "I don't want to technically be on the run. I guess bluffing my way out it is." He took a deep breath, rolling his shoulders. All right, he was expecting a go-between. I probably need to act intimidating. Maybe spread my wings out slightly, seem bigger than I actually am. What did Dad say about intimidation? Izuku's chest clenched at the thought of his father. He quickly shook his head. Focus, Izuku. Remember what Dad said about when he intimidated villains into doing what he wanted them to do. Izuku quietly cleared his throat and took a deep breath. He extended his wings ever so slightly and spread them so that they were an inch past his arms while forming a serious expression on his face. Stepping through the doorway, he cleared his throat again, this time more loudly. The man jumped slightly while Lilith looked up from what she was knitting. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice turning defensive and stern. Izuku felt nervousness build in the pit of his stomach, but he pushed the feeling aside before it became a physical reaction. Instead of looking at the man, he looked over at Lilith. "Is that her?" he asked, his voice as serious as he could make it. The man stared at him in silence for a few moments, the silence making Izuku feel like sweat was pouring down the back of his neck. He gulped slightly, already glancing around for an easy exit. "Oh, you're with him." The sudden timid voice caught Izuku off guard, prompting him to recollect his expression before he could turn to face the man again. His expression was slightly worried, his hands slightly shaking as he stared at him. Whoever wants Lilith must be a really bad guy, Izuku thought worriedly, a frown developing on his features. The man got more panicked as he noticed the frown. "Oh, of course you're him. Who else would you be? It would be stupid to be in a suit or something. Not that there would be anything wrong with that. I'm just saying you're smart for looking just like an ordinary guy." "Right." Izuku kept watching the man fidget with his robes. "Sorry, I know you might be on a tight schedule. Did you bring the money? Time to see if I can get him to let me walk out with her. I'm not the one that's supposed to bring the money. So there's two of you. Why are you here, then? Come on, Izuku, keep with the lie. Do this to help Lilith." Izuku kept his fists clenched to dispel some of the slight trembling his hands had developed. "I'm taking her first. You'll receive the money later. We need to make sure you didn't scam us." Scam you? Why the hell would I scam you?" Izuku raised his wings ever so slightly, earning a flinch from the man. Once you successfully intimidate someone, even the slightest movement can make them flinch. Hisashi's voice echoed in Izuku's head. "Keep that in mind when you interrogate suspects." Izuku pushes the heavy feeling in his chest away as he refocused on the man. After a few moments of silence, he gave a nervous smile. I suppose it's only fair that you make sure. Just please check, and if you aren't satisfied, you return her to me. I still need to make a living. Believe me, I'm not going to do that." Izuku approached the fish tank and reached in through the top. His hand hit something invisible, creating a thump. The moment his hand stopped, "Oh, forgive me. My quirk makes materials disappear." the man said, moving up beside Izuku and waving his hand over the top. Out of nowhere, a black lid appeared over the entire thing. The man proceeded to lift the lid, which allowed Izuku to finally reach in. Lilith watched his hand move closer to her and stop beside her. She looked up at Izuku, the boy unable to say anything and simply flicking his eyes over to the man once before looking down at her again. She slowly put down her knitting equipment and crawled over to his hand, allowing him to wrap his fingers around her and lift her out of the fish tank. He looked at her for a couple moments longer before looking up at the man again. "Do you want a box or something to keep her hidden?" he asked. Izuku glanced over at Lilith for a moment before putting the girl in his pocket. "Keep who hidden?" he asked. The man's eyes widened. "Oh, I see. Keep a good grip on her, then. She's a slippery little thing." "I'll remember." Izuku turned and walked back to the doorway he came through. So when will I get my money?" Izuku paused, his heart jumping slightly as his quick and easy escape was interrupted. He took a deep breath to regain his composition and glanced back at the man. "If this isn't a scam, soon." "And how soon is?" Izuku's wings lifted slightly again. "As soon it is. I hope you like her." Izuku wordlessly walked away, disappearing through the doorway as he made his way out of the building. Once he was in the alley between the theater building and the restaurant, his composure finally broke. He collapsed against the wall of the alley, panting and shaking heavily. "Holy shit," he heaved out, staring at the ground as he fought to keep on his feet. Lilith flew out of his pocket a moment later, flying up to his face, which made him recoil ever so slightly. Hey, he panted out. "Thanks for playing along. You're safe now." Izuku gave her a weak smile, which earned a grateful one from the fairy girl. She flew forward and hugged his neck. "Well, I suppose I should ask what you want to do now. You didn't look too happy with your previous living conditions before being forced to work with him." Lilith tapped her chin while looking down. After a moment, she flew towards him again, landing on his shoulder with a hopeful smile. Izuku watched her for a moment before he sighed with a breathy chuckle. "Ibara's gonna love this," he mumbled. "But you're going to have to stay hidden for a little bit. I was out with my girlfriend and friends when I felt you. Since I left for the bathroom as my cover story, it would be strange to come back with you." Lilith nodded. "Okay, now, I need a few minutes." Izuku lowered himself to the ground, his knees against his chest and his eyes closing. His wings wrapped around his body as he took deep breaths. Ibara looked up from her half-eaten plate as a glint caught her eyes. She saw a disheveled Izuku approaching her and her friend's table. "Hey, Izuku's back," Pony chirped. "Hey," Izuku greeted with a tired smile. "How are you feeling?" "Got all of it out?" Setsuna asked teasingly. Ibara stood up and met Izuku as he walked up to them. She placed her hand on his cheek and rubbed her thumb over the skin gently. "Do you feel okay? Should we head home?" she asked, her brow creasing with worry. Izuku's smile turned fond as a hand raised and held his girlfriend's hand against him. "Seeing you is making me feel better," he replied, his voice soft. "Izuku," his girlfriend sighed. "I'm fine. I'm hungry, tired, and just want to relax with my friends," he said, leaning forward and kissing her cheek. "Okay, if you say so." The pair were quiet, simply staring at each other for a few moments. Setsuna interrupted. "You gonna sit back down now? Or are we stick with that adorable moment for a while longer?" Right. Izuku stepped back a half step from his girlfriend and accompanied her back to the table. "So, what did you get me?" "Oh, well, I didn't really know what might be good, so I just got you the same order as me. I hope you like it." Ibara blushed slightly. Izuku smiled warmly. "I'm sure I will." The sky was starting to turn dark, the orange of the late afternoon in the process of fading as the evening continued. Izuku walked hand in hand with Ibara as the pair walked through the UA gate with their friends. This was really fun. After Izuku got out of the bathroom. "That is," Setsuna teased. Sorry about that," Izuku replied with a sheepish grin, scratching the back of his head. It's okay. I remember one time I tried eating one of my mushrooms. Yeah, I didn't have a happy rest of the day," Kanoko said shyly, unconsciously rubbing her stomach. "Wasn't that the time I was staying over?" Setsuna tilted her head. "No, that was when we got takeout from that bad restaurant." "Right. Well, I certainly hope that hasn't happened in a while," Ibara commented. It hasn't," Kanoko replied with a shake of her head. "Thankfully. That's good." The vine-haired girl smiled warmly, Izuku nodding in agreement beside her. "I remember having a tummy ache when I was a kid, but that was from me eating too much," Pony added, trotting slowly beside Izuku and Ibara. "Those kinds are usually very tame compared to stuff like food poisoning or having a stomach bug," Setsuna replied. "Still doesn't feel good." The horse-quirked girl pouted. "She didn't say it does," Ibara reassured. "She just said you were lucky with only having that kind of a stomachache." "I see." The five of them slowed to a stop in front of their dorm building, looking up at it before returning their focus to each other. "Well, I'm wanting to get into a nice comfy set of clothes and relax on the couch for maybe a movie. What do you think?" Setsuna offered. "That sounds fun," Pony replied with a smile. Izuku glanced over at Ibara. "Do you want to I think it would be enjoyable, Ibara replied with a warm smile. Well then count us both in. We just need to change into some relaxing clothes. Great, see you in a few. Satsuna waved her hand before turning and opening the front door. Kanoko entered next, with Pony standing at the door and glancing back at Izuku and Ibara. Come on, let's go, she urged. Before that, Izuku leaned in close to his girlfriend. Can we talk in my room? It's something important. Ibara raised an eyebrow in curiosity, staying still for a moment before nodding. Okay, let's go. Izuku opened the door to his room, allowing Ibara to walk in first before entering himself. Once he was through, he closed the door and locked it, earning a slight frown from Ibara. Izuku, before I start. Ibara, promise you'll hear me out, okay? So something was wrong in the restaurant, she guessed, her frown deepening. Not necessarily. It was more something wrong. Around the restaurant. Around it. What do you mean? Ibara tilted her head slightly. Well, Izuku sighed. I don't think I can really properly explain it unless I show you. Lilith, can you come out? Lilith, Ibara asked, her frown deepening even further. After a moment, a tiny girl flew out of Izuku's pocket using a pair of semi-translucent wings. The vine-haired girl's eyes went from frowning to extremely wide as she watched the girl fly in front of her, giving her a shy wave. Ibara, meet Lilith. I saved her. Unknown location. A man wearing a black suit and tie with sunglasses obscuring his eyes walked into a predominantly dark room, looking at a figure sitting in a chair in front of a desk full of monitors. Sir, he made his presence known while straightening his posture. Report, the figure inside the room, a man by the sound of his voice, ordered. He didn't have the target. He claimed one of ours stepped in and took the delivery, and that I was to bring the payment. And did you give him his payment for being incompetent? Yes, I did, and I even made it look like an accident. Good, good. The silhouette of the figure's head rose and fell twice, the man at the entrance only seeing a black shadow in front of the monitors. What should we do now, sir? The room was completely silent for a few moments before the figure's head tilted to the right. Do you know who took the target? No, sir. We're working on searching any nearby cameras for potential suspects now. I see. The figure hummed. Notify me of your results the moment you get them. Oh, and tell Kurogiri the plan has changed. He will proceed with his current duties and await further orders. Understood, sir. I will notify him. You saved her? Ibara asked again. Izuku nodded, Lilith drawing the vine-haired girl's eyes afterwards as she nodded as well. She was silent for a few more silent moments before sighing heavily. Her head fell into her hand. Izuku, I know. I went into a dangerous situation again, Izuku said, his shoulders and wings drooping slightly. But this time it was really important. Ibara sighed before gesturing to the bed. Her boyfriend nodded before moving to sit down on the bed, Lilith following him and sitting on his shoulder. The vine-haired girl sat beside her boyfriend and immediately took Izuku's hand. Tell me everything. And after that, I came back to you and she hid in my clothes. Izuku's hand was trembling slightly as he tightly held his girlfriend's hand. Ibara was frowning, her chest clenching in concern as she moved her free hand to stroke one of his wings. Lilith was also leaning against his head and hugging it. Izuku, I know this was extremely dangerous, but I just couldn't let her stay there, he said, closing his eyes with a deep breath. I know, Ibara nodded solemnly. But, with how bad you looked when you came back, are you sure you're okay? Izuku opened his eyes and looked down at his lap, frowning slightly. Honestly, I don't really know. I just feel really drained, he said with a sigh. He was pulled into a gentle embrace, which forced Lilith to fly around to his other shoulder. The golden-winged boy's head rested against his girlfriend's chest as she stroked his hair. Izuku returned the embrace, his wings curling around her slightly. You don't have to be strong for me, Izuku. Do you truly not know? She asked in a soothing, caring voice. I don't, but I just want to relax. Spend time with you, with other friends. Just forget about what happened. Okay, Ibara nodded and kissed his head. But what about Lilith? If she's going to stay with us, we need to figure out how we should tell everyone else. Lilith quickly flew around Izuku and landed on Ibara's shoulder, hugging her head and surprising the vine-haired girl with its suddenness. A small, warm blush dusted her cheeks and a small smile involuntarily creased her lips. Yeah, that's a good point. Izuku nodded, slowly sitting himself up and removing his arms from around his girlfriend. Ibara found herself pouting ever so slightly as the lingering warmth of his arms and wings dissipated as he separated from her. She kept one hand wrapped around his as she looked up and locked eyes with him. What do you think we should do? Izuku asked. Lilith lifted off of Ibara's shoulder, flying in front of the both of them and looking between them. Ibara looked from her boyfriend to Lilith. The small fairy tilted her head slightly. Well, do you want our class to know about you? She asked. Lilith's eyes widened before she flew around to Izuku's left shoulder, concealing herself from Ibara's vision. Her head peeked out a moment later, shaking her head with a worried expression. That's fine, they don't have to know right now, she replied, shaking her head as well. But that means you need to stay hidden all the time. Lilith nodded with a frown, tapping her chin for a moment. She snapped her fingers with a bright expression on her face, making Ibara and Izuku tilt their heads slightly. Lilith flew back to Ibara and landed on her right shoulder, bringing some of the vine strands of her long hair around her shoulder and in front of the small fairy girl, preventing Izuku from seeing her on the girl's shoulder. She peeked her head out of the vines with a proud smile on her face, eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. "I think she solved that problem," he said with a smile. "She's using your vine hair to hide herself. It works really well." Ibara giggled, a warm smile on her face primarily caused by her boyfriend's smile. "So it seems. However, you can't hide there all the time," she said softly. "We have a class during our school day that will demand us to move quickly. I don't think you'd be able to stay hidden there during those times." Lilith frowned, with her cheeks puffing out cutely, her head still the only thing peeking out from behind Ibara's hair. "I don't think she likes that," Izuku said with a soft chuckle. Lilith shook her head quickly. "Well, it's that or get caught," the vine-haired girl pointed out. Izuku couldn't help but smile in amusement at Lilith's indecisive expression. She let out a quiet groan as her head dropped and she nodded. She flew out of Ibara's hair after another moment and went around to Izuku's right shoulder, sitting down on it with her wings limply resting behind and beside her. "I wouldn't mind you hiding in my hair until that class, if you wish," Ibara said with a warm smile. Lilith's eyes widened, her wings lifted up, and she beamed at the vine-haired girl. She flew right back at her and hugged her head once more, eliciting a gentle giggle from the full-sized girl. "I think she's happy with the compromise." "Yes, I believe so." Lilith calmed down a couple moments later, smiling happily as she sat down on Ibara's shoulder. Her legs swung back and forth, gently tapping against her chest as they pulled back. Izuku smiled softly as he watched the two of them, his warm smile bringing warmth to his girlfriend's chest as she continued smiling. "Thank you, Ibara," he said, making Ibara's smile change to a look of curiosity. "For what?" "For hearing me out, not getting angry at me, and letting Lilith stay with us." Her warm smile returned once more, the girl raising one of her hands and stroking his wing. "I'd never be angry at you, my love," she said softly. "I know your heroic heart makes you do things that I would prefer you not to at this stage in our lives. It is worrying for me to hear you go through that, but I will try my best to support you as much as possible, as well as try to keep you from getting hurt in the process." Izuku's smile lessened slightly, his head lowering. "Sorry, it's okay," she said softly, leaning in and kissing his cheek. "I fell in love with all of you, your heroic heart included." "Thank you." Ibara's smile softened as she pulled her boyfriend into another gentle embrace. Lilith watched the pair from her perch on the vine-haired girl's shoulder with a smile, flying around and hugging the back of Izuku's head as he rested it on his girlfriend's shoulder. The group stayed there for a few moments before they all separated, Lilith landing once more on Izuku's shoulder. "I suppose we should get changed now, Ibara asked. "Oh, right." Izuku's eyes widened and he nodded. "Yeah, we should." "Lilith." The fairy took off from her perch and hovered in front of Izuku's face, her hands behind her back and her head tilted slightly. "Can you go with Ibara? We both have to get changed, so it would be best if you were with her." Lilith nodded twice before once again landing on Ibara's shoulder, taking her hair and concealing herself with it. The pair shared one final kiss before standing from the bed, Izuku walking his girlfriend out of the room before moving to his dresser. Izuku, clad in a white t-shirt with the word t-shirt on it and a pair of black shorts, walked down the stairs and glanced towards the couches of the common room, raising an eyebrow. "I guess I'm early. Hard to believe." "Hey Izuku," Pony exclaimed, trotting up to him. "Oh, hey Pony," he greeted with a smile after spotting her. "I thought everyone was still changing." I was all done." Pony was wearing a pair of sweatpants and a slightly baggy t-shirt. "I'm ready to relax and watch TV," she declared, pumping her fist into the air and eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. "That's good. We just need to wait for the others now." Pony nodded before leaning forward. "Hey, do you feel better?" He tilted his head. "Your tummy. Does it feel better now?" "Oh, yeah, I'm feeling a lot better now," he said with a nod and smile. "And even if I wasn't, relaxing with you guys and binging movies would have made me feel better anyway." A pair of footsteps nearby brought their attention to Ibara, the girl wearing a pair of baggy pants and a forest green t-shirt that looked strangely familiar to Izuku. "Hey, Ibara," the horse-quirked girl greeted. "Hello, Pony," Ibara greeted with a warm smile. "You look comfortable." "I feel comfy," she replied, earning a soft round of laughter from the couple she was talking to. "That's my shirt, isn't it?" Izuku asked with a smirk. "Indeed it is," she replied with a clever smile. "I took it after we unpacked." "You look really comfy in it," Pony commented with a smile. Izuku spotted Setsuna and Kanoko walking down the stairs across the common room as Ibara and Pony spoke. He pointed past his girlfriend and friend, gaining their attention. "Oh hey, there they are." The pair of them were each holding a large stack of disc cases in their arms, moving over and placing them on the coffee table between the couch and the wall-mounted TV. Do we have enough movies, Takage? Izuku asked with a chuckle. Yep, enough to last the whole school year. I had to find them all, since I didn't have enough shelf space to store my entire collection, she replied with a sharp grin. What are we going to watch first? Ibara asked. Well, I was thinking of letting you try. Just make sure it's a Godzilla movie. But that's half of the collection, Kanoko commented. Of course, gotta make sure you have all the movies, right? The green-haired girl's grin widened. Though I could pick out one for us to watch first if you guys want. I think that would be best, Izuku said with a sheepish chuckle. What's Godzilla? Setsuna gasped in shock at Ibara's curious question. The vine-haired girl tilted her head in confusion. Yeah, what is it? The green-haired girl once again gasped as Pony asked her question before quickly whipping her gaze to Izuku, false dread on her features. After a moment, he shrugged. I've heard of Godzilla, Kaken, and I actually went to a couple of them in theaters. She let out an exaggerated sigh after Izuku answered, making Kanoko facepalm at her friend's overreaction. Good. At least we have one cultured person in this group. All right, that means we're gonna start at the very beginning. The first Godzilla movie. Ugh, not that one. Kanoko sighed. I would say something a bit more recent than that. Izuku commented. Nope. It's decided. We're watching the first movie. Everyone sit down and I'll put the disc in. Izuku's room. Monday morning. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep. Izuku yawned, stretching his right arm forward and above the bed. His other arm pulling Ibara's body closer to him as she tightened her hold on him ever so slightly. After noticing he never lost the feeling of both her arms around him, his eyes opened and he frowned. I don't remember clicking snooze, he said, glancing at the nightstand. On top of the alarm clock was a groggy Lilith, who was wearing a tiny blue nightgown. Her left hand was on top of the button while her right was rubbing her eye for a moment before looking at Izuku. He let out a gentle chuckle as he saw Lilith's bed hair, the normally smoothly kept hair at wild angles and clumps all behind and around her head. Ibara tiredly mumbled, her eyes slowly opening and taking in Izuku's features while her head rested against his shoulder. Lilith, he replied, his voice a bit croaky. The vine-haired girl turned her attention away from Izuku and to the fairy girl on the alarm clock, giggling softly as she took in the little girl's appearance. Lilith pouted tiredly, crossing her arms over her chest cutely. Good morning, Lilith, Izuku greeted with another soft chuckle. Did you sleep well? She kept pouting a moment longer before reluctantly nodding with a bigger pout. Thank you for hitting the snooze button, Ibara thanked with a gentle smile, making the fairy girl blush while she kept pouting at them. We should get up, her boyfriend said after clearing his throat. We don't want to be late for our first day of proper school, do we? You're correct, she agreed, shifting to a sitting position with her boyfriend while moving a hand to pull Izuku's wing that was behind her around her body a little bit. We need to get dressed and eat breakfast. You say while pulling my wing around you, Izuku said, curling his wing further around his girlfriend with a smirk. Not my fault, I enjoy your warmth, she fired back with a fond smirk. I think it's totally your fault, he replied with a chuckle, kissing his girlfriend's cheek before looking at Lilith. Where'd you get that nightgown, by the way? The small fairy girl glanced away shyly, tapping her index fingers together while her gaze was focused on the curtains of their room's window. Izuku and Ibara glanced at the blue curtains and blinked once as they saw a hole cut out of the fabric. They glanced at Lilith once more to see the girl wearing an apologetic expression while still tapping her index fingers together. Izuku and Ibara glanced at each other again after another moment. We'll need to get some fabric for her, Izuku said with an amused expression. Why not go clothes shopping? Lilith flew into view with 2 small knitting needles in her hands while shaking her head vigorously. It seems she wants to make her own clothes, Izuku said, with Lilith nodding quickly in response, earning a chuckle from the boy. Well, I suppose we're going to have to go fabric shopping either after today's class or next weekend. I would prefer to do that after today's classes, lest we lose the rest of our curtains, she replied with a soft smile of her own. What will protect the revelation that we sleep in the same bed then? That is definitely something that should remain a secret, Ibara said, leaning up and capturing his lips in a kiss. The two held the kiss for a few moments before pulling apart reluctantly. Lilith landed on Izuku's shoulder and looked between him and Ibara. You need to get dressed in your own room. Yeah, she replied with a disappointed sigh. Meet you in the kitchen. Yeah, Ibara nodded, smiling softly once more as she focused on her boyfriend. Lilith, grab your clothes and go with Ibara, please. The fairy girl nodded with a smile, flying from his shoulder, over to his dresser, then over to Ibara's side with her clothes from the previous day in her arms. Izuku couldn't keep his eyes from looking his girlfriend up and down once he watched Lilith land on her shoulder, his cheeks gaining a slight blush as he saw her wearing a loose t-shirt that was previously his as well as a pair of baggy shorts. Are you thinking impure thoughts, my love? She asked teasingly. And no, you're beautiful right now. Izuku's compliment caught the girl off guard, a blush appearing on her cheeks as well. She quickly walked up to him and pecked his cheek. Thank you. I'll be sure to wear this more often while we're alone together. I think I'd like that, he replied quietly. Ibara gave him a loving smile as she backed up to the door. See you down there. I think my favorite so far is Miss Midnight's class, Pony explained as she walked with Ibara and Izuku to a table. It was certainly the most interesting, Ibara replied. I suppose it was part of her persona, but I didn't like her flirtatious behavior. Yeah, it was quite odd. Izuku agreed with a sheepish chuckle. I'm actually more interested in how Kaken is doing. Do you think he and the others that didn't test last weekend will get lunch with us? His girlfriend asked as she slid into the bench seat of an empty table. Mr. Aizawa seems like a meanie. I don't think we'll see him. Pony shook her head. I'm sure he means well, the golden-winged boy defended. Being a hero is very dangerous. A single slip-up could mean life or death for you or someone you know. The vine-haired girl beside him reached over and stroked his wing with a concerned frown. He gave her a grateful smile and nod, making Pony tilt her head. What's wrong? Yeah, what's wrong? Setsuna asked as she walked up to the table with Kanoko beside her. There shouldn't be frowns at this table. We're so close to our heroics class. We should be excited. The green-haired girl's attempt at bringing the mood up made Izuku's small smile widen slightly. He brought his hand over to Ibara's and gently squeezed it once before weakly holding it. Yeah, let's talk about that. Like what we might do for the first class. Exactly, Setsuna agreed. What do you think, Pony? Ibara didn't listen as she watched Izuku with a worried frown, taking in his smile and slightly saddened look in his eyes. She brought her other hand to her boyfriend's, squeezing it once. Ibara, She turned her attention towards Setsuna as she heard her name called. What did you say? I asked what you think our first heroics class will be like. Oh, I don't know what to expect, Ibara replied, looking down at her lap in thought. Maybe simple, since it's the first day and all. Today, we are going to hit the ground running, All Might declared. He was standing in front of the entirety of 1A, Katsuki and the other missing students included, with his hands on his hips and a broad smile on his face. His bright blue eyes with white sclere, like normal eyes, glanced over the entire class, avoiding looking at Izuku as he looked over the rest of the students. The room was much like the other classrooms that 1A had been in so far, with white walls, a blue floor, 4 purple pillars that were positioned on the corners of the rectangular room, a brown sliding door leading out of the room, a wooden podium at the front of the room where All Might was standing, and a blackboard at the front of the class. In addition to the similarities, it also had some differences, like the fact the students were all standing rather than sitting in the desks that had been piled up on the left side of the room. Additionally, in the center of the blackboard was a monitor as tall as the blackboard and the same size wide. Well, I suppose I was wrong, Ibara said with a slightly disappointed frown as Lilith poked her head out of her hair and tilted her head while looking at All Might. Yeah, Izuku agreed. This might be rough. The door slid open with a slam, bringing the whole class attention to the door. Aizawa was on the other side of the door, stepping through with a bored glare at the symbol of peace. Not so fast, All Might, he said, sliding the door shut behind him. You need to teach them the basics first or they're gonna do terribly. Why you think so? But they will have 4 years for this. Shouldn't we start training hard now so that they will be even better prepared for the years to come? What good is shoving them into the deep end when they don't even know how to swim? Aizawa asked, his eyes being drawn to Izuku for a moment before he returned his gaze to the pro hero that was teaching the class. All right, since you clearly don't know the basics of teaching, I'm taking over this part of the class. Then we can do whatever you wanted to do with your first exercise. All right. All Might awkwardly stumbled away from the podium as Aizawa stepped up to it and stared at the class. His gaze passed over each student, taking in the surprised and confused expressions on the majority of them. His eyes' movements froze when they landed on Izuku once more, his hands unconsciously tightening in his pockets. After another moment, he continued looking through the rest of the students. All right, time for you to learn the basics. Ibara walked with Izuku inside of the room, being the last of their classmates to enter the large room, easily capable of holding both their class as well as their sister class 1B. At the front of the room, several large monitors were mounted on the wall, showing camera feeds of different biomass from city to a beach-like area. On the left and right wall, there are several more monitors mounted to a desk with a large keyboard in front of them, some of the buttons colored differently than others. The pair of them, along with the rest of the students, were wearing hero costumes. Ibara's was quite simple, being a plain white robe with black boots. Her boyfriend, however, had a much more complex costume, starting with the upper body. He had a jacket similarly styled to his brother Keigo's, colored a darker brown with white fur on the inside and 2 golden plates attached to the shoulders. Under the jacket, he wore a black form-fitting shirt. He had no gloves on his hands, and instead of a visor like his brother, he had a pair of clear goggles on his forehead and a pair of ear protectors around his neck. Around his waist was a utility belt, with 5 different pockets in front, 2 larger ones on either hip, and a long, rectangular one behind. On his lower half, he had a dark brown half bodysuit with visible padding on the thighs and shins, colored a light grayish tone. Lastly, he wore a pair of brown military-grade boots. Well, it seems we took a bit too long deciding where Lilith could hide, Ibara said quietly. Yeah, all right, everyone's here, Aizawa said, standing beside All Might at the front of the class. So what's the first exercise gonna be? All Might put his right fist into his open palm. We're doing a bomb retrieval mission. The whole room was silent, Aizawa staring blankly at the pro hero. After several moments, he sighed. You can't be serious. UA viewing room. I am, All Might said, unsure of herself. Shouda Aizawa let out a heavy sigh and let his head fall into his right hand. How did you ever get a teaching position here? He muttered. Well, Principal Nezu approved of my request to teach here. All Might replied, scratching the back of his head. Which just makes me wonder how much money you bribed him with, the man fired back. This is the first day. The most they should do is a battle exercise against one another. But what is the difference between that and my bomb retrieval mission? All Might sputtered, his head recoiling slightly. The difference is they get to focus on learning one another's quirks and fighting styles so they can improve them as the year continues. They don't have to worry about some arbitrary objective. Well, they need to know the potential challenges of having to fight villains while having to deal with a dangerous objective like a bomb. Next week will be the start of practical exercises, All Might. This first week is making sure the students know their current limits and how to push past them, both with their quirks and their fighting style. There's a schedule for this. Yes, where can I find it? I made it just now. Because clearly the Wanna Heroics teacher isn't as reasonable as the past ones, he sighed heavily before muttering. I can't believe I miss Snipe as this teacher. I resent that remark. I am perfectly reasonable. All Might shouted in protest. Yeah, well, tell it to someone who cares. It's time for us to get started with 1A's actual exercise, Aizawa replied before looking at the students. Since this is an impromptu change to the assignment, things are going to be a bit choppy in terms of the flow of the exercises. However, you will be paired up and sent into the city training field. As you heard me tell your heroics teacher, you are going to be fighting one another. The black-haired teacher stepped up to the podium and pressed a few unseen buttons, bringing the map of the city field onto the screens at the front. A red square outline appeared over the top right corner of the map, the screens zooming in and focusing on the selected area. You will not have the whole city field, instead having a small portion to fight in. You will be fighting the person you're paired with for 8 minutes, doing your best to utilize the terrain around you, as well as your own fighting styles and quirks, he explained. Your goal is to cuff your opponent. Even getting one cuff on counts as a victory, as you don't have to fully restrain them. But depending on who you're paired with, it may prove to be the least of your worries. The man pressed a couple more buttons and a drawer came out of the wall filled with handcuffs. You will each pick up one of these when you head out to your exercise. The opponents will be picked randomly. Any questions? Momo raised her hand, directing Izuku and Ibara's attention to her, as well as the rest of the room. What the heck is she wearing? Izuku thought with wide eyes. The girl was wearing a high-collared, sleeveless leotard colored a deep crimson. The leotard had a large bust, splitting the costume from just below the navel to the top of the piece of clothing. Additionally, she had 2 utility belts, with one of them holding a book on a shelf-like protrusion mounted to it. Yarazu. The Ravenet lowered her hand and looked at the man quizzically. Wouldn't our time be more efficient if we were to use the whole field with different exercises going on? That would indeed be efficient, but you are to learn from your fellow students' exercises as well. Maybe they spot a location that could be taken advantage of for a surprise attack. That prevents you from getting surprised at that same spot. Come your turn. You will do more than learn your capabilities against another sentient human being. You'll be learning how your fellow students tackle problems and, hopefully, implement them in some of your plans. I see. Any other questions? Aizawa asked, glancing at the other students before looking at All Might. Maybe from the new teacher. And no, I do not. I am following quite clearly. All Might stammered with his arms crossed over his torso defiantly. Good, he replied before turning to the students. Let's get started with the picking process. Following the pairings being decided, we're going to immediately get started. Izuku stood in an open, empty street leading to a T-junction several meters ahead of him. Large, multi-story office buildings were around and in front of him, a few of them casting shadows on the street he was standing in. Begin the match, Aizawa declared from loudspeakers. The boy took a deep breath and spread his wings, placing his goggles over his eyes. With a jump and a grunt, he took flight, his wings flapping and allowing him to ascend high into the sky. Once he was past the highest building, he looked down at the ground below. This should help me see better, he muttered to himself. After a few moments looking where he was, he pivoted himself forward and flapped his wings harder, propelling him forward. He looked straight forward, which was technically down, and continued to scan the streets below. I really need to find her soon, he said to himself. 8 minutes isn't too long, especially when fighting. barely spotting movement from his high position. He brought himself into a dive, his wings folding back for several moments before spreading wide and nearly stopping his descent entirely. He slowly glided to the top of a 7-story building and landed, dropping into a roll before rising to his feet again. He jogged to the edge of the roof that was facing the alley between it and a taller building, slowing his stride as he got closer to it while his wings folded tightly against his back. He peeked over the side slowly, frowning when he saw how empty the alleyway was. Looking for someone, Izuku quickly recoiled just before he heard an empty click to his right. Setsuna's detached hands and head were floating where he once was, with her hands holding the handcuffs they were given. "Really?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Can't blame a girl for trying." Izuku rushed forward and attempted to kick the cuffs out of the girl's hands. "You could have won," he said in a grunt as his foot was slapped by one of her hands while the other one that was holding the cuffs flew backwards. "But you broke your silence." "Yeah, but it wouldn't have been fun," she replied, bringing the cuff-holding hand around to attempt to grab him again. Izuku's wing curled around and blocked the charge, sending out 2 beams of light that made the girl wince and recoil the floating hand. "Well, get ready for a tough fight now," he said, batting her other hand away with his other wing. "Because I now know you're here. But you don't know where my body is," she fired back, her hands and head darting away, heading to the other side of the roof before diving off it. Izuku pursued with his wings curled around his body, leaping off the side of the roof as well and spreading his wings, gliding to the ground below once more. When he landed, he kept up his momentum by jogging for a moment before slowing down and looking around the open area he landed in. It wasn't in the main street, yet was still wide and open with a road leading away from the building he was on the roof of. Hearing a door click, he turned towards the door beside a freight entrance to the building he was just on top of. He squinted, trying to hamper my mobility. He thought aloud before sighing. "Figures." He jogged to the door and glanced around for any possible traps. With the coast seeming to be clear, he slowly cracked open the door and peeked inside. The room on the other side of the door was empty, save for a single desk against the right side wall just below a long window that looked into the large loading area on the other side of the doors of the freight entrance. He peeked underneath the desk, checking for any of Setsuna's limbs before standing up straight again and walking across the room to the next door. He twisted the handle and pushed, but the door wouldn't budge. He frowned and pushed again, a noticeable thunk, echoing from the door that time. Blocking the door, he muttered before his face morphed into one of realization. Maybe bait to break in. He switched his focus from the door to the window, climbing onto the desk. 2 hair-sized beams of light shot from his wings and cut into the glass, creating a rectangular hole in the large window. He quickly reached forward and caught the falling sheet of glass before slowly setting it down on the floor on the other side, wincing slightly in anticipation for the loud noise. He let out a quiet sigh before fully climbing through the hole and walking to the other side of the door. A steel beam tied to a cable was resting against the top of a cabinet set about a couple centimeters from the door. "Huh, Setsuna seems to be a match for Izuku so far," Ibara commented as she watched the monitors. Lilith, peeking her head out ever so slightly, nodded in agreement. She quickly darted back behind Ibara's hair once more as Pony nodded. "Yeah, especially with that beam," she agreed. Kinoko nodded. "Yeah, despite how much Setsuna is. Setsuna, she's really smart," she said with a nod. "She even took the recommendation exam." "She did?" Ibara asked, looking over at her friend. Kinoko nodded. "I was surprised as well," she said with a chuckle. "You know how she is. What's a recommendation exam?" Pony asked with a clueless tilt of her head. "It's another way to enter," Ibara explained, "though my knowledge on what goes on in them is limited to none." "Mine, too," Kinoko added. "I was getting over a cold, otherwise she would have dragged me with." "Awa, I'm curious now." Pony pouted. "I'm sure Setsuna will tell you when she's back," the brown-haired girl said. "Speaking of talkage, do you think it's strange how she got picked?" Ibara asked. "Yeah, the random picker landed on Kaminari first," Kinoko hummed, before suddenly moving again and selecting Setsuna. "He was really relieved when that happened," Pony said with a hum. "It could be how the randomizer program worked," Ibara suggested. "Maybe," Kinoko replied with a shrug. Principal's office. The rodent-quirked principal of UA, Nezu, sat at his desk with a mug of coffee in one of his paws. He smiled with a clever glint in his eyes as he watched the screen displaying a feed of the UA training grounds. A chuckle escaped his lips before he sipped at his beverage. "I knew those two would be an interesting matchup. I look forward to how this turns out. I am positive I won't be disappointed." Warehouse, UA City Field. Izuku ignored the blatant attempt at getting a reaction out of him, his eyes scanning his surroundings for any signs of movement. Empty shelves divided the room into several sections, making it harder for him to see the entire location. "I won't be able to move my wings fully in here," he thought to himself with a slight frown. "Maybe she's leading me into a trap." He looked across all the nearby shelves he could see. There were 3 more levels that he couldn't see the contents of, making him click his tongue and continue forward. You must think this is pretty boring, huh? Setsuna's voice echoed from somewhere. Just me waiting out the clock, pretty much. Yeah, so why don't you show yourself? Well, where's the fun in that? She asked, her voice right next to his ear. Izuku quickly spun away from the voice, hitting his back and one of his wings on the left rack while turning to face Setsuna's disembodied mouth, a toothy grin still on it. Looking around, he didn't see any other appendage, nor did he spot the cuffs anywhere. I think you're missing a crucial part of your plan there, Setsuna, he said. Where's the cuff? Oh, it'll come in due time, her mouth replied cryptically, not losing the sharp grin. Strangely on cue with her statement, he heard the sound of wood rubbing against wood above him. He looked up quickly and his eyes immediately widened as he saw a box teetering over the edge before falling. Letting out a grunt, he dove out of the way of the falling box, hearing it crash behind him as he rolled into a kneeling position. His eyes narrowed as he searched around his area. Setsuna's mouth was gone and the lights had all turned out except for those in his immediate area. Out of the darkness, an open hand shot towards his face. He grabbed it quickly once it was in range but let out a gasp of breath as another hand impacted his side in the soft spot below his ribs on that side. His grip loosened on the hand and it smacked against his face, covering his eyes and holding on tight. Using both hands, he gripped them and started pulling it away from his face. With Setsuna's grip, it was easier said than done, the hand barely moving as it clenched down on his temples and kept his vision black. He paused for a split second as he heard a chain-like jingle to his left. He grimaced to himself and took a deep breath, pulling Setsuna's hand closer onto his head before bending backwards slightly. He drove his head down to the ground a second later, slamming Setsuna's disembodied hand into the cement floor. "J-H-H-H," she shouted in pain from a relatively short distance away. He managed to quickly yank Setsuna's hand off his face before looking around quickly. Spotting the floating hand holding an open set of cuffs, he wound the hand holding Setsuna's other hand back before chucking it at the other hand floating towards him. The impact forced the floating hand to drop the cuffs, allowing Izuku to dive towards them. He scooped the cuffs up and flared out his wings, the golden feathers reflecting the light. Spotting movement, he spun in the direction of the nearest exit of the aisle he was in and started sprinting with his wings folded back. His free hand reached over and grabbed his own pair of cuffs and opened one side. "Shit," he heard Setsuna say from behind him. "Get back here." Spotting movement ahead of him, he smirked. "I see through your trick," he shouted as he ran after her into another room. "Ooh, Izuku seems to be chasing her down now," Honi exclaimed excitedly. "He does seem to have the upper hand." Ibara agreed with a nod, a small smile on her face. She flashed a glance down at her shoulder, spotting Lilith peeking out of her hair with her head bobbing up and down with an excited smile. The vine-haired girl whose hair she was hiding behind smiled fondly at the mute fairy girl. "Setsuna's not done yet, though," Kanoko replied, bringing the girl's attention away from Lilith as she disappeared behind the curtain of hair again. "I know she still has a couple tricks up her sleeve. She's clever like that. Do you have any idea what they are?" "Nope," the mushroom-creating Quirk girl said with a shake of her head. "I'm not as smart as her. I mean, I can assume she plans to lead him into another trap, but what that is, I have no clue. We will just have to wait and see, then." Ibara nodded. "This has been pretty fun," Pony commented with a smile. "I can't wait for mine." Kanoko shook her head with a grimace. "I'm not." Izuku slowed to a stop as he entered another room, glancing around at the office desks and chairs without any computers on them. "This is just a weird warehouse," he commented to himself. "You got that right," Setsuna said to his left. The moment he turned towards the voice, a foot slammed into his right side, sending him tumbling past Setsuna's floating mouth. As he hit the ground, both sets of cuffs clattering to the ground out of his hands. "Shouldn't have fallen for that," he thought to himself as he pushed himself up. His eyes widened as he noticed one of the sets of cuffs had disappeared. Hearing a jingle to his left, he quickly dove into a roll, avoiding a charge of Setsuna's hand at his limbs. He quickly shot one hand out to grab the remaining cuff and tried tugging it back as fast as he could. A clink of metal told Izuku that he had narrowly avoided Setsuna's next attack, despite not seeing it while rolling. As he stood back up, he spotted Setsuna at the other end of the room. He spent no time hesitating, dashing towards the handless girl with cuffs in his hand. His eyes darted around for where Setsuna's hands were and spotted movement out of the left corner of his eyesight. Turning his head, he spotted both hands opening the cuffs and shooting towards him. His wings shot thick beams of light at her in retaliation. "Oh, no, no, no," the girl shouted. "Stop doing that and let me cuff you." Unprepared for Setsuna's next action, all the air in his body was suddenly shoved out of him as the green-haired girl's forearm shot into his stomach, stopping him in his tracks and laying him out on the floor. He gasped and clutched at his stomach, trying to force air into his lungs. "Ha!" Setsuna giggled victoriously, approaching the down boy with a smirk on her face. "Didn't expect that, did you?" The hand with cuffs floated beside the lizard tail splitter Quirk girl. I guess now's the time I win. It was fun. She grinned, her hand shooting forward. Click. Izuku Midoriya wins the bout. All Might boomed over the speakers, making Setsuna's hand freeze and the cuffs jingle. What? She shouted in shock, as Izuku continued to bring air into his lungs. He smirked and opened his arms, revealing Setsuna's forearm still against his stomach. The cuffs he had been holding were clasped around it. Your overconfidence was your weakness, he said with a wheezy chuckle. Though you did not just give me a Star Wars quote. The girl pouted. I did, he replied with a grin, releasing the girl's forearm as she brought her body parts back and reattached them. And I'm proud of it. Setsuna looked from the boy to the cuff on her forearm and smirked as a devious thought entered her mind. Oh, and are you also proud of this, you kinky boy? She purred teasingly. Izuku's face exploded in red and his breathing turned into strangled coughs, his golden feathers ruffling in embarrassment as he let out an embarrassed squeak. Setsuna placed her hands on her hips and let out a hearty laugh. You're so easy, she exclaimed, her head rolling back as she laughed harder. Shut up. Izuku and Setsuna walked through the doorway leading into the viewing room and placed their cuffs into a provided tray by the door. The two of them proceeded to make their way back to their classmates afterwards. Welcome back, students. All Might boomed as they came in. That was quite the spectacle at the end. And quite clever, too. Yeah, too clever, Setsuna agreed with a pout before it morphed into a playful smile, luring me into a false sense of security. Oh, believe me, I was very harmless to you, Izuku replied with a weak chuckle. You knocked the air out of me. I was not expecting that. I was not expecting you to hold onto my forearm to cuff me, she replied with a giggle of her own. I wasn't expecting it to work. I thought the lack of oxygen would prevent me from seeing that whole last-ditch plan through. So it was all on luck. Indeed it was, Aizawa said. Had this been an actual situation, you wouldn't have won, Midoriya. Do you know that? Izuku looked from his opponent to the homeless-looking teacher at the front of the classroom. Yeah, I do. Setsuna fought very well. If this was a real fight without the win condition being cuffing the other, I would have definitely lost, especially after that last hit, he admitted with a nod. A gentle chill ran up his back as he felt a hand gently stroke one of his wings. He glanced back at his girlfriend smiling warmly at him. His heart fluttered as he continued staring at Ibara, smiling gently at her as he did. It's good you understand that, Aizawa said, getting the boy's attention again. The man wore a small smile on his face that quickly went away a split second later. That means you'll push to improve yourself so that you won't fall for the same tactics again? Yes, I will, he replied with a firm nod. And Takage, Aizawa continued. You realize your failings were because you were overconfident without ensuring that you actually claimed a victory. Yeah, I get that, she said with a nod of her own. I was just caught up in how fun it was to lure him around the place and knock him down. Having fun during exercises is nice, All Might said with a nod and his trademark smile. But do not have so much fun that it makes you fail. You ultimately are here to learn. After all, I understand, All Might. I'll remember to try and keep myself concentrated on the exercise a bit more. Very good. All Might nodded, earning a raised eyebrow from his co-teacher. Now, let us continue. Well, I thought you both were very cool. Pony spoke up after All Might started speaking again, getting her two friends' attention. Izuku with all his punches, kicks, lasers, and even a headbutt, and Setsuna's arms, head, mouth, and hands whooshing around. Setsuna giggled while Izuku smiled in amusement. I do have to agree, the fight was quite impressive, Ibara agreed, stroking her boyfriend's golden wing more. Still, letting your overconfidence make you lose, Kanoko added with a teasing smirk and shake of her head. Your overconfidence was your app. Setsuna detached her hand and slapped it over her best friend's mouth. I already had that Star Wars reference from Izuku and I do not want to suffer it from you. Kanoko crossed her arms over her chest and raised an eyebrow, a smirk showing on her face once Setsuna removed it from her mouth. Deserved, was all she said, making the green-haired girl grumble. The group of friends all smiled at the pouting Setsuna afterwards. And the first participant for the next match is Ibara Shizaki, All Might declared, making the girl blink and look up at the board. Please proceed out of the room and we will decide your opponent. Izuku and Ibara looked at each other with slight frowns for a moment before the vine-haired girl smiled softly and opened her arms. For good luck, she asked, making him smile. His wings spread open and he hugged her with both his arms and his wings. Setsuna and Mina Aowa at the sight as they held the hug. Unknown to all the other students and the teachers, Lilith slipped out from behind Ibara's hair and flew over to Izuku. I'll make sure there's a pocket of my wing you can hide in and watch, he whispered to the girl as she landed on his shoulder. The fairy nodded with a bright smile before climbing down his shoulder slightly. He folded his wings back up again. making sure there was a channel between where his wings attached to his back and the end of his folded wings. "Good luck," he said, focusing on his girlfriend again as he leaned his head forward and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. "Thank you," she replied with a gentle tone in her voice. She leaned forward and kissed his cheek before separating from their hug, taking a step back while looking at him with a soft smile. She forced herself to turn around after a couple more steps backwards, heading towards the exit of the room. Izuku watched her walk through the door and close it behind her before looking up at the monitor as the names that were spinning came to a stop. "And Mina Ashido is young Shozaki's opponent," All Might declared. "Ooh, this is gonna be fun," Mina exclaimed as she jogged out of the other exit. "Acid versus Vines," Setsuna said with a hum. "Wonder who will win. Any ideas, Goldie?" "I'm not sure. Ibara's pretty good, but Ashido could prove to be a challenge, especially thanks to her acid." "Well, we might just have another Izuku versus Setsuna scenario," Kinoko commented. "Ew," Pony chirped. "I can't wait." "Principal's office." Nezu hummed to himself, tapping his furred chin. 1A's two teachers seem to have something on their minds. Aizawa is a lot more hands-on, and All Might seems to find speaking to Midoriya difficult. He leaned back as he pressed a button to focus a camera on his two teachers at the head of the viewing room. "I suppose I will have to call them here after classes end for the day." Streets, UA City Field. All right, I got this," Mina said to herself, bouncing on the balls of her feet as she stood in the middle of the street. "I got acid, she has only vines. I can cut right through them with a good spray and restrain her." She nodded to herself a couple times, closing her hands into fists and pumping them up into the air. "Yes, it's as simple as that," she confirmed. "It won't be easy, especially since it's Ibara, but I'll win. For sure. Let the match begin." All Might shouted through the loudspeakers, prompting the girl to jump one last time. "Let's do it," she said, starting off on a jog. She only took 2 steps before movement made her spin to the right and face the direction she saw the movement from. A door to the building it was near slammed shut a moment later, making the pink-haired girl smirk victoriously. "She must have not thought of a place to hide until she saw me," she said with a clever giggle. "Well, time to face the music, Ibara." Pulling at her quirk, she started sliding across the ground on the acid dispensed through her shoes, skidding to a stop right in front of the door she had just seen close. Unable to compose herself fully, she was eagerly grinning as she grabbed the handle and slowly peeked inside. The first thing she saw when she peered inside was vines. Seeing them in a barely illuminated room sent chills shooting down her spine and made her visibly tense up. Her eyes were wide as she glanced around the entire room, hesitance perfectly clear in her posture. She slightly jumped as she saw some of the vines shift to her right, turning her attention towards the vines right as they went still again. I can do this. Why yeah, she said to herself weakly. It's time to face the music, Ibara." She gulped as she slowly crept inside the building and shut the door behind her, squinting her eyes as she got used to the completely dim room. Her eyes kept darting around the room, the wind in her sails motivating her to go on all but gone. It'll be fine," she mumbled, slowly moving deeper in the room. "She's just trying to scare me." Mina shook her head a couple times and straightened herself. Besides," she cleared her throat. "I've seen all the alien movies. I can deal with a bit of horror." Shliach. Instantly, Mina froze with her eyes wide. A split second later, her head snapping from left to right, searching for the source of the noise. From the shadows, a large mound of vines slowly slithered across the floor before twisting and stitching together in a mound in front of the frozen pink-skinned hero student. The mound slowly grew and grew, slowly growing what looked like 2 thick arms. Mina took a stiff step back, her whole body trembling as she stared up at the increasingly growing vine monster. In the massive fear growing in her mind, a clear thought had her start glancing around. "Wait, if she's doing this, that means she can see me. She has to be close," she thought to herself. "Why, you don't scare me as much as you think, Ibara," she said, acid pooling in her hand as she wound it back. "Especially when I can burn your vines easily." She threw the pooled acid forward with a confident grin, watching the liquid splash onto the massive thorny greenery. Her smirk disappeared a split second later, her heart sinking as she watched the vines shrug off the acid attack with no visible damage whatsoever. What? That's usually enough," she shouted with a fearful squeak. 2 vines lashed out at the hero student, making her flinch and jump away from them just before they grabbed at her. She wound her hand back with a new pool of acid with a more concentrated frown. "All right, you asked for it. I'll hit you with some hotter stuff." She threw her hand forward, throwing the globs of acid and spraying more at the massive vines. Seeing the vines actually get affected by her acid sent a wave of excitement through the girl's chest. "Yeah, take that. In fact, take even hotter acid." Mentally upping the intensity, she kept spraying her acid until the vines were nothing but a malformed sludge on the ground in front of her. She panted heavily, wincing at the stinging in her palms from using such potent acid. "That took way longer than I thought," she said to herself. "Didn't you know, Ashido?" Mina jumped at Ibara's voice, allowing 4 vines to wrap around her arms and legs while she was distracted. Acid is a lot less effective on plant life than other materials, Ibara continued, walking out of the shadows. Her hair looked like it was tied back in a ponytail. However, as she got closer, Mina could see her hair was still sticking into the shadows. The way the shadows and dim light framed the girl. Mina didn't focus on her classmate's hair for long, focusing on the concentrated look on her face that triggered her fight or flight instincts in the low light. Why yeah, I kind of figured. Mina stammered, struggling slightly against the vines. Have you never trained to shoot higher intensity acid? The vine-haired girl asked. Well, considering that could melt normal people's skin, I never thought about it. But hey, at least I got rid of your little golem thing. Jay just got a cut through your vines on my arms and legs and I'll be arresting you now, she said, grinning in an attempt to mask the fear gripping her chest. In seconds, 2 more large masses of vines combined and formed into identical vine-like golems on either side of Ibara, the girl's concentrated expression never faltering. Meanwhile, Mina's grin shattered into a look of fear once more, a gasp escaping her lips. Ibara raised a hand, revealing a pair of cuffs. I am going to end the match now. Why, yes please. Ibara Shizaki stood next to her boyfriend, glancing around at her classmates with an uncomfortable feeling in her chest. Barring Izuku, Pony, Kanoko, and Setsuna, the rest of the class were looking at her with slightly fearful expressions. Setsuna had an amused smile on her face while Kanoko's expression was more of one denoting surprise. Izuku and Pony were smiling, with Pony's a bit more pure than Izuku's slightly worried expression. Well, All Might coughed once, scratching the back of his head. That was certainly a very quick match. Well done neutralizing your target, Shizaki, Aizawa said. Fear is a useful tactic in disabling your opponents, taking advantage of your quirk and the windowless nature of the building to create an atmosphere that made her on edge was effective in your victory. Unfortunately, young Ashido might need some time to recover. Everyone in the room glanced at the pink-skinned girl, who was sitting in the corner with her knees to her chest and her face in her knees. She was silent, but her body was slowly rocking back and forth. You scarred her for life, Kanoko commented. Sorry, Ibara mumbled, her shoulders drooping. I didn't know you had that side in you, Izuku commented with a weak smile, placing an affectionate hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. I just thought dimming the lights and allowing all my vines to be everywhere would give me an overwhelming advantage in fighting her. She mumbled, and using all of my vines at once takes a lot of concentration. Such scary eyes, Mina mumbled from the corner. Sorry, the vine-haired girl replied again. She'll feel better, don't worry, Setsuna said with a laugh. She just needs some time. Yeah, she won't hold it against you, I'm sure. Izuku nodded with a smile. Ibara raised her head to look at Izuku with a small smile, her eyes glancing towards his wing where Lilith was hiding in. The little girl was looking at her with fear in her eyes, and when she fully turned her head to her, she hid in her boyfriend's wing again. Ibara's expression dropped again as her chest clenched. Izuku raised an eyebrow before glancing over his shoulder at his wing. He could barely make out Lilith holding onto his feathers out of sight of everyone else. He frowned slightly before looking back at his girlfriend and squeezing her shoulder once and leaning in. You did great. Lilith will feel better, he whispered. We can even explain everything to her after class so she doesn't misunderstand. Ibara slowly nodded. I suppose. A purple-haired girl with headphone jacks on her earlobes turned her attention to the two of them with a curious raised eyebrow, which lingered on the pair for a few moments before a cough from All Might drew her attention away. Man, that was rough. The blonde-haired Denki Kaminari groaned, his head rolling back. It was a blast. Ijiro Kirishima countered with a literal sharp-toothed smile. My ears are still ringing. The purple-haired Kyoikajiru commented, rubbing her ears while glancing at Bakugo with an annoyed look. I found my match to be very informative of what I need to work on. The robotically stiff Tenya Ida said with rigid and mechanical hand gestures. I agree. You challenged me quite well. The black-haired Momoye Irazu said with a nod. I had just crap luck. The spiky, black-haired Yosuwa said with a sigh. Lady Luck can be a cruel mistress, the bird-headed Fumikage Takoyami agreed. It was a shame I had time to lure you into the darkness. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, just like Mina's match, Setsuna teased. SH shut up. You had to be there. Mina fired back self-consciously. Well, I thought it was cool. Pony threw in her 2 cents. Izuku and Ibara were silent as they walked amongst their fellow students. Izuku watching his girlfriend with a concerned frown while Ibara was still looking at the floor. Glancing ahead at the 2 doors to the 2 different locker rooms, he gently pulled his girlfriend's hand and slowed down. She looked up and glanced at her boyfriend with a curious frown as she slowed to a stop with him. The rest of the students split up and went into the locker rooms, still deep in conversation. The door clicked shut and Izuku immediately pulled Ibara into a hug. She returned the hug, resting her shoulder on the same side as the wing Lilith was hiding in. I'm sorry, Lilith, Ibara said quietly. her voice dripping with sorrowful remorse as her arms tightened around Izuku. I didn't mean to scare you. The small fairy slowly peeked out of his wing, fear and hesitation on her face. Ibara felt tightness in her chest, but she didn't look away in shame when she locked eyes with the girl. She's telling the truth. She's really sorry, Izuku said supportively, turning his head as far as he could to try and see the small girl in his wing. She can explain the whole thing to you as well. He glanced from the door to the men's locker room to Lilith again. We need to get changed, so if you go with Ibara and wait until the room's empty, she can tell you all about it. Lilith's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Izuku before her head turned back to Ibara's. Ibara's soft, remorseful eyes slowly chipped away at the girl's hesitance, making her slowly nod with a worried frown before slowly flapping her wings and flying to her shoulder. She looked back at Izuku, showing her worried frown to him. I'll see you too soon. He moved his head and kissed his girlfriend's forehead and squeezed the girl's free shoulder before moving to the men's locker room door, leaving Ibara with Lilith a moment later. She took a slow breath in and nodded. Be sure to hide in my hair, Ibara said, feeling the small girl following her order a moment later with the movement of her vines. She turned fully around and went to the women's locker room door, grabbing the handle and pulling. Click thump. The locker room was silent as Ibara sat on one of the benches, her costume still completely on. Glancing around after a moment and sighing, she nodded slowly. It's clear, Lilith. Upon calling her name, Lilith flew out of Ibara's hair while the girl stood up, sitting on the top of the lockers while Ibara worked to get her costume off. Once again, I'm sorry I scared you, the girl that could actually speak began. I know it was probably a lot more scary for you than it was for everyone else, right? Lilith nodded once, glancing away nervously. I assumed as much. I've heard others call me scary when I try to move all of my hair. Ibara continued. When I was younger, I didn't have as many, but as I grew, I gained more and more. Nowadays, it's a lot more mentally taxing to spread them all out in individual directions. Though I'm sure my face wasn't the only thing that was scary in that scenario. The small fairy on the locker nodded again. It's a lot simpler of an explanation in that one. The darker room was chosen so I wouldn't be as visible, and you know the reason why I spread all my vines out, she explained, buttoning up her uniform's shirt. She lowered her head and let out a soft sigh before looking up at Lilith, the girl's expression showing remorse. It all combined into something unintentionally scary, especially for someone you assumed was heroic like Izuku. She glanced away as she mentioned her boyfriend. A sound of fluttering came from where Lilith was, before she felt her neck get hugged by the small girl. Ibara wore a look of shock for a moment before a small smile came across her face. When she felt Lilith had moved away, she turned her head back to face the flying fairy girl who was wearing an apologetic look on her face. She held her hands behind her back and her head was glancing partially away into the floor. She extended her hand with her palm up, offering a small perch for the little girl to land on. She brought her other index finger under the girl's chin and raised it to have her looking at her. She kept the kind, soft smile she was wearing as she looked at Lilith. Thank you, Lilith, she said warmly. I promise, I will work to keep that scary side from frequently appearing. That is, unless you're in danger. I think I should get scary if I need to protect you, right? She asked her question with a slight tilt to her head and teasing smile. Lilith looked surprised at her question, standing still for a few moments before a bright smile filled her face to the point of her unconsciously closing her eyes. She nodded once and Ibara could swear she heard a small squeak accompany the girl's almost joyful nod. Ibara let out a soft giggle at the girl's reaction, gently patting her head once before retracting her free hand. Are you ready to head out and join Izuku? I'm sure he's waiting for us so we can all go back and have a nice, relaxing evening. The girl remained brightly smiling as she nodded again, flying off of the girl's hand and onto her shoulder again. Feeling the girl work her way into the vines of her hair, she put her jacket on and grabbed her untied tie from the bench, closing the suitcase with her costume at the same time with her other hand. Picking up the suitcase with the same hand holding her tie, she turned and walked out of the locker room with a newfound lightness in her chest. When she got out, her eyes landed on Izuku in his school uniform leaning against the wall next to Bakugo. So you got off pretty easy compared to me, Izuku was saying to him. He didn't give me a moment's break. He paused, looking up as he saw Ibara entering the hall, bringing Bakugo's attention to her as well. Finally out, Izuku said with a warm smile. What took you so long? Bakugo asked with a raised eyebrow. Nothing in particular, Ibara replied, her smile making Izuku's chest flutter and fill with relief. Well, with you out now, we can head back to the dorms and get out of these uniforms. Izuku stood up and rolled his shoulders and wings a couple times, maybe convinced Setsuna to not give us more Godzilla movies to watch. What's with her anyway? You're acting more buddy-buddy with her and Mushroom Head than the rest of class. Discounting hooves. That is, we met them during the first days, Ibara explained. They were quite nice. You were too lazy to come, so you couldn't meet them. We're gonna have to introduce you to them when we get back. Izuku said with an amused smirk. I was not too lazy. Ibara giggled before looking at her boyfriend. Where is Pony anyways? I would have thought she would at least be here waiting as well. I suggested she head back with Setsuna and Kanoko and think of a few movies she would want to watch. Hopefully we can watch those instead tonight, he said, earning a soft giggle from his girlfriend. Well, let's hope. Shout Aizawa and All Might to the principal's office please. Nezu called over the intercom, interrupting the conversation and making everyone look up instinctively. Their attention lowered back to each other a moment later. I wonder what that's about, the vine-haired girl said. Probably something about how we did in the hero classes. Maybe a review on All Might's teaching. The blonde-haired boy in the group shrugged uncaringly. Yeah, that could be the case. It seemed like he was a beginner to this. But anyways, Izuku offered his free hand to Ibara. Shall we? Ibara took it with a warm smile. We shall. The trio started walking down the hall at a leisurely pace, silence only filling the air for a moment before Izuku opened his mouth again. Kaken was just telling me about his test he had to make up today. Oh, how was it? Annoying. First off, Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.